Shenhao, a beautiful president is the code to get rich. Me. Chapter 1. The Goddess Raider system has arrived. Magic City. In a very tasteful restaurant. At this time, sitting by the window, was a gorgeously dressed beautiful woman. She was wearing black sunglasses, even if she couldn't see her entire face. Her fair and smooth skin and lips that were as delicate as rose petals were enough to show her amazing charm. In the restaurant, many male compatriots secretly glanced at her, but no one dared to strike up a conversation. After all, her clothes are worth no less than 3 yuan. Not to mention, the bag she was carrying was new this season and worth hundreds of thousands. She has such a strong charisma and aura. Either she is a daughter of a certain family or an executive of a certain company. If such a beauty does not have certain skills, she will not be able to catch her attention at all. I bet that this kind of woman must be an extremely strong woman on weekdays. Just as everyone lowered their heads in disgust, the door of the restaurant was pushed open at this moment. A young man with a height of 1.8 meters walked in with long legs. He looked around the restaurant, and finally his eyes fell on the beautiful woman by the window. The corners of his mouth raised slightly, showing a hint of a smile, and he walked directly to where she was. This scene was naturally noticed by caring people. Isn't it? This kid, do you want to strike up a conversation with that beauty? There is a good show to watch. I bet 100 yuan, this guy will definitely be rejected. Not to mention, this guy is quite handsome, with a good figure and appearance. He is the type of little milk dog that rich women like. Maybe he really has a chance of success. Let's take a gamble and see who will win. At this time, the young man completely ignored the eyes of everyone around him. In a few seconds, he had already walked to the seat in front of the temperamental beauty and sat down. Qin Yang tidied up his clothes, then checked the time on his phone and immediately expressed apology. I'm really sorry I'm late. It's okay, I just arrived not long ago. What Sophie hates the most on weekdays is when others are not punctual. Before Qin Yang came, she made up her mind to pay attention, and when the other party arrived, she must question him carefully. But when he saw Qin Yang sitting in front of him at this time, his appearance was outstanding, and his whole body exuded an undeniable masculine charm. In an instant, all the anger in Sophie's heart disappeared. Instead, he showed Qin Yang a smile bathed in the spring breeze. What would you like to drink? Sophie raised her hand, motioning for the waiter to come over. Have a glass of lemonade. Qin Yang looked at Sophie and replied with a smile. His voice was low and sounded indescribably charming. This made Sophie's eyes brighten, and her favorability towards Qin Yang increased a bit. The waiter nodded and just turned to leave. Qin Yang stared at Sophie and rubbed his nose embarrassedly. Although in his opinion the other party must be a beautiful woman, he still couldn't help but want to confirm it. Beauty, is it convenient for you to take off your sunglasses? If it were someone else making such a request, Sophie might not even bother. But when Sophie saw Qin Yang's face, she seemed to be full of starting points for her appearance, so she nodded without hesitation. No problem. With that said, Sophie reached out and took off the sunglasses. That angelic face was completely exposed to the eyes of everyone. For a moment, everyone around was dumbfounded. In ancient times, there was Su Daji who harmed the seedlings of the country, but now there is Sophie whose beauty is overwhelming. Qin Yang has read countless beauties, so he can't help but take a few more glances at this time. He could tell at a glance that Sophie's facial features were exquisite, and she had never used a knife at all. At this moment, with just a light makeup, she showed her alluring charm, completely killing those popular stars in seconds. I didn't expect such a beautiful goddess to become my blind date partner for Qin Yang. It seems that my luck is not bad. That's right. Qin Yang came for a blind date. It's just that he never expected that Sophie, who was on a blind date with him, would be so outstanding in appearance and temperament. Now shall we begin? Sophie picked up the coffee and took a sip. Then she smiled sweetly at Qin Yang. Can? Qin Yang also quickly came to his senses. Then he took the initiative to introduce. My name is Qin Yang. I'm 26 this year, and I graduated from the finance department of Shanghai University. Height 1.8 meters 2, Aquarius, likes photography, ball games, and food. Currently working as a black Swan delivery boy with a six-figure deposit. Sophie listened with interest, her eyes sparkling. After a while, she couldn't help laughing and said, I didn't expect you to be an employee of the Black Swan Group. No wonder your appearance is so outstanding. I'm just curious. With your education, you should be able to find a good-paying job in other financial companies. Why did you choose to engage in this kind of job? Of course, I didn't mean to belittle you. I'm just curious. If you don't want to say it, I won't force you. Sophie knew that asking this way would be abrupt. But still unable to hold back his curiosity, he looked at Qin Yang closely and asked. Black Swan Group is also a service platform similar to Meituan. It's just that it has extremely strict requirements on the appearance and height of the delivery staff. Usually the objects of service are some high-end customers. So in terms of income, it is naturally much richer than ordinary takeaway boys. Occasionally, tipping from guests starts with a minimum of 4 digits. It's very simple. I prefer freedom. I personally don't like the intrigues in financial companies. And when I save a certain amount of money, I can trade in the stock market by myself. You have to know that money is just a string of numbers to a qualified investor. Qin Yang shrugged and said indifferently. This scene fell in Sophie's eyes, but it surprised her. It seems that you are very confident in your ability. Sophie was full of appreciation for Qin Yang. She didn't think that Qin Yang did this to draw her attention on purpose. From the time the other party entered the door to sitting in front of him, and even talking at this time, he was completely in an extremely comfortable state. In other words, this is the truest appearance of Qin Yang in life. Beauty, what should I call you? Looking at Sophie's alluring face, Qin Yang asked happily. My name is Sophie. I'm 25 this year, and I'm currently the president of a listed company. On weekdays, I spend most of my time on work and entertainment, so I can be regarded as a strong woman in the workplace. Having said that, Sophie's eyes fell on Qin Yang and looked at him carefully. Qin Yang was not surprised at all. In fact, even if Sophie didn't take the initiative to confess, he had guessed percent of it. The two looked at each other, and Qin Yang's heartbeat unexpectedly accelerated a little. At this moment, a series of electronic sounds appeared in his mind. Ding, to detect the host's affection for the goddess president, the goddess strategy system is activated. Complete random tasks. You can get rewards and attribute points and increase the success rate of pursuing the goddess. Today's random mission starts. 1. Play a song for the goddess and reward Black Swan Food Delivery Group with percent shares. Note: after accepting the task, you can temporarily possess the ability of a world-class piano master. Chapter 2 played a song to Alice for the goddess and shocked the audience. What? Goddess strategy system. When Qin Yang heard the name of this cheating system, he felt a little excited inside. The next moment, a virtual window popped up in front of him, which clearly described various values about Sophie. Goddess President, Sophie. Age 25, height 1.72 m, bust 38D, appearance 98 out of 100. IQ 122, personality cold, arrogant favorability towards you 70. Qin Yang was stunned. He knew that Sophie had a good figure, but he didn't expect it to be so hot. It was completely beyond his expectations. For a moment, his eyes turned to Sophie's proud figure. Cough, cough. Seeing Qin Yang looking at her with hot eyes, Sophie didn't intend to move away at all, so she deliberately coughed a few times to remind her. Soon, Qin Yang realized that something was wrong with his behavior and quickly looked away. Immediately smiled and then said to Sophie, "I'm so sorry. It's rare to meet a beauty as beautiful as Miss Su, so I can't help but take a few more glances." HMPH, Qin Yang, I didn't realize that you are quite slippery. Sophie's cheeks immediately flushed. She had already noticed the look in this guy's eyes and kept looking at her chest, probably because she had unreasonable thoughts about her figure. Right now, he openly found an excuse to excuse himself. From this point of view alone, Qin Yang's EQ and eloquence are quite good. Miss Su, I offended just now. To express my apology, how about I play a song for you? Qin Yang was worried about how to restore his image in Sophie's heart. At this time, he just remembered the random mission given by the goddess strategy system. Take this opportunity to try to see if all this is true. Immediately, the corners of Qin Yang's mouth rose slightly, and he said to Sophie with a smile on his face, "Why, you can play the piano." Seeing what Qin Yang said at this time, Sophie showed a hint of surprise. She didn't expect Qin Yang to have such talent. I know a little bit. Qin Yang himself has never played the piano. But because of the blessing of the goddess strategy system, he is full of confidence at this time. If your performance satisfies me, I can forget about what happened just now. Seeing Qin Yang's serious face, Sophie's eyes flickered. Without any hesitation, he directly agreed to Qin Yang's proposal. Not long after, Qin Yang got up and walked straight to the center of the restaurant. There is a valuable piano. Qin Yang's action immediately attracted the attention of the restaurant's guests. What does that guy want? Does he want to show his hands in front of the goddess? Tusk. There are so many people present, If the performance accidentally makes a mistake, it will definitely lose face. After all, as a young man, he likes to show off. This little brother is so handsome. He can rely on his looks for a living, but he relies on his talent. He is so attractive. Of course, most of the people at the scene showed a gloating look, and were not optimistic about Qin Yang. Qin Yang sat in front of the piano, completely ignoring other people's eyes, only to see his hands gently stroking the black and white piano keys. Dong 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 dong. A string of beautiful notes sounded like a jumping elf in the restaurant. Everyone looked at Qin Yang with less contempt than before. After all, relying on this hand is enough to prove Qin Yang's proficiency in the piano. A piece of to Alice, for Miss Sue. I hope she will have a happy life in the future. The voice just fell. Qin Yang's temperament changed, and his hands kept beating on the black and white keys. The melodious sound of the piano came out slowly, shaking the minds of everyone present. Under Qin Yang's guidance, many people were immersed in the beautiful piano sound. Possessed with world-class piano playing skills, Qin Yang showed a more powerful charm. The rhythm continued to speed up, and Qin Yang's hands on the piano keys had turned into afterimages. Looking at the scene of Qin Yang's elegant performance, Sophie, who was sitting not far away, was instantly stunned. This guy's piano performance has at least reached the professional level. Not even higher. In her spare time, Sophie often goes to piano concerts held by international masters. With her taste, she could almost immediately notice that Qin Yang's piano performance is extremely high. Of course, Qin Yang can play piano pieces like To Alice. In itself, it has already proved that his own strength is not bad. Time flies. It wasn't until the last note fell that Qin Yang stood up and bowed to everyone. My performance is over. I hope everyone has a good meal. At this moment, Qin Yang showed a gentleman's demeanor in every move. Clap, clap. In the next second, thunderous applause rang out, and everyone looked at Qin Yang with admiration in their eyes. Most of the guests who can eat here are of good quality, have the most basic appreciation for piano and art. At this moment, everyone was overwhelmed by Qin Yang's piano performance, and even more amazed at his talent. Handsome, can I add you on WeChat? Qin Yang was about to return to his seat, but was stopped by a beautiful young lady on the way. Her figure and appearance were considered excellent, but compared to Sophie, she was far behind. The male compatriots around once again cast envious and jealous eyes on Qin Yang, feeling that this kid is very lucky. Sorry, I'm afraid my future girlfriend will be jealous. Faced with this approach, Qin Yang refused without hesitation. He has a good impression of Sophie in his heart, and now that he has obtained the goddess strategy system, Qin Yang has no reason to be attracted to other women. After a while, Qin Yang returned to his seat, looked at Sophie with a smile and said, "Miss Sue, are you satisfied with my performance?" "Not bad." Sophie nodded. Sophie was very satisfied whether Qin Yang was performing on the stage, or just rejected other women's approach without hesitation. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of playing a song for the goddess, rewarding % of the shares of the Black Swan Food Delivery Group. Black technology. All rewards obtained by the host will be transferred to the host's name through legal procedures. In Qin Yang's mind, he heard the news immediately. At this moment, he was in a very happy mood. Although the Black Swan Group is not listed, its asset valuation has exceeded 1 billion. The 30% shares in Qin Yang's hands are worth at least 3 million yuan. He didn't expect that today's blind date with Sophie turned out to be a turning point for him to reach the pinnacle of his life. Next, do you have any plans? Qin Yang checked the time, raised his eyes and asked Sophie. Yes, the company will hold a high-level meeting later, and I have to go back and host it. Sophie thought about it for a while and felt a little regretful in her heart. At first, she didn't have any expectations about her blind date today, so she specially arranged this meeting before Qin Yang came. The reason is that halfway through the blind date, you can leave with an excuse. But she never expected that at this moment, she would actually have a good impression of Qin Yang. As the president of a listed company, Sophie never required her boyfriend to be a business elite or a son of a wealthy family. On the contrary, she cares more about the feeling of being together. Sophie has never been in love, but has always been yearning. Right now, Qin Feng gave her a strange feeling. In her heart, she seemed to be looking forward to the next communication process with Qin Feng. Really, that's a pity too. A pity expression appeared on Qin Feng's face. Immediately afterwards, he quickly took out a business card from his pocket and handed it to Sophie. But it doesn't matter, here is my contact information. When you are free, we can make an appointment to meet at any time. P.S. The new book sets sail. I hope everyone can give it a 5-star praise. The style of writing is more everyday, occasionally a bit pretentious. Chapter 3. You don't fall in love with her at first sight, do you? Sophie took the business card from Qin Yang's hand and sized it up. The team leader of Black Swan Takeaway, Qin Yang, contact number 132 asterisk. Are you still a team leader? Sophie couldn't help but smile. A trace of surprise flashed in her eyes. Yes, my performance is relatively high, and I was promoted to team leader within 3 months of joining the company. Qin Yang's appearance and service attitude rank first on the platform. Most of his clients are rich ladies and internet celebrity beauties. Relying on these customers, his performance rose rapidly in just 3 months. Today's Qin Yang has become the #1 Black Swan takeaway. Sophie didn't doubt Qin Yang's answer. If it were her, she would be happy to hand over the order to Qin Yang for delivery. Sophie put Qin Yang's business card into her designer bag, and then took out a pen and paper from the bag. In front of Qin Yang, he directly wrote down a number. This is my private contact information, synchronized with WeChat. Remember, don't disclose it to others. Sophie has many suitors. Someone paid a lot of money to buy her contact information. In order to avoid causing trouble to herself, she had to warn Qin Yang in advance. Don't worry, I never divulge other people's privacy. Qin Yang can clearly realize that Sophie attaches great importance to this matter. Immediately, he took out his mobile phone from his pocket and immediately saved Sophie's number in the address book. Together with WeChat, it is also added. After that, tear the note to shreds. Ding dong. After a while, a message came from Sophie's mobile phone. Sophie quickly picked it up to check. Prince Charming requests to add you as a friend. See here. Sophie couldn't help being curious, raised her eyes to look at Qin Yang and said softly, Qin Yang, your WeChat nickname is too interesting. Why are you called Prince Charming, not Prince Charming? Qin Yang shrugged and replied with a faint smile. Because the person riding the white horse may not necessarily be a prince, but may also be Tang Seng. I'm the Black Swan takeaway brother, and I was given the nickname Prince Dark Horse. That's why I changed my nickname to this. Sophie smiled sweetly, feeling that Qin Yang still has a sense of humor. Soon she passed Qin Yang's friend application. Thank you for playing Fur Elise for me just now, which made me feel very happy today. I hope next time I have time, we can make an appointment to meet again. As Sophie said, she packed her things and got up. Obviously, she planned to say goodbye to Qin Yang. No problem. Qin Yang smiled and nodded. The two walked side by side to the door of the restaurant. The guests around all cast their eyes on Qin Yang and Sophie, the handsome couple. My company has something to do, so I'll leave first. Bye-bye. Sophie's car is a black high-end Porsche. The price is not less than 150 million. Qin Yang stood where he was, watching the Porsche leave. After that, he rode his Harley-Davidson motorcycle brand back to his house. Jiangwen District. It can be regarded as a relatively high-end residential area in Shanghai. The reason why he can live here is thanks to his good brother Jiang Bei. Jiang Bei is a roommate in the same dormitory of Qin Yang University for 4 years. His family is engaged in real estate, and Qin Yang does not know the exact assets. However, several billion should be there. You know, there are no fewer than 10 houses in Jiang Bei's name alone. When Qin Yang was looking for a house after graduation, Jiang Bei rented the house to him at a low price and would come to live there from time to time. From this point, it can be seen that the relationship between the two is very strong, and they are not the kind of wine and meat brothers. Brother Qin, aren't you? You actually went on a blind date. You said that based on your conditions, it's not a matter of minutes to get out of the singles. Why bother to go on a blind date? Qin Yang pushed open the door, and as soon as he entered the hall, he saw a handsome young man lying on the sofa. He is Jiang Bei, who has slept with Qin Yang for 4 years and has the closest relationship with him. I'm bored too, so go and have a look. Qin Yang took off his shoes, put them on the shoe cabinet, and walked directly to the kitchen. After washing his hands, he took out 2 bottles of drinks from the refrigerator and walked out of the hall. Immediately afterwards, he threw one of the bottles to Jiang Bei, leaned comfortably on the sofa, opened it and drank it on his own. Hey, you said that all the girls in class and school sent you love letters to confess their love, but if you accept one of them, you won't be single until now. If I send the news of your going on a blind date to the group, it will definitely cause a sensation. Jiang Bei looked at Qin Yang interestingly. To be honest, he couldn't understand what was going on in Qin Yang's mind. 4 years of college facing the title of school grass, he was not talking about love. a top student in the finance department. He has always been the number one in the rankings. After graduation, instead of working in a financial company, he turned around and went to the Black Swan group to deliver food. Things like this are not uncommon. Take out one casually. It may be the existence that others dream of. You dare? Qin Yang immediately put on a straight face and cast a stern look at Jiang Bei. Hey, just kidding. Why are you so nervous? Seeing Qin Yang's serious expression, Jiang Bei quickly sneered. After only a few seconds of seriousness, Jiang Bei immediately showed a gossip face and asked Qin Yang, "Brother Qin, tell me, which woman is so lucky to have a blind date with you? What is the background of the other party? Is he good looking? Do you have any photos? Is it the kind that dies at the sight of light?" When Qin Yang thought of Sophie, the corners of his mouth could not help but slightly raised, showing a little smile. The other party is a female president of a listed company. She has good looks, good figure, and outstanding temperament. She knew that after I was engaged in work, she did not show that snobbish. To be honest, when we met for the first time today, she surprised me and even moved me a little. There are many beauties around Qin Yang, of all kinds and types. Only Sophie left a deep impression on him. There is a sense of heartbeat and fascination. It's over, it's over. Brother Qin, don't you fall in love with him at first sight. Seeing Qin Yang's distraught expression, Jiang Bei couldn't help but support his forehead and said with emotion. To be honest, Jiang Bei had known Qin Yang for so long, and this was the first time he had seen him so attached to a woman. Love at first sight? No way. Qin Yang rubbed his nose and said with some embarrassment. He is not like Jiang Bei, the Sea King, who changes girlfriends in a month or two. The university is single in 4 years and has never been in love. Tell me, what is the identity of that woman? To be able to fascinate you, Brother Qin, is probably a powerful master of love. I have to help you check, otherwise you will be scum, and if you spread the word, you will be laughed to death by people in your circle of friends. Jiang Bei quickly got up from the sofa and sat down beside Qin Yang. At this time, he restrained his cynical smile and looked at Qin Yang with a serious face. As Qin Yang's best friend, Jiang Bei couldn't help but watch him fall into the jaws of a tiger. Chapter 4. As expected of me, Brother Qin, this wave is really awesome. Jiang Bei, she's not as scheming as you said. Qin Yang shook his head and immediately denied Jiang Bei's statement. Her name is Sophie, and she is 1 year younger than me. She gave me the impression that she is a decisive and resolute professional woman. Sophie, why do I feel that this name is so familiar? I wonder where I heard it before. Listening to Qin Yang's words, Jiang Bei scratched his hair subconsciously, feeling that he had heard this name not once or twice. It was only for a while, but I couldn't remember it. So Jiang Bei quickly took out his mobile phone and checked it. After a while, the expression on his face was incomparably wonderful. No way could it really be her. Brother Qin, can you see if the person who is going on a blind date with you is the beauty in the photo? Talking. Jiang Bei handed the phone to Qin Yang and asked him to confirm it himself. That's right, it's her, but she has more temperament than the photos. Qin Yang glanced at it, then nodded to Jiangbei immediately. Crazy. Brother Qin, you are really my brother. It's fine if you don't fall in love, but if you talk about it, you will have a king bomb. With the affirmation of Qin Yang himself, Jiang Bei was shocked in his heart. At this moment, he could only look at Qin Yang with an expression of worship. What, you know Sophie too? Seeing Jiang Bei's excited expression, Qin Yang couldn't help asking curiously. She's Sophie, one of the four beauties in Shanghai, the well-known sister Gao Lengyu. Graduated from Yale University with a double master's degree in law and management, a proper academic master. After returning to China, I didn't rely on my family and founded the company by myself. It took less than 3 years to go public easily. She is the dream goddess of many wealthy children. At this time, Jiang Bei looked at Qin Yang with an incredible look. He never imagined that the woman Qin Yang had a blind date with would-be Sophie. This is simply shocking news. So smart. After listening to what Jiang Bei said, Qin Yang also knew more about Sophie, and he was inevitably a little surprised. Brother Qin, why do you have to go on a blind date when I said you are so good? It turns out that the woman you are dating is a goddess of this level. After arguing for a long time, Jiang Bei felt like a clown. Would you believe me if I said that I didn't know who the blind date was before I went? Qin Yang shrugged and immediately spread his hands, revealing an appearance that he didn't know. Good. Do you think I Jiangbei am just so stupid? Jiang Bei didn't believe it, even if he was killed. Brother Qin, what did you talk about after meeting Goddess Su? What's her impression of you? Is there any possibility for you to continue dating? Jiang Bei fully believed in Qin Yang's charm. He was really curious in his heart whether this Goddess Su is like the rumors, not eating fireworks. Jiang Bei, when did you become so fond of gossip? Qin Yang glanced at Jiang Bei angrily, always feeling that this guy was abnormal today. That's Goddess Su. How many men dream of a goddess, can I not be curious? Besides, you are my best brother, so I must take good care of your love life. Jiang Bei touched his nose and quickly replied with a smirk. We have a good impression of both parties. We have exchanged contact information and will meet again when we have time. As for whether it will be successful or not, it depends on the subsequent development of getting along with each other. Qin Yang didn't hide anything and told Jiang Bei the truth. Crazy. Jiang Bei immediately gave Qin Yang a thumbs up. Sure enough, as Jiang Bei expected, even Goddess Su couldn't resist Qin Yang's charm. However, Brother Qin, if you really plan to associate with Goddess Su, I advise you to be mentally prepared. The family behind her is extremely powerful. Jiang Bei didn't say much, but just reminded him a little. He knew that with Qin Yang's intelligence, he would definitely understand. Don't worry, I have my own discretion in this matter. Qin Yang smiled and nodded. If it was before, he might still have some scruples. But after getting the black technology system, he knew that his life would reach its peak. No matter how strong the family behind Sophie is, Qin Yang has nothing to fear. Gossip time is over. Afterwards, Jiang Bei went back to his room and took out a notebook and handed it to Qin Yang with a playful smile on his face and said, Brother Qin, for your future happy life, start working hard now. Seeing Jiang Bei's appearance, Qin Yang couldn't help but tease him immediately. Why, you lost again in stock trading. Jiang Bei sighed suddenly and said with a depressed face, I don't know why I'm going crazy recently. The stock market is going well, but I lose nothing if I buy anything. No, I have already lost more than 300 million yuan. I really can't stand it anymore. Brother Qin, please help my younger brother. We still have the old rules and the profit is percent of the money. If you lose, it will be mine. As early as in college, Jiang Bei had invested in the stock market. By chance, Qin Yang made a little mention, and Jiang Bei made a small profit of hundreds of thousands. Later, whenever Jiang Bei lost money, he would ask Qin Yang to withdraw the funds. After investing more than 10 times before and after, Qin Yang has almost never lost money. He made about 1 or 2 million yuan in profits and hundreds of thousands in profits. Therefore, no one knows better than Jiang Bei how good Qin Yang is. 300 million. Why did you lose so much this time? Qin Yang frowned slightly. He didn't expect that Jiang Bei would play so big this time. No way. One of my buddies insisted that he had some inside information and pulled me to invest together. Who would have thought that he would be cut off like a leak? Losing money is a trivial matter. I just can't stand this anger. The deposit in the Jiang Bei bank card is at least 8 figures. Losing a few million is a bit distressing to him, but it is not impossible for him to have a chance to make a comeback. His greatest confidence is to have Qin Yang as his helper. I'll take a look. Qin Yang sat up quickly and took Jiang Bei's notebook with one hand. His eyes fell on the stocks he invested in, and they were all green. It seems that he has indeed lost a lot. How much principal do you have left? At this time, Qin Yang asked Jiang Bei. Qin Yang will go out, so naturally there will be as many as you want. I'll give you the entire 1,000 million first. If it's not enough, I'll mortgage 2 houses tomorrow. At least I can get more than 1,000 million. Jiang Bei saw that Qin Yang chose to make a move. Immediately, a strong smile appeared on his face, and he said very generously, No, 1,000 million is enough. Qin Yang shook his head and quickly rejected Jiang Bei's proposal. Ding! It is detected that the host has entered the investment field, and the point mall is opened. The points obtained by the host after completing the task can be spent in the point mall at will. Current points 500. Just as Qin Yang was about to analyze the market conditions, an electronic sound suddenly came from his mind. At this moment, a virtual screen appeared in front of Qin Yang's eyes. Checkpoints Mall. Qin Yang thought silently. Next second, the virtual screen changes, and many options appear. Scholar Halo, 1,000 points. Sound of Nature, 2,000 points. Acquisition of Car Skills, 2,000 points. Master Level Engraving, 2,000 points. Stock God Investment, 5,000 points. God Level Photography, 5,000 points. A series of professional skills made Qin Yang's heart skip a beat. The skills are all good, but unfortunately with my current points, I can't afford them at all. It seems that in the future, We have to work hard to complete the task. Qin Yang thought to himself. It is detected that the current host points are too low, and the reward will be randomly drawn once. Is the host starting a random draw now? Just as Qin Yang calmed down and was about to exit the points mall, he received a reminder from the black technology system. At this moment, Qin Yang felt extremely excited. Without the slightest hesitation, Qin Yang immediately said silently, "Start the lottery." Chapter 5 Stock God Investment participates in the shareholders' meeting. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning the stock investment. The sound of the black technology system just fell. Qin Yang found that a strange memory suddenly popped up in his mind, which made him feel a little pain in his head. This process lasted about a few seconds. The next moment, Qin Yang's investment thinking changed dramatically. As expected of a black technology system, it's really awesome. Qin Yang clenched his fists. His expression was extremely excited at this moment. For this stock market investment, he is more and more confident. Brother Qin, which stock do you think we should invest in this time? Seeing Qin Yang's excited face, Jiang Bei thought he had found an investment direction. Immediately, he hurriedly asked him, "Don't worry, I'll take another look." Qin Yang skillfully opened the software and checked the recent stocks that had a good price increase. Feeling that the expected benefits could not be achieved, he shook his head. Then analyzed the market one after another. After about 10 minutes or so, Qin Yang found 3 stocks that fit his heart and marked them all. After putting the notebook on the table, Qin Yang looked at Jiang Bei with a straight face and said, "Jiang Bei, do you dare to make a big bet with me?" Jiang Bei sat up straight and patted his chest with one hand. "Just kidding, why don't I dare?" "Brother Qin, just tell me, how do you bet this time?" Jiang Bei was too familiar with Qin Yang's character. Seeing his serious expression at this moment, he knew that this time he was going to be serious. 2 of these 3 stocks are bound to rise sharply within a month and a half, and the increase is more than 200%. The last one will more than triple in size within 3 months. Opportunities are rare. If you believe me, mobilize all available funds to buy them. Not only will this time allow you to recover blood, but it will also allow you to make a lot of money. With the halo of stock investment, Qin Yang is full of confidence in his vision at this moment. So he said directly to Jiang Bei, "Really?" After Jiang Bei heard Qin Yang's words, a look of shock appeared on his face. "Of course it's true. It's impossible for me to cheat anyone. Besides, there is half of my dividend in it. I won't joke with you about it." Qin Yang replied with a straight face. "Okay, I'll go back and raise money." "Done." Jiang Bei jumped up from the sofa, picked up the car key and went straight out. Seeing this scene, Qin Yang couldn't help smiling. He has already given the opportunity to make money, and the rest depends on whether Jiang Bei has the courage. 3 in the afternoon. Qin Yang woke up from the bed, washed his face and was about to go out. Jingle bell. The cell phone in his pocket rang at this moment. Qin Yang picked up the phone and saw it was an unfamiliar number. Out of curiosity, he also pressed the answer button. Before he could speak, he heard a soft and pleasant voice from the opposite side. "Hello, is this Mr. Qin?" "Who are you?" Qin Yang couldn't help asking curiously. "President Qin, I am the special assistant to the president of the Black Swan Group, Yujie. You have acquired 30% of the shares of the Black Swan Group and are now the second largest shareholder of our group. So the president specially asked me to invite you to the afternoon shareholders meeting. I wonder if you are free." Liu Qi spoke carefully, for fear of leaving a bad impression on Qin Yang. "No problem, I just happen to have time, so I'll go there right now." Qin Yang replied with a smile. Had it not been for Liu Qi's call, Qin Yang would have almost forgotten that he now owns 30% of the shares of the Black Swan Group. "Then I will represent the group and wait for Mr. Qin to drive." Qin Yang hung up the phone. "Pick up the key and go out," and soon came to the garage. "Then start the engine and ride the Harley-Davidson directly to the Black Swan Group." After about half an hour, Qin Yang appeared in front of the group building. After parking the car, Qin Yang took out his mobile phone and dialed Liu Qi's number while walking towards the hall. "Assistant Liu, I'm already here." At this time, the president was in the room. Liu Qi answered Qin Yang's call with an excited face. When he heard that the other party was already in the lobby, he quickly ran towards the elevator. "President Qin, please wait in the lobby. I will come down to greet you right away." After a few minutes, Liu Qi was dressed in female professional OL attire. She moved her beautiful legs in black stockings and soon appeared in the hall. "Assistant Liu." Qin Yang looked at the beautiful woman in front of him and couldn't help asking curiously, "You are Mr. Qin?" Liu Qi was shocked. She had 2 phone calls with Qin Yang, so she naturally knew that President Qin was young. But she never expected that Boss Qin's appearance would be so high. "Yes, it's me." Qin Yang smiled and took the initiative to confirm his identity. "Boss Qin, I'm really sorry for keeping you waiting." Liu Qi hurriedly bowed and apologized. Although he knew that Qin Yang was rushing to the group, he didn't expect to come so soon, so he didn't have time to prepare for the ceremony. "It's okay, I just arrived." Qin Yang waved his hand, but didn't get angry because of this trivial matter. This made Liu Qi heave a sigh of relief and developed a good impression of Qin Yang. "President Qin, this way please." As she said that, Liu Qi turned her body sideways and greeted Qin Yang respectfully to the VIP elevator room. The two took the VIP elevator and went directly to the 13th floor. Ding! As soon as the elevator door opened, Liu Qi walked out first. She hurried to the front desk and said to the beautiful woman at the front desk, "Notify the president and all the directors that President Qin is here." "Yes, Assistant Liu." Soon, Liu Qi brought Qin Yang to the VIP reception room and took the initiative to introduce some relevant information about the group company to Qin Yang. At this time, the door was pushed open. Zai Zhengjun, the president of the Black Swan Group, walked in. He looked at Qin Yang and then introduced himself. "Hello, Mr. Qin, I'm Zai Zhengjun, the president of the group." "Hello." Qin Yang got up from the sofa and greeted Zai Zhengjun. The general meeting of shareholders will be held in 5 minutes. Mr. Qin might as well come in with me. Zai Zhengjun kept looking at Qin Yang with his eyes, and he was even more curious about the origin of the other party. At such a young age, he can spend hundreds of millions of dollars, which shows how deep his family is. No problem. Qin Yang smiled and nodded. Conference room. The directors and senior management of the group have already been waiting for a long time. They were all curious about who this President Qin was. At this moment, the door of the conference room was pushed open. Qin Yang and Zai Zhengjun walked in one after another. Everyone, let me introduce you. This is Mr. Qin. He owns 30% of the shares of the group company and is currently the second largest shareholder of the group. Everyone welcomes Mr. Qin with applause. Zai Zhengjun walked in front of everyone, pointed to Qin Yang, and grandly introduced his identity to everyone. Hello, Mr. Qin. All of a sudden, there was a wave of applause. Everyone looked at Qin Yang. A trace of awe flashed in their eyes. While marveling at his youth and promise, he is even more curious whether he is the young master of a wealthy family. Hello, everyone. I am Qin Yang, and I will officially become a member of the board of directors. On weekdays, I will not interfere with the company's operations, and all work arrangements are still subject to Mr. Zai. Qin Yang didn't want to meddle in the group's affairs. He just came over to handle the handover procedures, and showed his face to let everyone know that there was someone like him. Chapter 6. The takeaway guy counterattacks Gao Fushui and gives the goddess a loving dinner. The meeting ended in less than 10 minutes. After all, the main purpose of holding this meeting is to let everyone know that Qin Yang has become the second largest shareholder of the group. Mr. Zai, if there is nothing else, then I will leave first. Qin Yang got up, took the initiative to say hello to Zai Zhengjun, then turned and walked towards the door of the conference room. Boss Qin, I'll see you off. Zai Zhengjun nodded with a smile, and then followed behind Qin Yang. During the period, the two passed by various departments of the group company. Zai Zhengjun looked at Qin Yang from the corner of his eye, and then asked with a smile on his face, President Qin, since you're here, why don't you say hello to the company's employees? In case you come here next time, everyone still doesn't know your identity. Qin Yang thought about it, and felt that what Zai Zhengjun said made sense. He nodded immediately, just do as Mr. Zai said. After getting Qin Yang's affirmation, Zai Zhengjun clapped his hands and shouted loudly to the employees who were working, Everyone, stop your work. Let me introduce you to the company's new director, Mr. Qin. Heard. Everyone put down their work one after another, and surrounded Zai Zhengjun and Qin Yang. Their gazes immediately turned to Qin Yang. The company has a new director. We haven't received any notice. However, this President Qin's appearance is really good, and he won't lose to those top-notch young meat at all. Handsome and rich, I don't know which rich and noble son he is. So Boss Qin is going to work in our company in the future. Don't we see Boss Qin every day? Isn't this too happy? Seeing the company employees talking a lot, Zai Zhengjun kept smiling. Afterwards he said to everyone again, Mr. Qin has acquired 30% of the shares of our group company and is currently the second largest shareholder of the group. In the future, he will visit the company from time to time, and everyone will have snacks at work, but don't think about being lazy. Yes, Mr. Zai. Everyone nodded quickly and replied in unison. At this moment in the corner, Zhang Manli's expression was extremely exciting. She thought that her eyes were hallucinating, so she rubbed them vigorously. But when she saw Qin Yang's face clearly again, she was completely stunned in place. No way! Qin Yang, why did he suddenly become the second largest shareholder of the group company? Could it be that he is really a super rich second generation? Delivering food at the Black Swan Group is purely to experience life. That's right, Zhang Manli was Qin Yang's immediate boss when he was a delivery boy. Qin Yang seemed to have also seen Zhang Manli's astonished expression. The corners of his mouth raised slightly, and then he took the initiative to walk towards her. Sister Zhang, thank you for taking care of me a while ago. Since Qin Yang took office, Zhang Manli has always taken good care of him. Perhaps the most important part of the reason is that he is reliable in his work and has outstanding looks. And these, Qin Yang kept in mind and never forgot. President Qin, you are too polite. Your ability to work is excellent, and the number of orders you receive ranks first in the entire sales team. You don't need me to take special care of you at all. Zhang Manli didn't dare to take the credit after all. What Qin Yang said was the truth. No, I will always remember your kindness to me. Starting today, you will be promoted to be the vice president of the sales department. Mr. Zai, there shouldn't be any problem with my arrangement, right? The promotion and salary increase for Zhang Manli is Qin Yang's reward for her previous care. Of course, more is the recognition of her work ability, and she is fully capable of being the vice president. No problem. Everything will be done according to Mr. Qin's wishes. Zai Zhengjun smiled and nodded quickly in agreement. Thank you, President. Thank you, President Qin. Zhang Manli feels like she is still dreaming until now. Meanwhile, colleagues from other companies all cast envious looks at Zhang Manli. After all, no one thought that Zhang Manli would know Mr. Qin and be personally promoted by him. After Qin Yang dealt with these matters, he left the group building directly. Back home it was getting late. Qin Yang rubbed his stomach and felt a little hungry. Go to the kitchen and open the refrigerator and see that there are still a lot of ingredients in it. So he took out his phone and dialed Jiangbei immediately. It took about a few seconds for Jiangbei to connect. Jiangbei, are you coming back to eat at night? Qin Yang didn't talk nonsense and asked straight to the point. He personally loves food, so he cooks for himself when he has time. This kid Jiangbei is also a foodie. Once he accidentally ate a meal made by Qin Yang, he was immediately astonished. Every time Qin Yang cooks in person, he will come over to eat. So as time goes by, Qin Yang will do more every time. Brother Qin, I won't go back tonight. You can eat by yourself. Jiangbei is very busy right now in order to mobilize funds. From the moment he left Qin Yang's house, he mobilized all his network resources and prepared to mortgage all the real estate under his name. Now, he is attending a friend's reception. Although he really wanted to eat the food made by Qin Yang, but he couldn't get away, so he reluctantly refused. Okay, then I'll hang up. After speaking, Qin Yang decisively hung up the phone. Putting on his apron, he was busy in the kitchen by himself. Not to brag, although Qin Yang's culinary skills are not up to the level of a five-star chef in a hotel, they are not comparable to ordinary chefs. Qin Yang took out a piece of beef from the refrigerator, held a knife in his right hand, and skillfully cut it. Da-da-da. Under the superb knife work, the beef is cut into uniform pieces. Immediately afterwards, Qin Yang took out 2 tomatoes and a few eggs, planning to make tomato scrambled eggs. In a few minutes, all ingredients and sauces are ready. Adding fuel to the fire, Qin Yang took charge of the cooking and immediately began to show his superb cooking skills. About half an hour, 3 dishes and 1 soup were brought to the table. Ding dong! Just as Qin Yang was about to eat, he received a message on WeChat on his mobile phone. Qin Yang put down the bowls and chopsticks, picked up the phone to check, and found that Sophie had sent him a message on her own initiative. President Su, Qin Yang, is there any delicious food near you? Ding, release a mission. Send a loving dinner to the goddess and reward proficiency in 8 languages. After Qin Yang heard that the system released the task, he suddenly understood. So with a smile on his face, and the movements of his hands were not slow at all, he replied to Sophie. Prince Dark Horse, what Miss Su is so busy that she hasn't eaten yet? President Su, yes, today the company received several large orders and has been busy until now. It is estimated that I need to work overtime at night, so I would like to ask if you have any delicious dishes worth recommending. Prince Dark Horse, Miss Su, send me the company address and I'll send you a delicious meal. President Su, how will this bother you too much? Prince Dark Horse, it's okay, food delivery, I am a professional. President Su, all right then. After speaking, Qin Yang received an address link. He hurriedly found several packing boxes and bags from the cabinet. Pack the meals on the table together. Not only that, Qin Yang also deliberately took out some fruits from the refrigerator, cleaned and cut them, and put them in the packing box. After that, I went out directly with meals and fruits. Jiangwen community is not very far from Sophie company. That is, a 10-minute drive. Qin Yang walked into the hall and took the elevator directly to the floor where Sophie was. At this time, in the president's office, Sophie leaned back on the office chair, looked at the chat records between herself and Qin Yang, and couldn't help but smile on her face. She just asked from the side what kind of dishes Qin Yang likes to eat, so as to facilitate the selection of places for the next meeting between the two. Unexpectedly, Qin Yang offered to bring him dinner. At this moment, Sophie's cheeks on both sides showed a little blush, and she looked a little shy. It was in stark contrast to her previous face. However, just as she was still thinking wildly, there was a knock on the door. Chapter 7, The Charming Scene God's Reward. Miss Su, your takeaway has arrived. Outside the door, Qin Yang's voice came. Come in. When Sophie heard this movement, she knew that Qin Yang had arrived. Immediately sat up straight, picked up the file and flipped through it solemnly, pretending that he was still busy. Click. The door of the president's office was pushed open. Qin Yang walked in with the food in his hand. His eyes quickly fell on Sophie, and then she smiled slightly and said, "Miss Su, we meet again." "Qin Yang, I'm really sorry for causing you trouble." Sophie immediately put down the document in her hand, got up and walked towards Qin Yang. "When you sent me a message, I was at home preparing to eat. I just made these meals. If you don't mind, let's eat together." Qin Yang put the food on the table, and then confessed directly to Sophie. "What, you made these meals yourself?" Sophie couldn't help being stunned when she heard Qin Yang's words, and she looked at him with surprise in her eyes. She thought that these meals were made by the chef of some restaurant, and Qin Yang just packed them and brought them here. Never thought that this meal was actually cooked by Qin Yang himself. "Yes, the food in restaurants and hotels is delicious, but I personally prefer to cook it myself. They're all home-cooked dishes. If Ms. Su doesn't like them, you can tell me what dishes you like, and I'll order them for you right now." After Qin Yang finished speaking, he kept looking at Sophie. "No, I'm not that picky eater." Sophie shook her head and quickly rejected Qin Yang's proposal. She just wanted to take this opportunity to taste Qin Yang's cooking skills. While talking, he took the initiative to untie the bag, open the packed meals one by one, and put them on the table. "Smell good." In the air, the aroma of food floated in an instant. With Sophie's keen sense of smell, she smelled it right away. "Miss Su, would you like to try it? See if it suits your taste." Qin Yang took out a pair of chopsticks and handed them to Sophie. "Row." Sophie didn't refuse. He took the chopsticks from Qin Yang's hand and took the initiative to pick up a piece of beef and put it in his mouth to chew. Next second, Sophie's eyes stared straight, and the expression on her face was completely frozen. "Delicious, really delicious. The beef is tender and tastes first class." With the sauce after stir-frying, Sophie felt that the taste was extremely delicious. "Since Miss Su likes it, then eat more." After receiving Sophie's compliment, Qin Yang smiled slightly and beckoned her to eat more. He even took the initiative to pick up the chopsticks and put vegetables in Sophie's box lunch. "Qin Yang, thank you." Sophie's eyes flickered, and a shy look appeared on her face. At this moment, her favor towards Qin Yang has risen a bit. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task and rewarding mastery of 8 languages. At the same time, Qin Yang found that his points had reached 1,000. After he obtained the Black Technology System, he has completed 2 tasks so far. According to his own analysis, it is estimated that every time he completes a task, he can automatically get 500 points. Yes, as long as I work hard to complete the task and go to the points mall to spend, it will be a matter of time. 10 minutes later, all the food on the table was eaten up. Qin Feng didn't eat much. Most of it went into Sophie's stomach. Seeing Sophie lying on the expensive sofa, she couldn't help hiccuping. She felt as if she was full. Out of the corner of his eye, he secretly glanced at Qin Yang. Seeing that his face was calm and he was not intimidated by his amazing appetite, He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Sophie, Sophie, you are a dignified president after all, and you have never eaten any kind of food. Why do you eat and drink like this in front of outsiders? Sophie was a little annoyed. She wasn't like this before. If Qin Yang left a bad impression tonight, then the loss outweighs the gain. Miss Sue, I still have a piece of fruit here. Qin Yang quickly handed the box of fruit to Sophie and stuck the fork in it. No, no, I can't eat anymore. Sophie quickly waved her hands, rejecting Qin Yang's kindness. Then, Qin Yang packed up the lunch box and took the initiative to pick up the trash can thrown outside. Then returned to the president's office. Qin Yang, I still have some work to do. If you feel bored, you can go back first. When I'm free tomorrow, I'll treat you to dinner. Tonight, Sophie ate a meal made by Qin Yang herself, so naturally she had to express it. She looked at her itinerary, and it happened to be idle tomorrow night. So, Sophie wanted to express her gratitude to Qin Yang. It's okay. Anyway, I live alone and it will be boring when I go back. Why don't you just stay and see if you can help me? Qin Yang shrugged and quickly expressed his thoughts. That's it. Regarding Qin Yang's actions, Sophie was secretly delighted. She naturally knew that all this was just Qin Yang's rhetoric. His real purpose should be to stay with him for a while. Sophie knew it very well, but she was too embarrassed to point it out directly. She felt that Qin Yang was not a bad person, so even if he was alone in the office, he wasn't afraid at all. Qin Yang, you graduated from Shanghai University, so you must have real talents. I just happen to have a document on hand that needs to be translated. Can you help me with this? After Sophie finished speaking, she picked up a document from the desk and handed it directly to Qin Yang. She does this for two purposes. One is that the documents really need to be translated. It is obviously unrealistic to call employees back to the company to work overtime at this time. The second is that she wants to test whether Qin Yang has other talents. Ding, for the successful translation of the document for the goddess, reward master-level guitar playing. Before Qin Yang could answer, the Black Technology System immediately issued a random task. This can't help but make Qin Yang feel happy and full of motivation. No problem. Qin Yang didn't hesitate and immediately nodded in agreement. It just so happened that he had just obtained proficiency in 8 languages, and it was effortless to use it for translation. Excuse me, I'll treat you to a big meal later. Sophie smiled. After speaking to Qin Yang, he returned to his office and devoted himself to his work. I really guessed it right. She really is a strong woman in the workplace, and she has such a strong career drive. Seeing Sophie's serious work, Qin Yang was attracted by the charm exuding from her body and couldn't help taking a few peeks. After a few minutes, Qin Yang quickly looked back, took the documents and materials that Sophie gave him, and walked to a random workstation in the hall. After turning on the computer, sit down and start translating. 09:30 in the evening. Inside the president's office, Sophie finally finished the work at hand, got up where she was and stretched herself. Highlight the proud figure to the fullest. At this time, the door was pushed open. Qin Yang walked in with the documents he had just translated in his hand, and just raised his eyes to see this scene. The scene became quiet for a while. Qin Yang took Sophie's hot body into his eyes, moved his throat, and swallowed secretly. He secretly rejoiced in his heart. It's better to come early than coincidentally. This kind of scene is really a gift from God. Sophie blushed and quickly said to Qin Yangjio angrily, "You still watch. Close your eyes quickly." Chapter 8. So what about the CEO? Since ancient times, the routine has won the hearts of the people. Seeing Sophie's shy face, Qin Yang quickly looked away and said apologetically, "Sorry, Miss Su, I didn't mean to peek. I just wanted to come in and tell you that I have translated those documents." Sophie's face was flushed, and her heartbeat accelerated violently. She didn't expect it to be such a coincidence that Qin Yang saw this scene. It's just that when she came back to her senses, she was shocked when she looked at Qin Yang. Then he asked in disbelief, "Qin Yang, are you kidding me? You have translated all the documents in such a large stack." It took Sophie more than half an hour to hand over the documents to Qin Yang. In such a short period of time, Qin Yang actually completed several hours of work. It's no wonder that Sophie was so shocked when she heard what Qin Yang said. If you don't believe it, you can see for yourself. Qin Yang has gained a mastery of 8 languages from the Black technology system, and translating those documents is simply child's play. In fact, it took less than 10 minutes for Qin Yang to translate. I deliberately dawdled outside for a while, otherwise Sophie's expression would be even more dumbfounded than now. Sophie couldn't believe it, so she walked quickly to Qin Yang and checked the translated documents in his hand. Her English is not bad, and it can be quickly seen that Qin Yang's translation ability is very good, and it is not a random fabrication, deliberately to fool himself. It's incredible. Sophie couldn't help sighing. Looking up at Qin Yang, his eyes were full of appreciation. After a while he said to him, "Qin Yang, with your talent and ability, delivering food is really wronging you. If you are interested in working in my company, I can hire you with a high salary, which is definitely better than any other company. Do you want to think about it?" Qin Yang smiled, then shook his head and said, "Let's forget it. I don't like being restrained by others, so freelance work is more suitable for me." "Well, I respect your decision." At this moment, Sophie's eyes flickered. She found that Qin Yang in front of her was different from any man she had ever met before. There seems to be a very special charm exuding from him, and people can't help but want to know more about it. And with a deeper understanding, more and more surprises will be found instead. He is simply a treasure boy. Superb appearance, gentle and elegant conversation, superb cooking skills, and now an excellent translation ability. Sophie has realized that her impression of Qin Yang is getting better and better. Favorability has reached an unprecedented peak. "Miss Su, it's getting late, I'll take you back home." Qin Yang took out his mobile phone and checked the time. Then he said to Sophie, "It is good." Sophie wanted to refuse. After all, the two have only known each other for a short day today. Although she has a good impression of Qin Yang, she has not developed so fast. But when she saw Qin Yang's expectant expression, she swallowed the words quietly. She couldn't bear to disappoint Qin Yang. Then, Sophie simply cleaned up her desk, picked up her bag and walked out of the office door. Qin Yang naturally followed behind her. Soon the two walked out of the building. Qin Yang, did you drive here? Sophie looked at Qin Yang, wondering what kind of car he was driving. Here, over here. The corner of Qin Yang's mouth raised slightly, and he pointed at the Harley-Davidson not far away. Aren't you planning to take me back with this car? Sophie had a surprised expression on her face. She has grown up so big, and she has never ridden a motorcycle. Although Qin Yang's car looks cool, the price should not be too cheap. But in Sophie's heart, she still didn't quite get used to it for a while. I know that as Miss Sue, I have always been picked up by various luxury cars when I travel. I have never taken this kind of locomotive before. But in my opinion, you should try something new instead. At least driving on a motorcycle will be more comfortable than sitting in the back seat of a luxury car. Miss Sue, I wonder if I have the honor to invite you to take a ride in my car. A smile appeared on Qin Yang's face. The reason why he sent out this invitation was also to see if Sophie would make changes because of him. The high-cold Yujie president is paired with the black Swan delivery boy. In the eyes of outsiders, this is an unbelievable combination. But Sophie didn't mind. Therefore, in Qin Yang's view, Sophie probably would not refuse her request. In this way, the two will have more physical contact, thereby promoting the secretion of dopamine in the body, and on the premise that the two parties have a good impression of each other, there will be a feeling of love. This is what Qin Yang really wants to achieve. Qin Yang, are you serious? Sophie stared at Qin Yang closely, as if she also wanted to make sure that Qin Yang was not joking with her. Of course. Qin Yang nodded without hesitation, then bowed slightly and made an inviting gesture to Sophie. Okay, if that's the case, then I agree. The corner of Sophie's mouth raised an arc, as if she was interested in Qin Yang's proposal. Without too much hesitation, he nodded in agreement. See here. Qin Yang picked up a helmet and offered to help Sophie put it on. Wear this, it will be safer. This is the first close contact between the two since they met. Qin Yang didn't think so much in his mind. His movements were very careful, and his eyes were full of tenderness. As for Sophie, she froze in place. Looking straight at Qin Yang's handsome face, he was fascinated for a moment. PFFT. Sophie's heart was beating rapidly. There was a blush on both sides of the cheeks in an instant. Qin Yang did not notice that something was wrong with Sophie. After helping Sophie put on the helmet, she took the initiative to put one on herself. Okay, get in the car. Sophie nodded and sat behind Qin Yang carefully. Afterwards, Qin Yang took out the key and started the engine of the locomotive. Roar, roar. Harley-Davidson is like a ferocious beast waking up from a deep sleep. At this moment, it let out a deep roar with a rough voice and strong explosive power. Just listening to the roaring sound of the engine, Sophie's blood inevitably began to boil, and she felt a different kind of experience. Miss Sue, if you feel scared, you can grab my clothes. Before leaving, Qin Yang kindly reminded Sophie. Sophie didn't know why, and was about to ask why. Boom! Qin Yang twisted the accelerator in his hand, and the locomotive shot off like an arrow from the string. What? Sophie couldn't help screaming immediately, and put her arms around Qin Yang's waist subconsciously. Obviously, she was also taken aback. Qin Yang, did you do it on purpose? Sophie came back to her senses, only to realize that she was intimate with Qin Yang, and her ears turned red instantly. Close to Qin Yang's ear, he couldn't help scolding angrily. Miss Sue, don't get me wrong. This is a normal phenomenon for a locomotive to start. When you sit for the first time, you will inevitably feel a little uncomfortable. It's okay, you'll get used to it after sitting a few more times. Under the helmet, Qin Yang grinned with a bright smile on his face. Sure enough, as long as the routine is deep, even the president of Yujie can only obediently be teased. Qin Yang is quite satisfied with the results he has achieved so far. Chapter 9. President Su's questioning. Jiang Bei was shocked. At night in Shanghai, there are high-rise buildings everywhere. Qin Yang drove Sophie on a locomotive and galloped on the street at high speed. To be honest, Sophie has seen the night scene of Shanghai more than once. But tonight, she was sitting on the back seat of Qin Yang's motorcycle. Enjoying the gently blowing wind, he hugged Qin Yang's waist tightly with both hands, feeling the warmth from his body. This feeling was simply unprecedented, and she couldn't help being a little intoxicated. This guy, it seems that he came prepared tonight. As the president of a listed company, Sophie is thoughtful and has a very high IQ. When she came back to her senses, she soon knew that Qin Yang had carefully planned all of this. Not only did it allow the two of them to have a space to be alone, but it even created physical contact, quickly bringing their relationship closer. This makes Sophie can't help but wonder, Qin Yang can use this method of teasing girls so well, could he be a master in love with a seasoned scumbag physique? About half an hour. Lyceum Villa area, in front of Sophie's house. Sophie got off the motorcycle and took off the helmet. A gust of wind blew against her face, brushing her hair up. At this very moment, Qin Yang was mesmerized by the sight. Qin Yang, I want to ask you a question. You must answer truthfully, and you must not hide anything. Sophie looked serious, and her expression looked very serious. At this time, Qin Yang also took off his helmet, gradually suppressed the smile on his mouth, and replied solemnly, "Okay, you can ask. How many girlfriends have you dated before?" Sophie took a deep breath, then fixed her eyes on Qin Yang and asked, "Would you believe me when I said I didn't talk about it?" When Qin Yang heard this question from Sophie, he immediately shrugged his shoulders and couldn't help showing a wry smile on his face. "What do you think?" Sophie rolled her eyes, obviously in disbelief. "But that's the truth. For 4 years in college, although there were many opposite sexes who confessed to me, my energy and time were spent on part-time jobs and studies, and I had no time to take care of other things. I'm quite famous in school. If you really don't believe what I said, you can check it out privately, and you'll know whether I'm lying to you or not." Qin Yang was not afraid of the slanting shadow, and he was not afraid of being investigated by Sophie at all. Is everything he said true? Seeing Qin Yang's confidence, Sophie couldn't help but wonder if she misunderstood him. It's just that he uses the routine so skillfully. How to explain it? Then tell me, why do you know so many little tricks about dating? Soon, Sophie focused on this point and asked Qin Yang. I have a roommate in college. He is a veritable second-generation rich man, and he is also a master of love. He changes girlfriends every 1 or 2 months, and he often shows off in front of me. If you listen a lot, you will inevitably learn a few tricks. I don't have much experience in dating, so I will try it a little bit. Of course, I don't mean to take advantage of you on purpose. I just feel that this way of getting along can bring the relationship between the two of us closer. Qin Yang touched his nose, showing a guilty look. Qin Yang, it seems that I really underestimated you. I didn't expect you to have expert advice by your side. Let me tell you, you don't need any routines to get along with me. You just need to let me see your true skills. Okay, it's getting late. You should be careful on the way back. A sly look flashed across Sophie's eyes, and then she spoke directly. Well, good night. You go to bed early. After speaking, Qin Yang waved to Sophie, started the engine of the locomotive, and the figure gradually disappeared. I didn't realize before that this Qin Yang would use so many tricks. If it wasn't for my vigilance, I would have almost fallen into it. However, he gave me a really different feeling. Sophie walked towards the house and couldn't help muttering to herself. The next morning, warm sunlight poured through the windows onto the floor. Qin Yang was still chatting with Duke Zhou in his dream. At this time, the door of the room was pushed open, and a figure rushed in directly, throwing off his quilt. And Qin Yang's arm was suddenly pulled up, and he woke up instantly. Jiangbei, why are you crazy so early in the morning? Do you want me to sleep? Qin Yang was sleepy and couldn't help yawning. When he realized that the person who disturbed his dream was Jiangbei, he immediately complained. Brother Qin, the sun is shining on your butt. Are you still sleeping? Hurry up and wash up. Buddy brought you breakfast. Jiangbei looked excited and said to Qin Yang quickly, why don't you just have breakfast as for? How about you let me sleep a little longer? Qin Yang rubbed his eyes, then turned his head to lie down on the bed again. Brother Qin, please get up quickly. After listening to your words yesterday, I struggled for a whole day to raise money, and I didn't have a good rest. If you don't give me a letter about this matter, I will have trouble sleeping and eating. Seeing that Qin Yang was so calm, Jiangbei couldn't help feeling a little anxious. As he said that, he dragged him up and pushed him to the bathroom to wash up. So you have all the money ready. At this time, Qin Yang had gradually come to his senses. While squeezing the toothpaste, he filled the water glass. Yes. Jiangbei nodded decisively. He never doubted Qin Yang's investment decisions, and Qin Yang never let him down. In order to seize this opportunity to make money, Jiangbei spent all his time and energy to sell all the real estate under his name. In addition to borrowing a sum of money from friends in the circle, a total of 8,000 million funds were raised before and after. How many? Qin Yang brushed his teeth and asked casually. 8,000 million. Jiangbei looked excited and reported a huge amount of money. It's okay, you have a bit of courage, kid. Hearing this, Qin Yang nodded subconsciously and even praised Jiang Bei to his face. Brother Qin, isn't your reaction too calm? That's 8,000 million. Plus, I still have more than 1,000 million in my original account, a total of nearly million. If you invest such a large sum of money, don't you really panic? Are you afraid of losing all your money? Jiang Bei had known Qin Yang for 4 full years. Knowing that Brother Qin has a calm personality and a mind above ordinary people, he has manipulated millions of funds to give advice in the stock market before. But today is different. This is 1 billion, astronomical figures that ordinary people can hardly earn in a lifetime. Jiang Bei thought that Qin Yang would be taken aback when he heard that he had raised so much money. But Qin Yang's reaction made him feel a little unbelievable. Afraid? Why are you afraid? The opportunity to make money was right in front of me, and I couldn't be more excited. Don't worry, when have I ever let you down? This time, I will definitely let you earn a lot of money. Qin Yang looked indifferent. Relying on the investment ability of the stock god, he analyzed this wave of market conditions. Right now, it is natural to seize this opportunity and accumulate their own wealth. After all, Qin Yang doesn't know whether the black technology system will leave him one day in the future. Before that, he must firmly grasp every opportunity to strengthen his own background. Chapter 10, Hesitation Will Defeat Goddess, Su calling for help. Brother Qin, this time I invested all my treasury, don't let me down. Don't worry, we will still share the money we earn 50-50. Jiang Bei is full of confidence in Qin Yang's investment ability. Although he knew that he would face a huge risk when he transferred such a large amount of funds, he still firmly believed that Qin Yang would bring him a surprise. I won't say anything superfluous. After I finish trading the account, you will be responsible for keeping an eye on the market. In 2 days, these stocks will start to rise, and then you will be completely at ease. Qin Yang knew that Jiang Bei must have taken huge risks to raise such a large sum of funds. At the same time, it also represented Jiang Bei's recognition of his own strength. Therefore, no matter what, Qin Yang would not let Jiang Bei lose. Hey, Brother Qin still understands me. Jiang Bei immediately breathed a sigh of relief when he received Qin Yang's reply. After a few minutes, Qin Yang finished washing. A sumptuous breakfast is already on the table. Ham, sandwiches, egg tarts, tea eggs, and preserved egg porridge with lean meat and milk. Qin Yang sat in his seat, enjoying himself beautifully. In the morning, 10 o'clock sharp. Inside the study, all 3 computers are running simultaneously. One of the large screens shows the stock market. One is used for market research and analysis. The last one, Qin Feng himself, is currently operating. Jiang Bei had already deposited the 8,000 million funds he had raised into his account through a securities company. Open the account through the software. Both Qin Feng and Jiang Bei can see more than 9,000 million funds in the account. Brother Qin, are we going to start now? At this moment, Jiang Bei felt a little nervous for no reason. Well, we can't wait any longer. We must enter the venue as soon as possible. At this time, it is the best time to buy a lot of bottoms. If it is later, When the dealer finds out about our actions, I am afraid it will be troublesome." Qin Feng did not hesitate. He operated the computer deftly with both hands and began to absorb a large amount of stock shares according to the original plan. In just 10 minutes, hundreds of orders were traded, with an amount as high as 3,000 million. The amount in Jiangbei's account is decreasing crazily. Another hour passed. When Qin Yang pressed the last button, the account amount was instantly emptied. It's finally over." Qin Yang let out a mouthful of turbid air and couldn't help stretching. Immediately, his face showed strong confidence. He looked at Jiangbei and said, "In the next few days, if you have time, you can check this account at any time. Believe me, within half a month, the amount in your account will more than double." Hearing this, Jiangbei's face was full of excitement, and then he said to Qin Yang swearingly, "If this is the case, Brother Qin will let me go east in the future, and I will never go west." "HMPH, you kid." The corner of Qin Yang's mouth raised slightly, and he couldn't help laughing. Just as Qin Yang got up and walked out of the study, the cell phone in his pocket rang. Seeing this, Qin Yang hurriedly took out his mobile phone, but his face showed a hint of surprise. "Brother Qin, who is calling?" On the side, Jiangbei saw Qin Yang's strange expression, so he couldn't help asking. "Sophie." Qin Yang didn't hide anything either, and truthfully revealed a name. Boom! Jiangbei was stunned in place for an instant. He swallowed hard and said to Qin Yang with an unbelievable expression, "Brother Qin, you're not kidding me, are you? Goddess Su is notoriously cold. Why would she take the initiative to call you? Could it be that she fell in love with you after meeting you yesterday?" Hearing this, the corners of Qin Yang's mouth could not help but rise slightly. Because the facts are just as Jiangbei said. From the time Sophie took the initiative to send him a message last night, to the two having dinner together, and finally agreeing to Qin Yang to drive her home. All these things show that Sophie has a good impression of Qin Yang. It just made Qin Yang wonder why Sophie called here. "Brother Qin, why are you standing there? Pick it up quickly." Seeing that the phone kept ringing, Qin Yang didn't press the answer button for a long time. Jiangbei felt anxious watching this scene. "No hurries." Qin Yang gave Jiangbei a blank look. Then he slowly connected to Sophie's call. "Qin Yang, are you free now? I want you to do me a favor." Soon, Sophie's voice came from the other end of the phone. Her tone was a little anxious, as if she was in some trouble. At that moment, Qin Yang hurriedly comforted him. "Miss Su, don't worry. Just talk slowly if you have something to say." After some understanding, Qin Yang knew about Sophie's current situation. Today Sophie was going to discuss cooperation with an international friend, but she was informed by her translator that she was sick and hospitalized and could not attend the meeting. There is less than half an hour left, so Sophie has no time to find another translator. Qin Yang's figure suddenly flashed in her mind, and she remembered that Qin Yang translated documents for herself last night. So she quickly dialed Qin Yang's number and sent her for help. "Miss Su, please send me the address, and I will rush there immediately." While talking to Sophie, Qin Yang immediately picked up the car keys and ran downstairs. A few minutes later, Harley-Davidson galloped towards Sophie's position. Peninsula Cafe. Sophie hung up the phone and sat on the seat with a blank face. She has always been very cautious in doing things and has prepared 2 sets of cooperation plans. But he never thought that at such a critical moment, something went wrong. I hope Qin Yang can make it in time, otherwise the company will suffer a huge loss this time. In order to get the opportunity to meet and talk with the other party, Sophie had spent a lot of energy as early as a month ago. Once something goes wrong, this cooperation project will definitely be preceded by other companies. And all the efforts Sophie made before her appointment will be in vain. She is not willing to admit defeat. Therefore, at the moment, her hopes are pinned on Qin Yang. After about 10 minutes or so, the international businessman I met with has arrived at the Peninsula Cafe. She is a foreign-haired beauty from country M. Behind him was a middle-aged man, who presumably was her accompanying assistant. I didn't expect Mr. Su to be such a beautiful woman. It really surprised me. Sitting opposite Sophie, Jessica had a look of amazement in her eyes. "Jessica, you are beautiful too." Sophie understood what Jessica wanted to express, and immediately smiled and responded. "President Su, my time is very tight, so you only have half an hour. I hope your plan can impress me. Don't say polite words, let's start directly." Jessica smiled and said immediately, "I'm so sorry I'm late." Just when Sophie was hesitating how to explain this matter to Jessica, behind her came a thick male voice. This voice made Sophie feel a little familiar. In the next second, she turned her head abruptly, and a handsome man in formal clothes appeared in her sight. "And he is Qin Yang, who rushed here quickly." Sophie and Qin Yang met each other's eyes. At this moment, Sophie felt an unprecedented sense of security in her heart. Chapter 11 starts with the value of the face, but falls into the talent of the goddess Su. Who is this? Jessica couldn't help looking at Qin Yang and asked curiously. It has to be said that Qin Yang's facial features are exquisite, and his appearance is not inferior to those small fresh meats. Especially his pair of powerful and confident eyes exudes a kind of seductive charm. It was this glance that made Jessica also have a strong interest in him. "Jessica, his name is Qin Yang. He is my friend and my translator. Next, it will be of great help to our conversations and signings." Sophie came back to her senses with a bright smile on her face. Seeing that Jessica was curious about Qin Yang's identity, she immediately introduced it to her. "Jessica, nice to meet you." At this time, Qin Yang also came over and greeted Jessica. "Qin, you are very handsome, and you are different from other men I have met before. I feel strong confidence from your eyes." Jessica is in a high position and has seen all types of men. But at this time, she didn't even think that she would be interested in the man she just met in front of her. "Thank you for the compliment." Today's Henry Zhang is proficient in 8 languages, so he can naturally understand Jessica's words. At the same time, he replied in a very pure tone. "Qin, have you been abroad for a while? Your spoken English is really good." Jessica was stunned for a moment. Then he immediately questioned Qin Yang. "No, I've never been abroad. As for speaking, I practice all by myself through recordings. Of course, there are people from your country in our school, and I often communicate with them. Qin Yang spoke neither humble nor overbearing, showing the demeanor of a gentleman. The more Jessica looked at it, the more admiration in her eyes became stronger. Sophie had a panoramic view of this scene. She is in a hurry. I feel that at this moment, I can't continue to sit still. So Sophie hurriedly changed the subject. Jessica, I very much hope to reach a cooperation with your company. You should also be very clear in your heart that our company ranks high in the industry and has great advantages. In order to express my sincerity, I have stipulated generous conditions in the contract, and I will definitely not let you suffer. Would you like to take a look first? After speaking, he took out a contract and handed it to Jessica. Qin, how about you translate for me? Jessica picked up the contract and looked at it, but the content of the contract was in Chinese, and she didn't understand it. When I remembered that Sophie invited Qin Yang over to help with the translation, Jessica simply handed over the contract to Qin Yang and asked him to help with the translation. Of course, it's my pleasure. Qin Yang smiled, and naturally he would not refuse. He quickly opened the contract, and after only a few glances he looked at Jessica. Immediately afterwards, he spoke extremely fluent English. Sophie was by the side and was immediately shocked. It took her several days to revise the content of the contract before finalizing it. Adding up the conditions before and after, there are a few pages to say the least. And Qin Yang just glanced at it casually and never looked at it again. Facing Jessica, he kept translating the terms and conditions of the contract. Jessica also seemed to agree with the content of the contract, nodding to Sophie from time to time. After about 5 minutes, after Qin Yang finished the translation, he returned the time to Jessica and Sophie. Sophie speaks well, but she can only understand basic communication. The conditions of the contract were relatively complicated, and she was afraid that she would make a mistake in the translation, so she didn't dare to take up the job at all. President Su, it seems that you are indeed very sincere, and the terms you offer are indeed more generous than other companies. Jeshin smiled and seemed very satisfied. Jessica, so you agreed to cooperate with my company. Sophie heard Jessica's implication. There was a hint of surprise on her face for a moment, and she quickly confirmed to the other party. Good. I'll take your contract back and let the company's legal counsel go over it. If there's nothing wrong with it, I'll send it to your assistant after I sign it. President Su, wish us a happy cooperation. Jessica acted decisively and immediately agreed to sign a contract with Sophie. Then he stood up and held out his hand to Sophie. Sophie hurriedly shook hands, and the two sides reached a cooperation intention. After the contract is signed and sealed, it becomes a complete partner. Jessica didn't stay long, picked up the contract, greeted Sophie and Qin Yang and left directly. Qin Yang, thank you so much. If you hadn't rushed over to help in time, I'm afraid this cooperation will definitely be messed up, and the company's interests will suffer huge losses. With a smile on Sophie's face, she thanked Qin Yang. The cooperation intention was reached, and Sophie's mood became obviously happy at this time. She looked at Qin Yang, only to realize that he was dressed more formally today. Compared with yesterday's casual clothes, Qin Yang exudes the unique charm of a successful man. It's nothing to be thankful for, but it's just a matter of little effort. Qin Yang waved his hands, but didn't say a word about the credit he got. There is a low-key demeanor who hides his merits and fame, and brushes away his personal affairs. Seeing that Qin Yang didn't ask for credit, Sophie took advantage of this to put forward some excessive conditions to her, and her favor towards Qin Yang soared instantly. At this time, Sophie remembered the scene just now, and she couldn't help showing a curious look on her face and asked Qin Yang, "Qin Yang, I noticed that when you read the contract just now, you flipped through it a few times, and then you translated Jessica out of script. Has your memory always been this good?" Qin Yang nodded without hesitation, and then explained with a smile, "Not bad. When I was in elementary school, I already discovered that I have the ability of photographic memory. So even if you don't spend much time studying, you are always ranked first. That's the case all the way through college." After listening to Qin Yang's explanation, Sophie immediately expressed her understanding. After all, some talents are innate. Just like herself. High efficiency. She may not take half of the work that others take 10 hours to complete, or even less time. As a thank you, I invite you to dinner. Sophie checked the time. It was almost time for lunch. In order to thank Qin Yang for helping her, she had to show something today. No problem. Qin Yang didn't refuse, and agreed decisively. Tianxiang Building. This is an extremely high-end, characteristic hotel in Shanghai. Most of the people who can eat here are successful people. Pick one at random, and it's either a corporate executive or a son of a wealthy family. Before coming, Sophie had already called in advance to reserve a private room. So after arriving at the door, Sophie greeted the front desk, and a staff member led Sophie and Qin Yang into the private room. "Qin Yang, this is your first time here, right?" After the two sat down, Sophie looked at Qin Yang, took the initiative to find a topic and started chatting. "Okay. Occasionally, my friend would ask me to accompany him to some parties and go to some high-end hotels. But here, I really haven't been here. But looking at the decoration of this hotel, it is indeed very distinctive." Qin Yang nodded. He didn't feel embarrassed at all, and replied directly to Sophie. In the private room, the two chatted quickly. Chapter 12. "Sir, miss, this is our hotel's menu." After a few minutes, a waiter opened the door, walked up to Qin Yang and Sophie, and handed the menus to them respectively. Qin Yang picked it up and flipped through it, and any dish in it cost hundreds or even thousands, and the price was really not cheap. However, he didn't say much. After all, the positioning of the hotel is to take the high-end route. Customers who can come here to spend are not short of this money. "Qin Yang, just order something if you want to eat. Don't be polite to me." Sophie looked at Qin Yang with a smile, hoping that he would not appear stiff and try to relax as much as possible. "Miss Su, it's better for you to have some. After all, it's my first time here, so I don't know which dishes are more distinctive. Qin Yang quietly closed the menu. Then his eyes fell on Sophie, and he said softly, "All right." Seeing that Qin Yang had said so, Sophie couldn't find any other reason to refuse for a while. So Sophie ordered 7 or 8 special dishes in one go, with a combination of meat and vegetables. At the end of ordering, Sophie glanced at Qin Yang again and asked him curiously, "Qin Yang, would you like some red wine?" "Just forget it." Qin Yang shook his head. He didn't drink very well. He was afraid that he would embarrass himself in front of Sophie when he was drunk. Seeing this, Sophie didn't order any red wine. The hotel is very efficient. In less than 10 minutes, the dishes started to be served one after another. Qin Yang and Sophie chatted while eating, and soon the table was filled with dishes. "Qin Yang, taste it and see if these dishes suit your taste." Sophie looked at Qin Yang expectantly, and then said aloud, "It is good." Qin Yang picked up the chopsticks and took the initiative to pick up the dish in front of him. "After that, put it in your mouth and taste it." In just an instant, Qin Yang's eyes flickered brightly. As expected of the craftsmanship of the hotel chef, the taste is delicious. The ingredients are delicious and melt in the mouth, which is endless aftertaste. Qin Yang's mouth is quite picky, but at this moment, facing the hotel dishes on the table, he still couldn't help giving praise. "Eat more if you like." Seeing the expression of enjoyment on Qin Yang's face, Sophie was very satisfied with the taste of the dishes. At this moment, the smile on the corner of her mouth couldn't help but brighten even more. "Miss Sue, don't just watch me eat, move your chopsticks yourself." Qin Yang also noticed that from the moment he entered the private room to now, Sophie's eyes have been looking at him, never moving away for a moment. Even though Qin Yang has a strong psychological quality, he felt a little embarrassed for a while. "Good." Swish, as Qin Yang said these words, Sophie blushed instantly on both sides of her cheeks. She lowered her head subconsciously and never dared to look at Qin Yang again. Suddenly, a shy expression appeared. Even Sophie herself didn't know why. Her eyes always subconsciously fell on Qin Yang. It seems that he has a different kind of charm, which has been attracting himself. Seeing Sophie so charming, Qin Yang couldn't help but want to hold her in his arms. But fortunately, reason overcame impulse. In the private room, the atmosphere suddenly felt a little ambiguous. After a while, Qin Yang took the initiative to pick up a piece of fresh meat and put it in Sophie's bowl. "Miss Sue, it's better to eat food while it's still hot." Regarding Qin Yang's actions, not only did Sophie not feel disgusted in her heart, but her heart was slightly better. She raised her head and said in a gentle tone, "Thank you." It took more than half an hour for the two of them to chat while eating. Qin Yang was very satisfied with these dishes, so he inevitably ate more. Sophie is more reserved, but her appetite is obviously good. Almost all the dishes on the table were swept away by the two of them. "Miss Sue, I'm going to the bathroom." Qin Yang greeted Sophie, then got up and walked out of the private room. Sophie, what's the matter with you? Isn't it just to have a meal with Qin Yang? Why are you so nervous? You are still staring at him. Are you afraid that Qin Yang will not know that you have plans for him?" As soon as Qin Yang left the private room, Sophie couldn't help mumbling as she sat in her seat. What a shame. Sophie felt that her personality as a cold female president probably no longer existed in Qin Yang's heart. No, it should be said that from the very beginning, Qin Yang didn't think she was so cold. Even Sophie herself finds it strange that she usually looks serious and cold in front of everyone. But only in front of Qin Yang, he acted a bit nympho. She seemed to be completely attracted by Qin Yang's charm. Qin Yang said he was going to the bathroom, but in fact, he just found an excuse to get out of the private room. At this time, he had already taken the initiative to walk to the front desk. "Beauty, please show me the bill for room 405. I'll pay the bill." Qin Yang smiled and looked directly at the front desk staff after speaking. "Sir, you spent a total of 600 yuan. Soon the front desk staff checked and quoted an amount. Heard. Qin Yang took out his mobile phone to scan the QR code and transferred the money. After paying the bill, he returned directly to the private room. When Qin Yang saw Sophie sitting on the seat in a daze, he couldn't help stepping up to her and said, "Miss Su, I've already paid for the meal, we can go now." "Qin Yang, didn't you agree that I would treat you to this meal? Why are you rushing to pay? Don't tell me you want to show yourself in front of me." When Sophie heard that Qin Yang had paid for the meal, her face was filled with astonishment. When he came back to his senses, he said to Qin Yang with a slightly dissatisfied expression, "No, Miss Su, you misunderstood. I just happened to pass by the front desk, so I paid the money by the way. If you really feel sorry, let's make an agreement and let you pay the bill next time." Qin Yang shook his head and chuckled, then immediately explained, "Forget it, I won't argue with you this time." Sophie was just pretending to be angry. For Qin Yang's behavior, she felt happy in her heart. She didn't know that this was an excuse Qin Yang made for himself. If she can't treat her this time, she can only wait until the next time. After all, she still owed Qin Yang a meal. After a while, the two walked side by side in the passage and walked towards the gate. "President Su, it's such a coincidence that you also come here for dinner." As soon as the two of them passed through the private room next door, the door was pushed open. A handsome man in a suit and leather shoes appeared in front of Qin Yang and Sophie. When he saw Sophie's face, he immediately showed a hint of surprise on his face, and then stared straight at Sophie. "President Ning, what a coincidence." Sophie couldn't help feeling a little shocked when she saw the man in front of her. But he quickly came back to his senses and greeted the other party. "Since we met, how about going inside for a drink or two? I'm having a party with a group of friends inside. If President Su is willing to show his face, they will be very happy." Ning Zhiyuan looked attentive, and at this time he even extended an invitation to Sophie. "Mr. Ning, let's forget it. I'll invite you and your friends to dinner when I have time some other day." Facing Ning Zhiyuan's invitation, Sophie hesitated for a while before resolutely rejecting it. At this time, only then did Ning Zhiyuan realize that there was a man standing beside Sophie. Qin Yang has a tall appearance and outstanding temperament. Ning Zhiyuan is full of crisis just by taking a look at him. He subconsciously believed that Sophie would reject his invitation so decisively, probably because of this man. Chapter 13, A Good Move. It turns out that President Su still has friends by his side. I'm taking the liberty. Ning Zhiyuan smiled, and then his eyes fell on Qin Yang, and he looked at him carefully. At this moment, he didn't hide his curiosity about Qin Yang's identity, so he asked Sophie directly, I wonder if President Su can introduce this friend beside me so that I can get to know him. This made Sophie stunned. She didn't expect Ning Zhiyuan to make such a request. Ning Zhiyuan is a major client of Sophie Company, and the two had dealt with each other because of their partnership before. And this guy even took the initiative to pursue her. It's a pity that Sophie didn't have any feelings for him, so she directly refused. At present, it seems that Ning Zhiyuan is obviously a little more hostile towards Qin Yang. Ding, swear sovereignty and solve problems for the goddess. Reward 1,000 million cash and a supreme black Yao card. When Sophie was feeling embarrassed and hesitant, Qin Yang heard the task issued by the black technology system. Suddenly, Qin Yang's eyes shone brightly. Hello, Mr. Ning. My name is Qin Yang and I'm Sophie's boyfriend. Qin Yang took the initiative to speak to Ning Zhiyuan. At the same time, his hands wrapped around Sophie's slender waist. With a little force, he hugged Sophie into his chest. For a moment, the actions of the two looked extremely intimate, like a couple in love. Ning Zhiyuan was stunned when he saw the closeness of Qin Yang and Su Fei in front of him. In the next second, a cloud of nameless anger sprang up in his heart. He had thought that Qin Yang might be Sophie's suitor, but he never expected that the two had already confirmed their relationship. And this kid even swore sovereignty in front of his own face. For Ning Zhiyuan, Qin Yang's actions were undoubtedly a provocation to him. Not only Ning Zhiyuan. Even Sophie had a shocked expression at this moment. Qin Yang, what are you talking about? When did he become my Sophie's boyfriend? Who gave him the courage to take advantage of me? Sophie's first reaction was to break free from Qin Yang's arms. However, she felt the warmth of Qin Yang's chest, and Qin Yang's hand holding her waist was not excessive. Suddenly, her movement stopped immediately. Boss Su, is what he said true? Are you two already dating? Even though he witnessed this scene with his own eyes, Ning Zhiyuan still didn't seem to give up. He looked at Sophie, hoping to get an accurate answer from her. Yes, it is. Mr. Ning, Qin Yang and I just started dating, and we didn't want too many people to know, so we didn't announce the news. So, we still have to ask Mr. Ning to keep this matter secret. Sophie sneered. She just wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to completely make Ning Zhiyuan give up. So I had no choice but to take advantage of the situation to round up the words. Boom! Sophie's answer was like a thunderbolt, which struck Ning Zhiyuan hard on the head. There was an expression of disbelief on his face. After a long time, Ning Zhiyuan looked at Qin Yang again with jealous eyes. Feeling unwilling, he began to question Qin Yang. Mr. Qin is so amazing that he can become President Su's boyfriend. I don't know where you got a high school. What kind of occupation do you do? Black Swan Food Delivery Group, currently serving as the team leader. Qin Yang smiled lightly and replied truthfully at the moment. Mr. Qin, you must be self-aware. In your capacity, I'm afraid you are not worthy of President Su at all. Ning Zhiyuan looked angry and immediately yelled at Qin Yang unceremoniously. He would never have thought that Qin Yang was Black Swan's takeaway boy. How did this kind of person catch up with Sophie? If he loses to a man who is nobler and better than himself, he will forget it. But losing to a delivery boy, Ning Zhiyuan absolutely could not accept it. Mr. Ning, there is no distinction between high and low occupations. Your thinking is too narrow. Besides, my relationship with Sophie is completely our private matter. You should have no right to interfere, right? Even Ning Zhiyuan, who was standing in front of him at this moment, had a sky-high background. But Qin Yang's face still showed strong self-confidence, and he didn't take him seriously at all. You? Ning Zhiyuan's heart exploded. His face was blue and red, like a bomb that was about to be ignited at any moment. Sophie, let's go. After saying these words, Qin Yang put his arms around Sophie's slender waist and walked directly towards the gate. Only Ning Zhiyuan was left standing there, watching their backs drift away. Ding, the random mission has been completed. Congratulations to the host for getting 1,000 million cash and a supreme Black Yao card. The reward has been issued. Please pay attention to check it. At this moment, Qin Yang felt that there was an extra bank card in his pocket. The two of them walked out of the hotel gate and walked more than 10 meters. Sophie finally couldn't take it anymore. Just when she was about to explode, Qin Yang seemed to have expected it. He took the initiative to loosen the paw on Sophie's waist, looked at Sophie innocently and said, "Miss Su, I'm really sorry. The situation just now was special, so I pretended to be your boyfriend to rescue you. If you think my actions are too abrupt, I am willing to accept your punishment." It has to be said that Qin Yang's strategy is really too clever. This move was based on retreat, which instantly reduced Sophie's anger towards Qin Yang a lot. After she calmed down and thought about it, she felt that what Qin Yang said was not unreasonable. I understand. But next time you encounter such a thing, you should say hello to me in advance. Your action just now was so sudden that I was frightened. Sophie was surprised and delighted when she thought of what happened just now. It means that she has a good impression of Qin Yang. If it were any other person, I am afraid that this matter will definitely not pass so easily. I promise, next time I will wink you in advance. When Qin Yang saw Sophie, he was not really angry. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. I was afraid that what I did just now would affect my impression in Sophie's heart. But for the next period of time, you may have to be careful. That Mr. Ning is arrogant and has a strong background. I don't think he can just let it go so easily. Maybe when I look back, I will take the initiative to trouble you. If you encounter any difficulties, remember to call me as soon as possible, and I will try my best to help you. Sophie remembered Ning Zhiyuan's behavior style. After a while, he quickly reminded Qin Yang. Don't worry, I'll take care of it myself. Seeing Sophie caring about him so much, Qin Yang couldn't help feeling a warm feeling in his heart. So he nodded decisively. After sending Sophie back to the company, Qin Yang drove the motorcycle back home. In the hall, Jiang Bei was sitting on the sofa, eating melon seeds and watching TV. Seeing Qin Yang's back, he immediately jumped up from the sofa, ran to him and asked curiously, "Brother Qin, tell me the truth. Did you go on a date with Goddess Su this morning?" Chapter 14 Home and Banquet Treats Qin Yang as a Liar. Jiang Bei, I said, why did you become such a gossip? If you have time to worry about my affairs, you might as well go and drink with your friends to pass the time. Sitting on the sofa, Qin Yang saw that Jiang Bei had been running towards him for the past 2 days. It seems that he still intends to live here permanently. He couldn't help teasing immediately. Hey, brother Qin, don't I want to come and accompany you? You said you live alone in such a spacious house. Don't you feel lonely? I'll come over, the two of us at least have a caretaker. Jiang Bei sneered, and then took the initiative to speak to Qin Yang. In order to raise funds, he mortgaged all the houses under his name. Fortunately, the house where Qin Yang lived was left behind, otherwise he might really be homeless. Okay, I don't know you yet, but this house is yours. I have no opinion on how long you want to live, but you have to promise me one condition. Qin Yang had already guessed Jiang Bei's current situation, but he didn't take the initiative to point it out. The corners of his mouth were raised slightly, and he said with a wicked smile, "No problem." Seeing that Qin Yang chose to compromise, Jiang Bei couldn't help showing joy on his face. Immediately, he agreed without hesitation. You are not allowed to rummage in my room, and you are not allowed to bring women outside to spend the night. Qin Yang emphasized with a serious expression on his face. Hey, I thought you would put forward some conditions, but it turned out to be this. Don't worry, I will never do this. Jiang Bei patted his chest and assured him. After the rules were agreed upon, Qin Yang ignored Jiang Bei, got up and went back to his room. After taking a nap, it was 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Qin Yang walked out of the room but didn't see Jiang Bei's figure, thinking that he had gone out. Brother Qin, change your clothes quickly, and I'll take you to a big meal. At this moment, the door of the next room was pushed open. Jiang Bei strode out and said to Qin Yang with an excited face, "Row." Qin Yang did not refuse. 10 minutes later, the two came to the garage and stood in front of a silver-white Lamborghini. Jiang Bei sat in the driver's seat, while Qin Yang habitually sat in the co-pilot. Qin Yang had just fastened his seat belt when the engine of the sports car was started. At this moment, it seems that a beast is roaring, wild and full of power, making your blood boil. Qin Yang's eyes flickered suddenly, and he thought to himself, when I have time, I will also buy a supercar and drive it. He got a Supreme Black Yao card and a deposit of 1,000 million, which is more than enough to buy a sports car worth several million. Imperial Clubhouse. This is a high-end private club open to VIPs. The annual fee for an ordinary VIP card is 50. On top of this, there are platinum cards and diamond cards. I heard that the annual fee for the highest level diamond card is as high as 500 million. Holding the diamond card of the clubhouse is undoubtedly a symbol of identity and status. Here, almost every day you can see the disciples of the rich and popular entertainment stars. It can be seen how high the threshold is. In Jiangbei's hand, there was a diamond card. When he showed the diamond card to the security guard at the door, the expressions of the security guards were all shocked, and their attitude towards Jiangbei and Qin Yang became even more respectful. The two went all the way to the 8th floor. In a huge room. In the room, several people have been waiting here for a long time. Jiangbei, you are finally here. When Lu Feng saw Jiangbei and Qin Yang pushing the door and coming in, an excited smile appeared on his expression. Young Master Lu, young Master Chen, Sister Bai, I'm really sorry for keeping you waiting for so long. Jiangbei smiled and looked at them at this moment. On the seat, two handsome young men and a beautiful woman with outstanding temperament were all looking at Qin Yang and Jiangbei. It's okay, we just arrived. Bai Yaxin smiled sweetly, her beautiful eyes twinkling continuously. Brother Qin, let's sit down and talk. Jiangbei didn't dare to leave Qin Yang aside, so he hurriedly beckoned him to sit down. Seeing Jiangbei's respect for Qin Yang, Chen Jiahao was also very interested in Qin Yang's identity for a while. At that moment, he went straight to the point and asked Jiangbei, Jiangbei, introduce us to your friend. A time. Bai Yaxin, Lu Feng, and Chen Jiahao all focused their eyes on Qin Yang. His name is Qin Yang, the top student in the Department of Finance of Shanghai University, is my roommate in the same dormitory for 4 years in college, and he is also my best brother. Didn't I mortgage all the houses under my name to you yesterday? I just wanted to raise all the money and ask him to help invest. Jiangbei invited Qin Yang to this dinner today. In fact, he wanted to introduce his good brother to everyone. The friends in the Jiangbei circle are either rich or noble. Among them Chen Jiahao, Bai Yaxin and Lu Feng were the closest to him and had better relationships. Therefore, at this moment, Jiangbei did not hide anything and truthfully revealed Qin Yang's identity. Jiangbei, are you sure you're not joking with us? You have to know that you raised nearly million yuan this time. With such a huge amount of money, you just give it to him to invest. Aren't you afraid that the money will go to waste? Bai Yaxin's expression was instantly full of astonishment. She really couldn't imagine what a crazy decision Jiangbei had made. It is not a small amount of money to put this money in a serious investment company. And they can't be sure that there will be benefits. Not to mention, it is now in the hands of a college student who has just graduated. Yes, Jiangbei, do you want to think about it again? Although your family has a big business, losing this money will not hurt your bones. But if your parents find out about this, they will definitely be scolded. Chen Jiahao also frowned, expressing his dislike for Qin Yang's strength. In his opinion, Jiangbei's actions were too hasty. Jiangbei, I think what Sister Bai and Brother Chen said makes sense. You can't be emotional. Lu Feng also nodded quickly, standing in the united front with Chen Jiahao and Bai Yaxin. Obviously, today's meal has a deep meaning. The three of them just wanted to see how divine this Qin Yang was, who could make Jiangbei look like a god, so much so that he was going to lose his head, investing such a large sum of money in him. Of course, they were even more afraid that Jiangbei would be cheated. Young Master Lu, Young Master Chen, Sister Bai, where are you all thinking? You guys haven't been able to see how powerful Qin Yang's investment skills are. That's why you misunderstood him so much. He is not a nerd. He helped me invest and made a lot of money long ago. And this opportunity is rare. I will never miss it easily. Seeing the three of them trying to dissuade him, Jiang Bei couldn't help showing a wry smile on his face. At this moment, he finally came back to his senses. Feeling that they insisted on asking him to have dinner with Qin Yang, it was for this purpose. Chapter 15. Rectifying Brother Qin's name and investing in tens of thousands of profit. Jiangbei, you have to figure it out yourself. The investment amount this time is huge. It's not just a joke. If you lose all your money, can you afford the consequences? Seeing Jiangbei try his best to explain Qin Yang, he was completely brainwashed by him. Bai Yaxin on the side couldn't help but speak out, and tried to persuade Jiangbei again. Sister Bai, I am very grateful for your kindness, but things are really not what you imagined. Qin Yang is really good at investing. I believe he will never let me down. Jiang Bei shook his head, as if he didn't listen to everyone's advice at all. For a moment, the atmosphere in the private room seemed very awkward. And this time, Lu Feng looked directly at Qin Yang and asked him, Qin Yang, don't you have anything to say? As soon as the words fell, everyone's eyes also fell on Qin Yang. Qin Yang shrugged, showing a relaxed expression. Then he said slowly, as a friend of Jiangbei, I will naturally not harm him. He chooses to trust me and entrusts me with such a large sum of money to invest. I will definitely not let him down. As for how you guys want to see me, I don't mind. Anyway, I'm not very interested in you. Chen Jiahao's complexion changed drastically, and his eyes were full of unkindness when he glanced at Qin Yang. He is the young master of the wealthy Chen family in the Magic City, with a noble status and great power. How could he be insulted like this by an unknown junior? If it weren't for the concern that Jiang Bei and Qin Yang had a close relationship, Chen Jiahao would have turned his back on him long ago. But even so, Chen Jiahao still couldn't help shouting angrily at Qin Yang, Boy, you are so arrogant. Young Master Chen, calm down first just for my sake. Don't argue with Qin Yang. At the critical moment, Jiang Bei still stood up and said good things for Qin Yang. He also knew in his heart that the reason why Chen Jiahao was so excited was entirely for his own sake, and he had no other malice. Afterwards, Jiang Bei also leaned in front of Qin Yang and quickly explained, Qin Yang, don't say a few words. Young Master Chen is my friend. I don't want you to hurt your friendship. This scene in the eyes of Lu Feng and Bai Yaxin made them feel strange. Jiang Bei's father, Jiang Hai, is a real estate tycoon in Shanghai, and the company under his name also controls many five-star hotels and commercial plazas. Assets are at least billions, or even more than tens of billions. It was no secret in their circle that Jiang Bei was the only son of the Jiang family. Logically speaking, Jiang Bei's status is not much inferior to those of them. But even so, they were really puzzled why they were so respectful to Qin Yang. Could it be that there is really something special about this kid? Okay, for your sake, I don't care about them. Didn't you say that you invited me to a big meal? I just happened to be hungry, So why don't you let the waiter serve the food? Qin Yang didn't want to get involved with these wealthy children. If he had known that Jiangbei had invited him to this kind of dinner, he would never have come here. No problem. Do everything according to Brother Qin's wishes. I'll let the waiter serve the food. Jiang Bei and Qin Yang have known each other for so many years, so they are naturally familiar with Qin Yang's character. Knowing that he was going down the steps, a smile appeared on his face immediately, and he called the waiter to start ordering. I ordered 12 dishes before and after, including Australian lobster, Kobe beef caviar. Every ingredient is worth a lot. At the end, Jiang Bei specially ordered 2 bottles of 95-year-old Lafite. After a while, only then did Jiang Bei look at the angry Chen Jiahao, poured a cup of tea and handed it to him, and quickly apologized with a smile. Young Master Chen, Qin Yang is not from our circle, so naturally he doesn't understand our rules. Just now, if he displeased you, I'll replace wine with tea and apologize to you on his behalf. Seeing that Jiang Bei offered to apologize, Lu Feng, who was sitting next to Chen Jiahao, pushed him. Chen Jiahao's expression softened a little, and he picked up his cup and touched Jiang Bei. For your sake, I won't pursue this matter any further. After speaking, he drank the cup of tea in one gulp. Seeing that everyone had misunderstood Qin Yang, Jiang Bei knew that he had to explain himself. So he stood up and said to the 3 of Chen Jiahao with a serious expression, I know you are all worried about me, afraid that after I call the money to Brother Qin to invest, I will lose everything. But in fact, it's just the opposite. Brother Qin invested all the money I raised in the stock market. In just 5 or 6 hours, he has already made a profit of millions. I have full confidence in his strength, and I hope you don't have too many misunderstandings about Brother Qin. Before going out, Jiang Bei had checked the funds in his account. It was found that in just a few hours, the shares held had already earned millions of profits. Because of this, Jiang Bei is full of confidence in Qin Yang's investment. What? He invested all his money in the stock market. In just 5 or 6 hours, he has already made a profit of millions. Jiang Bei, are you sure you're not joking with us? Bai Yaxin was the first to recover from the shock. Seeing her expression full of disbelief, she immediately confirmed to Jiang Bei with a voice. Sister Bai, when did I, Jiang Bei, lie to you? If you don't believe me, I can show you my investment account right now. As Jiang Bei spoke, he quickly took out his mobile phone from his pocket. He opened the stock investment software, found out the profit and loss in the account, and then handed over the phone. As soon as this word comes out, Lu Feng, Chen Jiahao, and Bai Yaxin quickly approached, looking at the phone screen curiously. After a few seconds, the expressions of these 3 people were completely stunned. Especially Chen Jiahao, who had such a big mouth that he could fit an egg in it. Just now, he still looked down on Qin Yang, thinking that he is just a college student who has just graduated. What qualifications and abilities does he have to help Jiang Bei manipulate such a large amount of funds for investment? But he never thought that he would be slapped in the face by force. Are these 3 stocks selected by Qin Yang? Bai Yaxin's eyes flickered, and she quickly confirmed to Jiang Bei. Yes. Jiang Bei nodded and replied. Immediately afterwards, he immediately asked Bai Yaxin, "Sister Bai, do you still remember the time when you asked me to trade stocks with you, and then lost 300 million? Remember, why does this matter have something to do with Qin Yang?" Speaking of this matter, Bai Yaxin felt a little embarrassed immediately. If she hadn't pulled Jiang Bei to invest with her, Jiang Bei wouldn't have lost so much money. Although there are only a few million, considering their worth, it is simply a drop in the bucket. Of course it does. Brother Qin knew that I was in a bad mood after losing in stocks, so he planned to help me recover some blood. After all, things like this have already been done when we were in college. He helped me a dozen times before and after, and the investment has never lost money. When it's less, you can earn hundreds of thousands, and when it's more, it's as high as several million. But this time, Brother Qin analyzed a once-in-a-lifetime market, and that's why he asked me to raise money. As for how much, he didn't say clearly. I have absolute trust in Brother Qin's investment strength. That's why I mortgaged the real estate under my name and borrowed from you to raise such a large sum of money for him to invest. Chapter 16, Invisible Pretense, is the deadliest. As soon as Jiang Bei finished speaking, Bai Yaxin and the others looked at Qin Yang with less contempt than before. On the contrary, they admired Qin Yang's courage to manipulate such a large amount of capital investment at this age. After all, even if it was any one of them, they would not dare to be so casual. And the most critical point, Qin Yang didn't seem to worry about losing money at all. Is he really so confident in his investment, or does he have extraordinary abilities in this regard? These questions made the three of them extremely curious. "Brother Qin, why don't you say a few words?" Seeing that everyone was staring at Qin Yang curiously, Jiang Bei gave a sneer and stepped forward with a cheeky face. He wanted to take this opportunity to draw closer the relationship between Qin Yang and Sister Bai. "No, I don't know what to say." Qin Yang waved his hand quickly, rejecting Jiang Bei's proposal. "Brother Qin, just tell me why you chose to invest in these three stocks, and let Sister Bai and the others see your strength. That way, they won't misunderstand you again." Jiang Bei didn't want Qin Yang to miss the opportunity to prove his strength, so he stepped forward and grabbed his arm immediately. "It looks like if you don't tell me, I won't let it go easily. Okay, I'm afraid of you." In the end, Qin Yang was forced to have no choice but to agree. Immediately, he glanced at Bai Yaxin and the three of them, and then said, "The reason why I chose to invest in these three stocks is my analysis of the current stock market situation, and I predict that they will soar in the next period of time. It's a rare opportunity, and I certainly won't miss it. That's why I suggest Jiangbei to invest early." Of course, I am also surprised that Jiangbei raised such a large amount of funds privately. But at the same time, it also shows that he believes in my ability, which I am very pleased with. If nothing else happens, Jiangbei's personal wealth should increase rapidly in the next period of time. At this moment, there was silence in the private room. After about 10 seconds, Bai Yaxin, Lu Feng and Chen Jiahao looked at each other, as if they were still digesting what Qin Yang just said. "Jiahao, isn't your second uncle the boss of a securities company?" Why don't you call him now and ask him to confirm the next market price of the 3 stocks that Qin Yang bought? Among the 3, Bai Yaxin was a little older. Therefore, the mind is inevitably delicate, and the consideration of the problem is more comprehensive. It was the first time for her to encounter such a situation, but for the sake of Jiangbei, she still made a suggestion. Yeah, why didn't I think of that? It seems that at critical moments, Sister Bai is more reliable. Suddenly, Chen Jiahao's eyes flashed, and then he remembered that he still had his second uncle for help. Without any hesitation, he immediately took out his mobile phone from his pocket and dialed his second uncle's number. Beep. Less than a few seconds passed. The call is connected. Jiahao, you called your second uncle, what's the matter? At the same time, Blue Ocean Securities Company, chairman's office. A middle-aged man was sitting on an office chair with a cigar in one hand and a smile on his face, talking to his nephew on the phone. He is Chen Jiahao's second uncle, Chen Tianzheng. Second uncle, I have a question to ask you. Please answer me truthfully. Because this matter is related to my friend's nearly million investment. Chen Jiahao didn't hide anything and said straight to the point. Oh, an investment of million yuan. It seems that your friend has a lot of money. Okay, if you have any questions, just ask. Second uncle will know everything and talk endlessly. When Chen Tianzheng heard his nephew say something so serious, he immediately became interested, and then said to Chen Jiahao, I have 3 stocks here. I want you to help me see if they have great potential from a professional perspective. At this time, is it worth holding a large amount? Chen Jiahao did not hesitate, so he reported the names of the 3 stocks held by Jiangbei. They are Jiaxing New Energy Company, Heiqiang Biotech Company, and Kangmei Biopharmaceutical Company. Chen Tianzheng immediately turned on the computer in front of the desk, quickly found these 3 stocks, and analyzed them from his most professional angle. 5 minutes, 10 minutes. The more Chen Tian looked at it, the more incredible the expression on his face became. Second uncle, are you still listening? When Chen Jiahao saw the phone, his second uncle didn't speak for a long time. For a moment, he couldn't help acting a little anxious. Jiahao, tell me the truth. Who is your friend who invested in these 3 stocks? His investment vision is really too vicious. If you hadn't reminded me, second uncle wouldn't have realized that the potential of these stocks is so amazing. Chen Tianzheng was completely shocked. At this moment, he was even more curious about who was able to choose these 3 stocks. If possible, he really wants to know and make friends. What, second uncle, you mean that these 3 stocks will skyrocket in the next period of time? Chen Jiahao looked shocked. He never thought that even a professional like second uncle would come to the same conclusion as Qin Yang. In this way, it completely proved the authenticity of Qin Yang's words just now. Not bad. If there is no accident, the increase should not be small. If your friend invests million yuan, this investment will definitely make a lot of money. Jiahao, you haven't answered second uncle. Who is that friend? Why didn't I know that you have such a powerful investment expert? Chen Tianzheng was very curious about this person and quickly wanted to find out his identity. You know that man, Uncle he is Jiangbei. But there is someone else who helped him invest in these three stocks. His name is Qin Yang. He is a roommate of Jiangbei University, and it is said that he is a master of finance. I didn't believe it at first, thinking he was bragging to me, but now it seems that I underestimated him too much. At this moment, Chen Jiahao couldn't help showing a wry smile. After playing for a long time, it turned out that the clown turned out to be himself. It's no wonder that Qin Yang is full of confidence from the beginning to the end. Their lover is indeed a master of investment. What Jiang Bei said earlier was not a joke. Jiahao, you come from a superior background. You have always been supercilious, and it's not surprising that you miss everything occasionally. Second uncle advises you, you must not put on airs in front of this kind of true pride of heaven. If you want to get along with them, you must do what they like. From this point of view, Jiangbei is obviously stronger than you. If you have the opportunity, you should ask him more. Chen Tianzheng recognized Jiangbei. Chen Jiahao even took him to his house as a guest before. Second uncle, I know. Chen Jiahao was silent for a while, and then responded. Okay, then I'll hang up. Then there was a busy tone on the phone. And this time, both Bai Yaxin and Lu Feng stared at Chen Jiahao expectantly. However, judging from the expression on his face, it is not difficult to guess the answer. My second uncle's analysis is not much different from Qin Yang's. In other words, not only will this investment not be sold at a loss, but there is a high probability that it will make a fortune. Chen Jiahao looked at Bai Yaxin and Lu Feng, and then said aloud. Chapter 17. Jiangbei's request for a huge sum of money from a wealthy family. Boom! As soon as Chen Jiahao said this, Bai Yaxin and Lu Feng, who were beside him, immediately froze in place. They didn't expect that even Chen Jiahao's second uncle personally confirmed Qin Yang's thoughts. In this way, Qin Yang does have real skills. It seems that it is not difficult to understand that Jiangbei respects him so much. Brother Qin, what I just said was nonsense, don't take it to heart. In this way, I will use tea instead of wine to apologize to you. Chen Jiahao came back to his senses, and now he sneered. He took the initiative to pour a cup of tea, and quickly handed it to Qin Yang. Young Master Chen, now you know how powerful my brother Qin is, right? I'm really not bragging to you. Among our peers, I haven't seen anyone who is better than brother Qin. Although he doesn't come from a rich family like us, but in terms of earning ability, I only admire him. Standing beside Qin Yang, Jiang Bei immediately started boasting. It was as if he was afraid that others would not know how good Qin Yang was. Jiang Bei, you are enough, don't keep killing me. Qin Yang's face turned reddish, and he looked obviously embarrassed. Although he appeared on any occasion, he would naturally become the focus of everyone. But he himself prefers to keep a low profile. At this moment, Jiang Bei boasted so much about him that Qin Yang couldn't stand it anymore. Brother Qin, I'm just telling the truth, why are you shy? Besides, they are my best friends and they are not outsiders. You don't need to be so low-key. It is obvious that Jiang Bei intends to let Qin Yang integrate into his circle. Taking this opportunity, he also helped Qin Yang expand his contacts. He knew that Qin Yang was very talented. But sometimes, talent is not everything. To achieve great success, you need someone to help you behind the scenes. Jiang Bei was happy to be the guide, and even used his network resources to make Qin Yang achieve greater success. Yes, Jiang Bei is right. Qin Yang, we don't know each other at all, so don't take what happened just now to your heart. Obviously, Chen Jiahao intends to make friends with Qin Yang. Brother Qin, you are all my friends. Why make trouble because of such a trivial matter? It's better to have a drink with everyone later and treat it as making friends. Jiang Bei's words were unanimously agreed by the three of Chen Jiahao. They all cast grateful glances at Jiang Bei. That's up to you. Seeing that Jiang Bei was talking about this, Qin Yang was not such an ignorant person. He also knew in his heart that it was not easy for these three people to be in the same circle as Jiang Bei and become friends. Of course, Qin Yang didn't have any thoughts about these, and he was more concerned about Jiang Bei's face and didn't want to embarrass him. After a period of time, the waiter finally brought up the dishes one by one, holding a bottle of Lafayette. Jiang Bei took the initiative to stand up and fill the wine glasses for everyone. Then he smiled at everyone and said, "Come on, let's have a toast and forget all the unpleasant things before. By the way, let's celebrate my small profit in the stock market. Cheers! Cheers!" Qin Yang, Lu Feng, Chen Jiahao, and Bai Yaxin were all happy for Jiang Bei from the bottom of their hearts. Soon, the anger on the wine table became lively. Several people were chatting with each other, bragging. For example, I recently bought a limited edition supercar. How much profit did the invested company make? During this period, the one with the most limelight had to belong to Jiang Bei. Jiang Bei, you are really lucky to have such an investment expert as Qin Yang to help you make suggestions. In this way, wouldn't you be making money while sleeping? And my second uncle said that in the next period of time, the stocks you hold may have a big rise. At that time, you will earn more than just a few million. All the funds may have to be multiplied several times. Chen Jiahao spoke to Jiang Bei with a hint of envy in his tone. Then, out of the corner of his eye, he secretly glanced at Qin Yang. To be honest, this kind of opportunity to make money is rare, and if possible, he also wants to get involved. It's just that he had a little misunderstanding with Qin Yang before, so he was embarrassed to say this to Qin Yang. Seeing the expressions of the three of Chen Jiahao, Jiang Bei quickly guessed what they were thinking. With a sneer, he took the initiative to pour a glass of wine for Qin Yang, and asked tentatively, "Brother Qin, can you still buy shares at this time?" Young Master Chen, young Master Lu, and Sister Bai, the three of them usually take good care of me. Now that I have a rare opportunity, I want to take them to earn some pocket money. Do you think it's okay? Qin Yang looked indifferent. He had already guessed that Jiang Bei would say that. After all, Jiang Bei has never been the kind of person who likes to eat alone. "Jiang Bei, are you serious?" Qin Yang didn't rush to answer Jiang Bei's question, but instead asked him with a serious face. "Of course." Jiang Bei nodded decisively and replied without hesitation. "So the three of you also want to invest a fortune?" Immediately, Qin Yang looked at Bai Yaxin, Lu Feng and Chen Jiahao and asked directly. If possible, we naturally don't want to miss it. Bai Yaxin smiled slightly and took the initiative to speak out. Seeing this, Qin Yang was silent for a while. It was just a few seconds, but for Bai Yaxin and the others, it was an extremely long process. Okay, I promise. However, you all have to follow my rules. Qin Yang raised his eyes and quickly looked at the three of them. What rules? After a while, Lu Feng couldn't help asking curiously. You give the money to Brother Qin to invest, and the profits you make will be divided into. At this moment, Jiang Bei took the initiative to explain to Qin Yang. Hearing this explanation, Chen Jiahao, Bai Yaxin and Lu Feng looked at each other. Then they all nodded and said, "No problem." How much are you going to invest? Qin Yang picked up his wine glass and took a sip. After a while he asked aloud. I can offer 5,000 million. Lu Feng spoke first. I'll pay 3,000 million. Bai Yaxin has invested in many industries, but she doesn't have much cash on hand. In addition, she also lost a lot in the stock market some time ago, and the 3,000 million is already the limit she can spend. Jiahao, how much do you plan to pay? Among the three, only Chen Jiahao remained silent. So Jiang Bei couldn't help asking him curiously. 100 million. Chen Jiahao's eyes flickered, as if he didn't want to miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity at all. Opening his mouth, he revealed an amount. In an instant, everyone present was shocked. Jiahao, how dare you play so big, or should you think carefully about it? Bai Yaxin looked worried at this moment. Although she has certain confidence in Qin Yang's ability. But investing in the stock market has always been risky. No one has ever dared to say that their investment will generate huge returns. Jiang Bei's trust in Qin Yang is not difficult to understand. But why is Chen Jiahao full of confidence in Qin Yang? Could it be that his second uncle told him something? Chapter 18 Morning Run meets Ruyan Liu. Sister Bai, don't worry, I'm not acting impulsively. Rather, it was a decision I made after careful consideration. The main reason is that I have great confidence in Qin Yang's investment strength, so I don't think he will disappoint us. Chen Jiahao smiled slightly and immediately looked at Bai Yaxin, explaining to her. Since you've already considered it, I won't persuade you any more. Seeing Chen Jiahao's determined face, Bai Yaxin knew that it would be futile to continue persuading her. Young Master Chen, I didn't expect you to be more courageous than me. Jiang Bei was also shocked by Chen Jiahao's generosity. But when he thought of the strength and background of the Chen family in the magic capital, he soon felt relieved. A mere $1,000,000 is nothing to the Chen family. Since everyone believes in me so much, then I will definitely not let you down. Don't worry, within half a month, you will be grateful for today's move. Today's Qin Yang has the ability to invest in stock gods. And those 3 stocks have been carefully selected by him, and there is a high probability that there will be no mistakes. In the next period of time, the stock price will continue to skyrocket. It is not difficult to foresee that his investment will bring rich returns. Then wish us success, a toast everyone. Jiang Bei stood up holding his wine glass and said to everyone excitedly, "A meal." Let Lu Feng, Chen Jiahao and Bai Yaxin realize that Qin Yang is truly capable. In their view, this is indeed something to celebrate. So everyone ate very happily. At 08:30 in the evening, Qin Yang and Jiang Bei left from the Dahao clubhouse. Due to drinking a lot of alcohol, the two of them couldn't drive at all, so they simply called a substitute driver. The driver drove Jiang Bei home, while Qin Yang stopped a taxi and followed him. Less than an hour, the two returned home. "Jiang Bei, I'm going to take a bath first to wake up." After Qin Yang greeted Jiang Bei, he found a set of clothes from the room and went straight into the bathroom. It took more than 10 minutes to take a shower, and Qin Yang's drunkenness also became much less. Soon he walked to the hall. At this moment, Jiang Bei looked at Qin Yang excitedly and said, "Brother Qin, Sister Bai and the others have transferred all the money into my account." "Okay, I see. Wait tomorrow morning, you will put all the money into that investment account. At that time, listen to my arrangement." Qin Yang nodded, indicating that he knew. "Brother Qin, I found that you have changed a lot recently. Hundreds of millions of funds have been manipulated and invested by you, yet you still act so calmly. If this had been done before, you would have been excited for at least a few days. Could it be that after you fell in love, even your professionalism began to soar?" Jiang Bei stared at Qin Yang in surprise. If he hadn't been careful, he might not have noticed such an obvious change in Qin Yang before and after. "Bullshit." Qin Yang gave Jiang Bei a supercilious look. And the reason why he appeared so calm was entirely because the money was nothing more than a string of numbers in his eyes. Possessing the investment skills of a stock god, this made Qin Yang's concept of money weak. As long as he is given a certain amount of time, his assets can skyrocket rapidly. Not to mention, he now has a black technology system. In the eyes of Qin Yang, a mere few hundred million is not worth mentioning at all. "Anyway, I think you are very strange, but I can't tell the difference for a while." Jiang Bei looked at Qin Yang strangely. "Okay, I think you drank too much. You should go to bed quickly." Qin Yang smiled and opened his mouth to speak. He didn't have time to chat with Jiang Bei, so he went back to his room to rest. The next morning, since he went to bed early last night, Qin Yang woke up before 7 o'clock. After washing up, I saw that the weather outside was nice. He put on his sportswear and running shoes, and prepared to go for a run around the community. 10 minutes later, Qin Yang's figure appeared by the lake. There are quite a few morning joggers here, as if they all live in the same community. Qin Yang exercises regularly on weekdays, so his physical strength is naturally good. After running a few kilometers back and forth, my forehead was already sweating slightly. When he ran towards the direction of the community where he lived, a beautiful figure appeared in his sight. "Qin Yang, what a coincidence. I didn't expect you to come here for a morning run." A soft and pleasant voice quickly reached Qin Yang's ears. Liu Ruyan, the school girl of the finance department of Shanghai University, is Qin Yang's classmate. At this moment, she was wearing a pink cloud sportswear, which highlighted her fiery figure to the fullest. The hair is coiled up by a headband, revealing a capable temperament. Ruyan Liu, why are you here? Seeing a big, beautiful woman appeared in front of him, and she was also an acquaintance whom he knew. After a while, Qin Yang stopped walking. There was a hint of confusion on his face, and he asked directly, I just moved to Jiangwen Community yesterday, and I live on the 3rd floor of Building 6. Before I heard Jiang Bei say that you seem to live here, I didn't expect that we would meet so soon. Liu Ruyan smiled sweetly, staring at Qin Yang with her beautiful eyes, and said softly, Is it? That was indeed a coincidence. Qin Yang would come out for a morning run today, and it was entirely on a whim. But he didn't expect that he would meet his old classmate. By the way, I heard that after you graduated, you didn't apply for a job in a financial company. So what are you working on now? Where is the company located? Seeing Qin Yang again, Liu Ruyan was in a good mood and couldn't help asking about his job and company location. Black Swan Food Delivery Group, have you heard of it? Qin Yang smiled, and his eyes fell on Liu Ruyan. Well, of course I've heard of it. Could it be that you became a Black Swan delivery boy? Thinking of this, Liu Ruyan's expression froze instantly, and he froze in place. She could never have imagined that the former #1 student in a department didn't work in a glamorous financial company, but instead went to deliver food. Could it be that something happened to Qin Yang? Yes. This job is free. There is no 996 overtime and staying up late, and the income is not low. I have been working as a team leader in less than 3 months. Qin Yang chuckled lightly and didn't feel embarrassed. Surprised by Liu Ruyan, she graciously admitted it. Qin Yang, you are really wasting your talents in this line of work. As your classmate, I still can't help but advise you, this is not a long-term solution after all. You are so good, you shouldn't be buried, Liu Ruyan said with a straight face. She obviously didn't want to see Qin Yang wasting his talent. Ruyan, everyone chooses a different way of life. In my opinion, there is no pity for this. Besides, running food delivery is just a part-time job for me. The real main business is financial investment. You can rest assured about this. Qin Yang shrugged and then comforted Liu Ruyan. So that's the case. It seems that I was worrying too much. Hearing Qin Yang's explanation, Liu Ruyan came back to her senses, and it turned out that she had missed all of this. There was a shyness on her face, and she looked a little embarrassed. Chapter 19. It's you. Which company do you work for now? Qin Yang couldn't help becoming curious, so he asked Liu Ruyan a lot. Heroine Finance. My cousin is an executive in this company, and she submitted my resume. When I was notified for an interview, I didn't have time to prepare. But fortunately, in the end I was accepted without any risk. When Liu Ruyan thought of this incident, a little smile could not help but appear on the corner of her mouth. That's pretty good. I have also learned about this financial company, and it is indeed among the top ranks in Shanghai. And their HR also sent me an invitation before, wanting me to work in their company. It's just that I don't like to be restrained, so I declined. Qin Yang shrugged and continued. He didn't lie. With his grades and experience in school, he had already become the target of competition from major financial companies before he graduated. As long as Qin Yang thinks about it, he is fully qualified to be the key training target of major financial companies. Qin Yang, can you speak well? If you look like this, you will have no friends. For Qin Yang's Versailles, Liu Ruyan was really hit. Of course, she knew very well in her heart that Qin Yang did possess this ability. Hey, I'm just telling the truth. Qin Yang shrugged, showing an innocent expression. Have you finished your morning run? Come on, I know there is a very good tea restaurant nearby. I will treat you to breakfast. Liu Ruyan looked at Qin Yang and suddenly suggested, okay, but it must be my treat. After all, I have never had the habit of letting girls pay for me. Without hesitation, Qin Yang nodded and agreed. You're still the same, you haven't changed at all. With that said, the two walked side by side. Back in college, Liu Ruyan and Qin Yang had a very good relationship. Even several times, I couldn't help but want to express my affection to Qin Yang. However, Qin Yang had no intention of falling in love at that time. The girls who confessed to him included flowers from other departments, as well as many wealthy daughters. In the end, without exception, they were all rejected by Qin Yang. With these lessons learned from the past, Liu Ruyan buried this good feeling in her heart and never dared to show it in front of Qin Yang. She was afraid that if Qin Yang found out, the two of them would not even have to be ordinary friends. A large part of the reason why Liu Ruyan moved to Jiangwen community was because of Qin Yang. After half an hour, a tea restaurant with a very stylish decoration, the two came to a quieter corner. Sir, miss, what do you need? Soon the restaurant waiter came over. Show me a few signs from your store. Liu Ruyan smiled sweetly and said directly, okay. The waiter nodded and turned to leave. The two waited for less than 5 minutes. The waiter brought a few breakfasts and put them on the table. Two guests, please use slowly. Qin Yang looked at the breakfasts and found that they were very delicate in appearance and they looked appetizing. Qin Yang tasted first. Liu Ruyan immediately picked up the chopsticks, took the initiative to pick up a bun and put it in Qin Yang's bowl. Thank you. Qin Yang quickly thanked Liu Ruyan. After running a few kilometers in the morning, his physical strength was exhausted, and his stomach already felt hungry. Now that the food is so popular, Qin Yang is naturally not polite. With the mentality of trying, he put the bun in his mouth with chopsticks and took a bite. I found that its meaty texture is delicious, and the soup is still splashing in my mouth. The taste of this bun is really delicious. Ruyan, you can try it too. A smile appeared on Qin Yang's face, and then he said to Liu Ruyan, well, I'll try. For a breakfast, the two had a very pleasant meal. Before leaving, Qin Yang ordered a few more things to pack for Jianbei to take back. On the side, Liu Ruyan looked a little weird. Recently, Jianbei lived with me. I packed these and brought them back to him. Qin Yang was afraid that Liu Ruyan might have misunderstood something, so he immediately explained. So it is. I really envy the relationship between the two of you can be so good. Liu Ruyan smiled and said enviously, Qin Yang was a little embarrassed. Listening to Liu Ruyan's words, he always felt a little ambiguous. Of course, maybe he was thinking too much. Come on, I'll take you back. After a few minutes, the waiter packed all the breakfast ordered by Qin Yang. Qin Yang paid for the breakfast and planned to send Liu Ruyan back. Arrived home. Seeing that Jiang Bei hadn't gotten up yet, Qin Yang came to the guest room. He unscrewed the doorknob, pushed the door open and walked in. At a glance, Jiang Bei was on the bed, sleeping like a dead pig. Jiang Bei, get up quickly, I brought you breakfast. Qin Yang grabbed Jiang Bei's arm, lifted half of him up with a jerk. Brother Qin, please let me sleep again, I'm really sleepy. Jiang Bei didn't even open his eyes. Turned around, intending to go back to sleep. I'll give you 10 seconds. If you don't get up, I will cancel the investment plan this morning. Qin Yang has been with Jiang Bei for so long. He knows too well that this guy is a poor family. If you don't give him some serious information, you won't be obedient at all. Swish, just a second. Jiang Bei's eyes opened instantly, and he jumped up from the bed. Immediately, he showed a bitter face and said, Brother Qin, I won't take you to play like this. I just want to sleep late. Why is it so difficult? Unfortunately, Qin Yang was indifferent. Okay, hurry up and wash up, and then eat the breakfast on the table outside. Around 10 o'clock, the investment plan will officially start. Before that, you must prepare the funds in your account. After he finished speaking, he didn't stay in Jiang Bei's room for long and turned back to his room to change clothes. I see. Jiang Bei was not sleepy at the moment, so he went to the bathroom to wash up. Walking out of the living room, I saw breakfast on the table. He was sitting on the chair and eating when Qin Yang's figure walked out of the door and went to sit down in front of the sofa. Jiang Bei, did you tell Liu Ruyan that I live with you? At this time, Qin Yang opened his mouth and asked Jiang Bei. Forehead. Brother Qin Yu, how do you know? The steamed stuffed bun in Jiang Bei's hand suddenly became stale. His expression revealed a look of astonishment. Obviously, he did not expect Qin Yang to mention this matter. When I ran in the morning, I met her. She told me that she just moved to Jiangwen community yesterday, and she also took the initiative to tell me that you told her that I happen to live here too. I think you should give me a reasonable explanation. Qin Yang stared at Jiang Bei playfully. Jiang Bei's heart suddenly felt ominous. Immediately, he hurriedly said to Qin Yang, Brother Qin, listen to my explanation. Liu Xiaohua has been asking me about your whereabouts all the time. Once when I was drunk, she just called me and I accidentally missed it. Brother Qin, I really didn't mean it, I swear. Chapter 20. 10 o'clock in the morning. Qin Yang controls an account holding 8,000 million yuan and puts all the money into the stock market. Jiang Bei watched in horror. In addition to the previous 9,000 million funds, Qin Yang invested 7,000 million yuan alone. Even though Jiang Bei had a strong background, he couldn't help but feel a little worried at this moment. But Qin Yang looked indifferent, as if he was not worried about losing money on his investment. In the next few days, you will keep an eye on the account. If there are large fluctuations, remember to notify me at any time. Before walking out of the study, Qin Yang took the initiative to exhort Jiang Bei. After all, this money was invested by him, so he must take responsibility. Although Qin Yang felt in his heart that profit would come sooner or later, but in order to avoid emergencies, I still plan to ask Jiang Bei to pay more attention. Anyway, Jiang Bei had nothing to do on weekdays, so he could just exercise. No problem. Hearing this, Jiang Bei nodded without hesitation. Inside the president's office, Sophie officially signed the contract with Jessica, and at this moment she finally finished her work. So he took the initiative to dial Qin Yang's mobile phone number. Qin Yang, are you free today? As soon as the phone was connected, Qin Yang heard Sophie's soft and pleasant voice. In an instant, he was in a good mood. Miss Su invites you, so of course you are free. A smile appeared unconsciously on Qin Yang's face, and then he answered towards the phone. Seeing Qin Yang answering so quickly, Sophie raised her mouth slightly. Jessica and our company have formally signed a contract. In order to express my gratitude, I plan to treat you to dinner at noon. The address, I will send it to your WeChat later. Hearing Sophie talk about this, Qin Yang was also happy for her from the bottom of his heart. Immediately, he quickly replied, "Congratulations, Mr. Su, the company has reached a new level. Okay, remember to come, but don't be late." Sophie was very worried about Qin Yang being late for the blind date with her last time. That was the first time she took the initiative to wait for a man. She would never allow this kind of thing to happen a second time. "Miss Su, don't worry. I promise I will arrive early. This time, let me wait for you instead." Qin Yang couldn't help smiling, and then immediately replied, "Hang up." Sophie sat on the president's office chair. Her eyes flickered, and she couldn't help showing a smile on her face. Even Secretary Shu Ya's knock on the door was not heard at all. The next moment, Shu Ya happened to see the scene in front of her. Oh my God, why did Mr. Su show such a nympho expression? I can't see it wrong, can I? After a few seconds of stunned, Sophie came back to her senses. Seeing her secretary Shu Ya looking at her in astonishment, she immediately suppressed the smile on her face and said with some dissatisfaction, "Shu Ya, don't you know how to knock when you come in?" "Boss Su, I knocked. Maybe you were caught laughing just now so you didn't hear it." "President Su, I was wrong, I'm sorry." Shu Ya immediately showed an innocent expression and begged Sophie for mercy. "Forget it, it's not an example. Check to see if I have any plans for the afternoon." Sophie looked serious and immediately asked Shu Ya. "At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the company will hold a quarterly summary report meeting. 03:30, Boss Shangshida invites you to meet and discuss cooperation matters." Shu Ya quickly checked the itinerary in her hand, then raised her eyes to report to Sophie. "Help me cancel the meeting in the afternoon and adjust the time to meet with Mr. Shangshida. This afternoon, I don't want anything to disturb me. Soon." Sophie gave orders to Shu Ya. Regarding Sophie's order, Shu Ya was completely stunned. She has been serving as Sophie's secretary assistant for a full year and a half. In her impression, Sophie is an out-and-out professional woman. Cold and powerful. The attitude towards work is extremely serious. In the past, Sophie would never let her personal affairs affect her work arrangements. Even if something conflicted with work, she still focused on company affairs and never delayed once. But at this moment, Sophie changed her normal routine. Shuya thought of the nymphomaniac smile on Sophie's face when she just entered the door. She immediately came to her senses and made up countless idle plots in her brain. President Su, you are going to meet an important person this afternoon, right? It must be so. Otherwise, President Su would not have made such an important decision. President Gao Lengbingchen, is it true that she is really going to fall in love? If this news gets out, I don't know how many suitors who love President Su will cry. Sophie didn't know what was going on in Shuya's mind at the moment. She packed up her things, picked up the designer bag on the table, and walked straight out of the president's office. At the same time, Qin Yang received the restaurant address from Sophie on WeChat. Picking up the key, he immediately went out and rushed over. Sophia Restaurant. This is a beautifully decorated restaurant full of style. Most of the people who come here to eat are couples. They dress gorgeously and speak elegantly. The atmosphere in the restaurant seems to make people feel very comfortable. Sophie's friend said that this restaurant has a high reputation. Just never had the chance to come. After much deliberation, she decided to invite Qin Yang to have dinner here. The main reason is that Sophie has always had a voice in her heart telling her that Qin Yang is special. If I miss this man, it will be a lifetime of regret. Even though it was only 2 days since I met Qin Yang, this man left a deep impression on Sophie. And her affection for Qin Yang is unmatched by other men. When Sophie's figure appeared at the gate of the restaurant, she attracted the attention of many male customers. Now, she was wearing a white dress that just reached her knees. The enchanting figure and perfect curves are highlighted vividly. She has an all-powerful face without makeup and an alluring demeanor of Yujie's president. Sophie exuded a powerful aura and was walking towards the hall step by step. Her eyes flickered and she glanced around. Finally, he looked at a handsome man in the corner. Da-da-da. Stepping on high heels with slender and fair legs, she walked towards him swayingly. Time. All the male compatriots in the restaurant cast envious and jealous eyes at that handsome man. And this handsome man is none other than Qin Yang. He had arrived a long time ago, and he deliberately chose a seat by the window, just to reduce the attention of others when he met Sophie. Unfortunately, Qin Yang still underestimated Sophie's charm. I even underestimated the jealousy of the male compatriots in the restaurant. Qin Yang, you came quite early this time. Have you been waiting long? Soon. Sophie had already walked in front of Qin Yang and took advantage of the opportunity to sit on the seat. Her beautiful eyes twinkled, and a vague smile appeared on the corner of her mouth, and she asked Qin Yang, "No, I've only been here for a while. As long as I can wait for a goddess like Miss Su, no matter how long it takes, I think it should be worth it." Qin Yang chuckled, and then replied in a gentle voice. Swish, at this moment, Sophie's heartbeat accelerated rapidly. Her complexion became hot, and she couldn't help showing shyness on her face. She never expected that Qin Yang would take the initiative to say such words. Chapter 21. The focus of the audience. Qin Yang took the initiative to express his feelings. Grumpy. Sophie seemed reproachful. But at this moment, her heart was as sweet as eating a jar of honey. You look around. Qin Yang didn't explain, but signaled for Sophie to look around. All of a sudden, Sophie raised her head, followed Qin Yang's orders subconsciously, and looked around the hall. What did she see? In the restaurant, almost all male compatriots looked at where she and Qin Yang were. The two of them, undoubtedly, became the focus of the audience at this moment. Now you should believe that I'm just telling the truth. Qin Yang replied with a smile on his face. The scene in front of him seemed to be completely beyond his expectations. After all, Qin Yang never expected that Sophie would dress up so beautifully when she asked him to meet today. As soon as he appeared on the stage, he attracted the attention of all male compatriots. Let's order. I treat you today. Thank you for helping me a lot last time. Soon Sophie looked away and said to Qin Yang. She has long been used to this kind of scene, so she didn't feel the slightest bit of adaptation, and the expression on her face was even more indifferent. Then I'm welcome. Qin Yang nodded. I picked up the menu and looked at it, so I asked the waiter for a fio steak, a hot soup, and a dessert. Then he looked at Sophie and asked her what she wanted to eat. Sophie smiled sweetly and then said to Qin Yang, just do the same as you. As soon as the waiter turned and left, the two couldn't help chatting. Miss Su, I've always been curious. You are so beautiful with outstanding temperament. You are also the female president of a listed company. The most important thing around you is suitors. Why would you think of going on a blind date? Qin Yang still couldn't understand Sophie's actions. Given such a good opportunity, he mustered up his courage and couldn't help asking Sophie. Aren't you too? According to the information I have investigated, you are a famous figure in Shanghai University, and you have countless admirers, even the school belle and the daughter of a wealthy family. If you want to fall in love, it must not be difficult for you. How could it be that you have been single until now? You went on a blind date with me. Sophie was curious. After the blind date ended that day, he couldn't help but investigate Qin Yang's details. After she thoroughly understood Qin Yang's situation, her impression of him changed greatly. Miss Su, I asked you the question first, and you have to answer my question first. Regarding Sophie's initiative to change the subject, Qin Yang did not stop there. After he smiled slightly, he asked Sophie again. You are right, there are indeed many suitors around me. These people are either the children of wealthy families, or corporate executives, or returnee elites. But for me, I'm looking for a life partner, not a partner to live with. So when I find a boyfriend, I care more about how the two get along, not about his social status and wealth. Seeing Qin Yang's reluctance, Sophie insisted on asking to the end. After pondering for a while, she finally chose to answer positively. Qin Yang understood after listening to the explanation. It turned out to be such a thing. Indeed, a beautiful CEO like Sophie must be the dream goddess of countless men. Either they are greedy for her beauty and figure, or they covet her wealth and status. How many people really like her? I have already answered your question. Next, it's your turn. Qin Yang, why did you come to me for a blind date? Sophie herself was very curious about this. Immediately, he didn't want to miss this opportunity, and asked Qin Yang immediately. If I said that I just happened to be free and thought about going over to have a look, would you hit me? Qin Yang chuckled lightly and then spoke. Don't you think your explanation is a little too perfunctory? Sophie was obviously not satisfied with Qin Yang's answer. For a moment, her eyes stared at Qin Yang, and she must ask him to answer again. But that's the truth. Although I also desire to have a love in my heart, I will not confirm a relationship with others casually until I meet a woman who makes my heart beat. Qin Yang knows exactly what type of woman he likes. Therefore, he wouldn't be tempted to think anything wrong just because a beautiful woman's appearance is super high. Then what type of woman do you like? At this time, Sophie boldly asked Qin Yang directly. There was a playful smile on her face, and her pair of beautiful eyes kept flickering, and she stared at him closely. Gentle personality, good conduct, able to distinguish right from wrong, not greedy for vanity. The most important point is that she can make my heart move. Qin Yang thought for a while, then answered truthfully. Your request is not high. Why haven't you found it yet? Sophie was puzzled. In her opinion, if Qin Yang sincerely wanted to find such a girlfriend, judging from his popularity, it wouldn't be too difficult. After all, Qin Yang is so handsome, has a super high degree of education, has a humorous conversation, and has an online emotional intelligence. Under such conditions, getting out of the order is a matter of minutes. Anyway, I haven't met a suitable one before. Qin Yang shrugged and replied with a relaxed expression. HMPH, it seems that your request is not low. Seeing this, Sophie couldn't help but smile. Miss Sue, what is your impression of me? To be honest, Qin Yang has a good impression of Sophie. Not only because of the black technology system, but also because of Sophie's beauty and character. Now that there is an opportunity, he naturally wants to actively fight for it. However, at this moment, when Sophie faced Qin Yang's question, her expression suddenly revealed a look of astonishment. She seemed a little caught off guard, and she was even more unprepared. Not bad. Sophie sneered and said, If I want you to be my girlfriend, will you agree? Qin Yang looked at Sophie sincerely, with a serious expression on his face. It seems to be serious, not like a joke. Qin Yang, is this a little sudden? We've only known each other for a few days. Although we feel good about each other, I think it's too fast to talk about this topic at this time. Sophie calmed down. Soon she recovered from the shock. Facing Qin Yang's request, he expressed his thoughts. She has a genuine affection for Qin Yang, and she definitely surpasses any man around her. But even so, Sophie wouldn't be too hot-headed to agree to be Qin Yang's girlfriend so quickly. The time they spend together is too short, and they don't know each other's personality and lifestyle. To get together rashly, just because of the good impression left in my heart, is not what Sophie wants to see. Chapter 22, Points Mall Dresser Hail. Then Miss Sue, would you like to give me a chance to pursue you? Qin Yang looked at Sophie with a smile on his face. At this moment, he was not depressed because Sophie refused to confess his love. To be honest, Sophie was the first woman he felt his heart beat. So Qin Yang didn't care about his face, and planned to show his heart to Sophie with the cheek. At the same time, he also strived for an opportunity for himself to pursue Sophie in an open and honest manner. It depends on your performance. Sophie's face flushed slightly, and she looked extremely shy. She didn't agree, let alone refuse directly. As soon as these words came out, Qin Yang couldn't help feeling elated and said to himself, Sophie didn't reject me face to face, so it seems that I still have a chance. And this time, Qin Yang also discovered a key piece of information. Sophie's favorability for him has already reached over 80. According to the reminder of the Black technology system, once the favorability value reaches above 95, the probability of Qin Yang's confession success will become very high. So, if I want to successfully pursue Sophie, I must increase her favorability with me. In just a few seconds, the goal in Qin Yang's mind became clear. Miss Sue, don't worry, I will definitely behave to your satisfaction. Qin Yang smiled and said to Sophie. Soon, the waiter brought up the dishes one by one. Qin Yang picked up the knife and fork and cut the steak on his dinner plate into small pieces. Then he stood up and took the steak from Sophie's table. Just when Sophie showed dissatisfaction on her face, she was going to ask Qin Yang what he wanted to do. Qin Yang put the cut steak in front of her and said with tenderness in his eyes, Miss Sue, you'd better eat my portion. I've already cut the steak for you. Faced with Qin Yang's actions, Sophie couldn't help being stunned. If other people dared to do this in front of her, she would have been angry long ago. But at this time, Sophie didn't feel any resistance in her heart, but a sense of warmth emerged instead. Thank you. After a while, Sophie replied in a low voice. Qin Yang nodded, seemingly satisfied with his performance. A meal. The two ate for half an hour. The relationship has gradually become more subtle. Qin Yang has clearly expressed his affection for Sophie, and next, he will pursue Sophie. Sophie also saw it all, secretly delighted in her heart. Of course, she still has the high-cold goddess fan on her face. It's just that when facing Qin Yang, his attitude didn't have the coldness of rejecting others thousands of miles away. At least, Sophie also has a certain affection for Qin Yang. Qin Yang, are you going to work this afternoon? If possible, I want you to go shopping with me. Before Sophie came, she had already planned it in her heart. For this reason, she even asked the secretary to push back her afternoon schedule in advance. However, she was not sure whether Qin Yang would agree. No problem. With Qin Yang's current status, he doesn't need to deliver food to support himself. Besides facing the goddess invitation, even if there is a delay, Qin Yang will overcome all difficulties and will never miss such a good opportunity. Okay, then we'll go now. Sophie nodded. After finishing speaking, he beckoned to the waiter. He took out a stack of cash from his bag and paid for the table. Go out the door of the restaurant. Qin Yang was about to pick up the car, but Sophie directly stopped him. She looked at Qin Yang and asked curiously, "Qin Yang, you should have a driver's license, right?" "Yes, what's wrong?" Qin Yang rubbed his nose and replied hastily, "Then take my car." Sophie didn't want to sit on the back of Qin Yang's motorcycle, and the two of them showed such intimate behavior in broad daylight. If it is seen by someone who knows him, there may be some scandals. "No problem." Qin Yang agreed without hesitation. Soon, the two walked in front of a red Maserati sports car. Qin Yang took the initiative to step forward and opened the passenger door for Sophie. "Be careful, don't touch your heads." After Sophie sat firmly, Qin Yang sat in the driving seat and started the engine of the sports car. In about an hour, the two arrived at their destination. Musli Square. This is the most prosperous shopping mall in Shanghai, bar none. A total of 10 floors, clothes, shoes, bags, cosmetics. All kinds of luxury specialty stores, one next to the other. Qin Yang and Sophie soon appeared in the hall. Fortunately, there were so many people at the scene that it didn't attract the attention of others. "Miss Su, where do we go shopping next?" Looking at the scene, Qin Yang couldn't help sighing. Then he smiled slightly, looked at Sophie, and asked in a gentle voice, "Come on, let's go ahead and have a look." In Sophie's free time, her favorite activity is shopping. There are 3 wardrobes in her cloakroom, all of which are filled with various limited edition clothes. High-heeled shoes, bags, skincare products, and more. But even so, as long as there are new models released in the current season, she still can't help but buy them. Beauty is a woman's nature. Even a cold goddess like Sophie is no exception. "Sir and ma'am, welcome." Soon, the two walked into a luxuriously decorated specialty store. The waiter at the door had a smile on his face and immediately greeted the two of them warmly. Sophie dresses very tastefully, perfectly highlighting her curvaceous figure. Her eyes quickly swept across the hangers, and she immediately picked out a black short skirt with wrapping hips. "Qin Yang, do you think this dress will look good on me?" Sophie picked up the dress and gestured in front of her. At this moment she was staring at Qin Yang closely and asked with a smile on her face. "Miss Su is so beautiful, so naturally she looks very elegant in whatever clothes she wears." Qin Yang quickly smiled, looked at Sophie and replied, "Perfunctory. You know, I don't want this kind of answer." Sophie shook her head, with a trace of disappointment showing on her face. She thought Qin Yang was an interesting person and would give herself a different answer. Now it seems that Qin Yang is no different from the others around her. Qin Yang was taken aback. He didn't expect that his answer would cause Sophie's displeasure. In just a few seconds, Qin Yang realized the mistake he had made. As soon as his mind moved, a virtual screen immediately appeared in front of him. Points Mo. Dresser. Possesses extremely high aesthetics, is good at discovering the characteristics of others, and uses the characteristics of clothes to maximize the charm of others. Price 1,000 points. Qin Yang currently has 1,500 points, which is completely affordable. Without hesitation, he directly chose to buy. Swish, A wave of memories flooded into Qin Yang's mind. The next second, he looked at Sophie and had countless inspirations. "Miss Su, this dress is probably not suitable for you. If you believe me, how about letting me help you choose a skirt that fits your figure and temperament?" Qin Yang smiled lightly, exuding a strong self-confidence all over his body. Seeing this scene, Sophie couldn't help being stunned. After a while, I saw the corner of her mouth slightly raised and said in surprise, "No problem." Chapter 23. Not now, but later. Hearing Qin Yang speak, Sophie looked at him with interest. She was very curious about what kind of surprise Qin Yang would bring her next. Qin Yang's eyes froze, and the temperament of his whole body seemed to have undergone a subtle change after this second. His eyes scanned Sophie's body, and then walked towards the dazzling array of clothes hangers. After about 2 minutes or so, Qin Yang's footsteps stopped. When she reached out, she picked out a brown skirt. In Qin Yang's eyes, this dress is the most suitable for Sophie in terms of style, design, and temperament. Then, Qin Yang took the initiative to hand the skirt in front of Sophie, with a gentle smile on his face. "Miss Su, your figure and charm are extremely outstanding. If you wear this skirt, it will undoubtedly highlight your personal temperament to the extreme. Would you like to try it?" Sophie nodded decisively, without hesitation. Immediately, he picked up the skirt and walked into the fitting room. Sophie's dressing style is very tasteful, mainly because she has a good vision. She glanced at the style of the dress Qin Yang had chosen at the moment, and knew that it was the latest style of the season. As Qin Yang said, it can indeed perfectly bring out her figure and temperament. In the blink of an eye, a few minutes passed. The door of the fitting room was opened. A beautiful shadow walked out slowly. Sophie wore this skirt, revealing her icy muscles. The white and smooth skin like a newborn baby is shocking just by looking at it. Especially with Sophie's all-powerful looks, the fairy who must have walked out of the painting is nothing more than that. Good, so beautiful. Even Qin Yang couldn't help but stare blankly at the countless beauties, and fell deeply into it. "Qin Yang, I didn't expect you to have such a good eye." Sophie walked up to Qin Yang, and saw that he was overwhelmed by her own charm. For a moment, instead of being angry at his gaffe, he felt secretly happy inside. "Miss Su won the award, mainly because you have such a good figure. You are simply a natural clothes hanger, and you will look elegant in whatever you wear. It's a pity that these luxury brands didn't invite you to be their spokesperson." Faced with Sophie's compliment, Qin Yang didn't get lost, and he didn't pretend to be aggressive in front of her. At this moment, he just smiled lightly, as if he felt that this trivial matter was not worth mentioning at all. Seeing that Qin Yang was so indifferent to fame and fortune, Sophie couldn't help but increase her affection for him again. She found that the Qin Yang standing in front of her was indeed different from the other men who usually surrounded her. There is no pressure to get along with him, and the mood will inevitably be more pleasant. "Qin Yang, how can you be so exaggerated? You will make me happy." Sophie knew that Qin Yang was joking with her, and a shy expression appeared on her face, so she replied immediately. "Miss, I think your boyfriend is right. It's really amazing to match this dress with your temperament." If you're willing, I'll invite a photographer to take a set of photos for you and put them in our shop for promotion. In return, the price of this dress will be free. You may wish to consider it. At this time, the beautiful store manager walked up to Sophie and said to her excitedly, "You misunderstood. He is not my boyfriend." Sophie felt a little shy when she heard what the beautiful store manager said. "Not now, but later on. It's okay to call in advance." Just when the beautiful store manager felt a little embarrassed because he said something wrong, Qin Yang took the initiative to stand up and said with a smile, "Mr. is right. Such a beautiful girlfriend cannot be easily missed." The beautiful store manager's eyes kept flickering, and he said with a smile, this one, and these few ones according to her size, wrap them up for me." Just because of the words of the beautiful store manager, Qin Yang was in a good mood. Immediately, he picked out a few clothes from the hanger and asked the beautiful store manager to pack them up immediately. "Ziokian, hurry up and help the distinguished guest pack the clothes." Seeing how rich and powerful Qin Yang is, the beautiful store manager immediately burst into laughter from ear to ear, stretched out his hand to signal to the salesperson not far away, and hurriedly ordered, "Yes, manager." The salesperson ran over quickly, picked up all the clothes at the sign of the store manager, and packed them. "Qin Yang, I still have a lot of clothes at home, so there's really no need to buy so many." Seeing that Qin Yang made the decision without authorization and helped her choose so many pieces, Sophie stopped her immediately. "Fine. This is the first time I've gone shopping with you, so I'll give you some decent clothes." Qin Yang shook his head with a smile. "It's just a few pieces of clothes, and with his current worth, it's not a problem at all." Hearing this, Sophie couldn't help but be taken aback. "You want to buy these clothes for me?" "Qin Yang don't need it." Sophie came back to her senses and hurriedly refused. She never thought of asking Qin Yang to pay the bill. After all, the other party's economy is different from her own. And this is a luxury boutique. Don't look at just a few clothes. The price is not cheap. It ranges from tens of thousands to 10,000 plus. If Qin Yang really paid the bill, his annual salary might be included in it. Sophie didn't want to see Qin Yang's swollen face to pretend to be fat. "It's okay. Recently, I helped my friends speculate in stocks and made a lot of money. I can still take this money out." Seeing Sophie showing this expression, Qin Yang knew what she was worried about. At that moment, the corners of his mouth were slightly raised, showing a bit of joy. "Really?" Sophie's eyes flickered, and she became half believing in what Qin Yang said. "Of course it's true. I'm not the kind of person who wants to save face and suffer. If you really can't afford the money, you won't say such things." Qin Yang looked serious and emphasized, "It's better not to. I don't want you to spend money." Sophie thought for a while, but finally shook her head and refused. However, Qin Yang never gave her this chance. "Go straight to the counter and pay the money. 6 or 7 pieces of clothing are all luxury brands, costing a total of 12. Qin Yang spends money without blinking his eyes. Such boldness surprised even Sophie. "Since you gave me a gift, I can't help but express it. Go, I'll take you to change your outfit." As soon as the two walked out of the store, Sophie turned around and her eyes fell on Qin Yang. Then she said to him with a smile, "No problem, I listen to you." Qin Yang nodded decisively in agreement. Immediately afterwards, he followed Sophie with a shopping bag in his hand. After walking for about 7 or 8 minutes, I finally saw a men's clothing store. Sophie walked in first, and Qin Yang left the bag in his hand on the counter before walking inside. There are many styles of clothes on the hangers, and the prices are also not cheap. Qin Yang here. After seeing Qin Yang's figure, Sophie quickly beckoned to him. At this time, she had already picked out 2 sets of clothes in her hand. Chapter 24. Qin Yang smiled slightly, then quickly walked up to Sophie and asked, "Why, you picked it so quickly?" Sophie nodded with a smile. Picking up the clothes in his hand, he gestured in front of Qin Yang. After a while he urged, "Hurry up and try." Seeing this, Qin Yang didn't refuse, took the clothes from Sophie's hand and walked towards the fitting room. Not too long before and after, the door of the fitting room was pushed open, and Qin Yang walked out slowly. At this moment, his image and temperament changed greatly. It is undeniable that Qin Yang has a very good looks. After all, he is recognized as the school grass of Shanghai University, and the male god that countless girls dream of. He wears casual clothes on weekdays, exuding the charm of a peerless warm man all over his body. But this time, he was wearing a white shirt and a black jacket on his upper body, and a pair of trousers on his lower body. Combined with each other, Qin Yang's domineering president's temperament is vividly highlighted. "Qin Yang, you look so good. You can look good with a little dressing up. When you walk on the road in this suit, people who don't know really think you are the young master of some rich family." Sophie expressed her satisfaction with Qin Yang's image, which even completely exceeded her expectations. "Ha ha ha, what you said makes sense. However, this outfit is more suitable for more formal occasions. I usually don't like to wear it like this." Qin Yang looked at himself in the mirror and kept nodding his head. At least he is quite satisfied with his image and temperament. "In that case, let me choose some casual clothes for you." Hearing Qin Yang's reminder, Sophie's attention immediately shifted to the hanger. After careful selection, Qin Yang was arranged by Sophie to try on clothes a few times, but the results were surprisingly good. During the whole process, Sophie seemed to be deeply attracted by Qin Yang's charm. She kept staring at Qin Yang and never moved away for a moment. And all of this was seen by Qin Yang. He secretly rejoiced in his heart, judging from the current development. The two got along pretty well. As long as he works a little harder, he believes that it won't be long before he can embrace the beauty. Wrap up all the sets of clothes he tried on. Sophie looked at the salesperson and spoke directly to her. "No problem, I'll do it now." The salesman nodded excitedly. She did not expect that she would be so lucky today to meet such a rich and powerful guest. Crack! At this time, a burst of flashes flashed, and the scene of Sophie and Qin Yang's intimate movements was secretly photographed not far away. I saw this man wearing a peaked cap and a pair of sunglasses, holding a professional camera in his hand, watching every move of Sophie and Qin Yang. "Mr. Ning, your guess is really good. Miss Su and that kid surnamed Qin are indeed together. The location is Musly Square, and the two of them are shopping for clothes in a specialty store." The man took out his cell phone from his pocket and dialed a number directly. Then he told the truth to the other end of the sentence. "Okay, keep an eye on me, and I'll send someone there right away." After Ning Zhiyuan finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Ever since Qin Yang took Sophie away in front of him last time, he felt resentment towards Qin Yang in his heart. So he spent a lot of money to find a private detective to investigate Qin Yang's every move. Now that he learned that Qin Yang and Sophie were dating and shopping together again, Ning Zhiyuan felt extremely jealous in his heart. And all of this, Qin Yang and Sophie, who were buying clothes in a specialty store at the moment, didn't know clearly. Sophie chose a total of 4 sets of clothes for Qin Yang. 1 set of formal clothes and 3 sets of casual clothes cost more than 8 yuan. Sophie originally wanted to buy a few more sets, but was rejected by Qin Yang. "Miss Su, these few sets of clothes are enough for me to wear, so don't bother you to continue spending money." Seeing Qin Yang open his mouth like this, Sophie couldn't force it. Immediately, he had no choice but to nod in agreement. "Okay, let's go. After buying clothes, we will go to the shoe store." Sophie went shopping with great interest. For her, this is just the beginning. Qin Yang didn't refuse either, so he followed Sophie's wishes. The two walked around for a full 3 hours. Before walking out of the gate of Muesli Mall, Qin Yang's hands were already full of all kinds of shopping bags. Even there are salesmen from several stores behind him. The two came to the garage and put everything behind the front compartment. Just as he was about to leave, more than a dozen big men in black appeared out of nowhere, blocking Qin Yang and Sophie's way in just a moment. "Who are you? Why are you blocking our way?" Looking at the scene in front of him, Qin Yang took the initiative to protect Sophie behind him, with a serious expression on his face. He never imagined that such a thing would happen to him. "Boy, if you are sensible, kneel down obediently immediately, slap yourself 10 times in the face, and then cripple your arms. It makes me happy, and maybe I can consider letting you live." The fat man in the lead had an arrogant expression on his face at this time. Pointing at Qin Yang's nose, he threatened directly. "Too deceiving. Tell me who sent you here." Qin Yang's eyes burst into anger. He could see that this group of people was obviously here to trouble him. But he never offended anyone, so why did such a thing happen to him? "HMPH, are you afraid now?" The corner of the fat man's mouth rose slightly, and he smiled coldly. Then he immediately sneered at Qin Yang. "If you want to blame yourself for not having eyes. Some people are destined to be existences that you can't afford to offend. Miss Su, quickly hide in the car. They came for me, and I don't want to involve you." Seeing that there was no way for him to retreat, Qin Yang leaned close to Sophie and whispered into her ear. "These people know that they are not good people at a glance, and it doesn't matter how serious they are. Qin Yang, are you sure you can handle it alone? If you hold on for a while, I'll call the police immediately." Even Sophie can collapse Mount Tai in the face of various big scenes without changing her expression. But at this moment, she couldn't help but start worrying about Qin Yang's safety. Ding, the random task is released. 1. Protect the goddess, attack forcefully and give her enough sense of security. Reward Grandmaster Bajiquin. 2. Find out who is behind the conspiracy and reward Thompson with a luxury villa worth 1 billion. When Qin Yang heard the task given by the Black Technology System, his original worries turned into bubbles at this moment. He silently accepted the task in his heart. In an instant, he obtained the master-level Bajiquin skills. For a moment, Qin Yang felt that his whole body was full of strength. This punch is enough to knock a heavy elephant into the air. I only give you 3 seconds to think about it. Either you do what I tell you, or I'll let you try it. What does it mean to toast and not eat or drink as a penalty? The fat man smiled coldly, obviously losing patience with Qin Yang. Chapter 25. Who sent you? Miss Sue, please hide in the car first, and then lock the door behind you. Qin Yang turned sideways and immediately said to Sophie, "How about you? There are so many of them. If it's really against you, how do you deal with it? How about I tell them? I promise to give them a sum of money and let them let you go." Sophie was in a hurry. At this moment, he grabbed Qin Yang's arm with one hand and refused to let go no matter what. "Do not worry. Just these guys, they can't hurt me at all. Give me a few minutes, I'll take care of it in no time." If it was before, Qin Yang might still consider agreeing to Sophie's handling method. But now, his force value has undergone earth-shaking changes. As for the dozen or so gangsters in front of him, Qin Yang simply didn't pay attention to them. But at this moment, he thought to himself, it's just a good time to use them to practice and see how powerful this master-level Bajibung is. Boy, do you really ignore my words. The fat man didn't move at all after seeing Qin Yang for such a long time. In an instant, his face turned cold, and he immediately felt angry. "Come on, why don't you give it to me? I want to see how hard this kid's bones are." The next second, the fat man waved his hand. A dozen big men in black behind him immediately took action. They rushed towards Qin Yang aggressively and were about to hit his cheek and chest with their fists. "Qin Yang, be careful." Seeing this scene, Sophie couldn't help exclaiming, "Court death." Seeing these gangsters swarming up, Qin Yang didn't have the slightest intention to show mercy. He was afraid that the fight would affect Sophie behind him. At the moment, both feet kicked the ground violently. The whole figure was shot out like a cannonball. Boom, a punch, like a dragon crossing a river, directly hit the gangster in front of him. With both feet off the ground, the 130 Jin person rose into the air, flew upside down 7 or 8 meters away, and hit the ground heavily. Not only that, the man rolled several times on the ground. If it weren't for a pillar blocking him, he probably wouldn't know how far he would have rolled on the ground. The scene suddenly fell into deathly silence. Fatty and his subordinates all stared at Qin Yang dumbfounded. They never imagined that Qin Yang, who looked like a boy, would be so powerful. It can knock people into the air with just one punch, completely shocking them. No, no way. Is it possible that this kid is still a lion Jiazi? The fat man fixed his eyes on Qin Yang and swallowed subconsciously. After a while, the fat man gestured to the subordinates around him. Quick, all of you go up together. Don't let him have the power to fight back. Yes, boss. Knowing that Qin Yang had some strength, everyone quickly restrained the contempt in their eyes. This time, 7 or 8 people rushed towards Qin Yang from all directions almost at the same time. He thought about subduing Qin Yang once, and must not give him time to breathe. A group of ants dare to show embarrassment in front of me. Since you insist on courting death, then I will fulfill you. Qin Yang clenched his fists tightly, his bones cracked, and all the strength in his body was mobilized immediately. Swish! Qin Yang moved. His speed was as fast as lightning, and he chose to take the initiative before being completely surrounded by these gangsters. I saw Qin Yang's body was as light as a swallow, pacing with heavy shoulders. Octopus collapsed close to the mountain. A powerful blow from the shoulder. Immediately, one of the gangsters was knocked into the air. Immediately afterwards, he dealt with several other people in an orderly manner. No more than 2 minutes before and after the battle. Of the dozen or so black-clothed men who surrounded Qin Yang, only 3 or 4 were left in the blink of an eye. They all fell to the ground, clutching their wounded parts and wailing. How is this possible? The fat man took a few steps back subconsciously and looked at Qin Yang with extremely fearful eyes. He never thought that Qin Yang would be so powerful. The subordinates he brought with him could not hold out for a few rounds in Qin Yang's hands. Boss, this guy is terrible. With our strength, it is impossible to be his opponent. Or let's retreat. A seemingly witty little brother stuck to the fat man's ear and whispered, "Withdraw." An ominous premonition also emerged in the fat man's heart. He felt that what the younger brother said was right. After pondering for a while, he immediately spoke. So I plan to take my younger brothers and hurry away. It's a pity that Qin Yang has already seen through Fatty's thoughts. Want to run, did you ask me? The corners of Qin Yang's mouth rose slightly, revealing a sneer. Fatty and his men turned around, and before they even had time to run a few steps, their way was directly blocked by Qin Yang. Boy, I don't want to argue with you too much. If you are sensible, just obediently get out of the way for me. Otherwise, your fate will be miserable. The fat man's face became extremely pale. But at this moment, he knew that he couldn't show a timid look, otherwise it would only make Qin Yang more confident. At that moment, he gritted his teeth and threatened Qin Yang in a fierce tone. It's come to this point, you still dare to threaten me. This can't help but make me wonder if your guy's brain was broken by the door. Qin Yang didn't care about Fatty's threat at all. At this moment, he had to learn from the fat man that he was targeting him behind his back. Be honest, who sent you to trouble me? If you tell me, maybe you can save a little bit of pain. When the fat man saw Qin Yang stop him, he knew the details of the big man behind him. The expression on his face couldn't help changing at the moment. He quickly shook his head and said, I don't know what you're talking about. So you're going to play dumb in front of me. Okay, since you don't cooperate, then I can only use other methods to let you speak on your own initiative." While speaking, Qin Yang was taking steps, constantly closing the distance between himself and the fat man. What do you want? Don't come here." Seeing Qin Yang's actions, the fat man's face instantly turned pale. Subconsciously, he took a few steps back and shook his head madly at Qin Yang. "I'll give you another chance and tell me all the news you know. Otherwise you won't be able to bear the consequences." Qin Yang is not the kind of soft-hearted person. If the fat man still doesn't tell the truth, he will use real methods next, and he will never show mercy. Cold sweat broke out on the fat man's forehead. He didn't dare to reveal the details of that big man, because the other party was too powerful, and the fat man couldn't afford to offend him at all. But in the current situation, if Fatty doesn't give Qin Yang an explanation, his end will not be easy either. The fat man was still struggling, hesitating whether to speak or not. But Qin Yang has gradually lost his patience. Boom! Qin Yang kicked violently. Even a fat man weighing 180 kilograms couldn't help rolling on the ground. "What?" The fat man let out a scream, and there was a sharp pain in his chest in an instant. Qin Yang's sudden blow directly stunned the fat man. Chapter 26. Fatty, my patience is limited. If you don't tell me obediently who sent you here to trouble me, be careful that I don't think it's serious, and I will destroy you directly. Qin Yang's face was gloomy. The tone of the speech at this time was also very aggressive. It makes people feel that he can really do what he says. "No, don't fight anymore." I said yes. Qin Yang's kick just now made the fat man tremble with fear. He knew that if he didn't explain clearly to the person behind the scenes, the guy in front of him would definitely not let him go easily. As for himself, he still doesn't know how much he will suffer next. In order to avoid this kind of thing from happening, the fat man had no choice but to compromise in the end with a bitter face. "HMPH, you'd better tell the truth. If you dare to lie to me, you will end up miserable." Qin Yang's eyes were filled with coldness, and he was staring at Fatty firmly. "I don't know his name. I just know that my boss calls him Mr. Ning. This big shot is very generous. He directly gave my boss a reward of 20. Let us come over and teach you a lesson." The fat man didn't dare to continue to hide. He clutched his chest and hastily told Qin Yang everything he knew. "Mr. Ning." Qin Yang's eyes flickered, and he began to think in his mind, when did he offend the big man surnamed Ning? If my guess is correct, the President Ning he was talking about should be Ning Zhiyuan. Just as Qin Yang was thinking about who this Mr. Ning would be, Sophie walked up to Qin Yang's side before she knew it, and said with a serious expression, "What, it's him?" After being reminded by Sophie, Qin Yang immediately came to his senses and felt that it was very possible. "Good. When we had dinner last time, although you and him met for the first time, your attitude at that time may have annoyed him. Based on what I know about Ning Zhiyuan, he will never let you go easily. It's just that I didn't expect that he would use such a despicable method to trouble you." Sophie couldn't help but feel helpless. In the final analysis, It was because of her that Qin Yang was implicated. For this, she felt very sorry. I see. That guy, I already knew he was not a good bird. But since he chose this method to deal with me, I will write down this account. If there is a chance in the future, I will let him pay a heavy price for what happened today. Qin Yang is not a soft persimmon to be manipulated by others. Since Ning Zhiyuan had the guts to do such a thing, he must bear Qin Yang's anger for his actions. Qin Yang, you must not be impulsive. Ning Zhiyuan is very powerful in Shanghai, and based on your current situation, you can't beat him at all. This matter is also my responsibility. Don't worry, I will help you out with this tone. Sophie quickly grabbed Qin Yang's arm and said to him worriedly. And she took the initiative to promise Qin Yang that she would find a way to help Qin Yang get rid of his anger. But there is a condition, that is, Qin Yang must not act rashly. Because she was too aware of Ning Zhiyuan's means and style of acting. Okay, I'll listen to you. Seeing that Sophie was so worried about her safety, Qin Yang nodded and agreed to her. It's just that he won't give up on this matter easily. He will use his own way to let Ning Zhiyuan know how stupid it is to offend him. Go away. Qin Yang glanced coldly at Fatty and his subordinates, and then said bluntly, Go quickly. Fatty and his subordinates looked panic-stricken and hurriedly fled the scene regardless of embarrassment. In the garage, calm was restored in an instant. Qin Yang, I really didn't expect you to be so powerful. So many people are no match for you. Sophie looked at Qin Yang with a smile. She felt that the man in front of her had once again surprised her. In that situation just now, Qin Yang would rather put himself in danger than protect her safety. This made Sophie feel an unprecedented sense of security, and her affection for Qin Yang also soared again. I exercise regularly, so my physical fitness is naturally good. These gangsters have no real skills at all, they just rely on the number of people. Dealing with them is simply a trivial matter. Sorry, I almost got you in trouble. Qin Yang looked at Sophie with an apologetic face. These guys came for him, and Sophie was frightened and almost implicated. This made Qin Yang feel very sorry. It's not your fault at all. Why should you apologize to me? Instead, I should thank you. If you didn't take action and beat this group of people away, the consequences would be unimaginable. Qin Yang, I owe you a favor. Seeing Qin Yang apologizing to herself, Sophie couldn't help but smile. She knew very well in her heart that Qin Yang had helped her a lot, and she had no reason to blame Qin Yang at all. Miss Su, you are too polite. We've been shopping all afternoon. You should have had a good time too, right? Go, I'll take you back. After finishing speaking, Qin Yang took the initiative to open the car door and made an invitation gesture to Sophie. Sophie smiled and quickly sat in the co-pilot seat. Not long after, Qin Yang started the sports car engine. Step on the accelerator, and with the roar, the car body gradually drifts away. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task, and a reward of 1 billion yuan worth of Thompson's first-class luxury villa. The real estate certificate and keys are placed in the study drawer, and all procedures have been completed. After receiving such a generous reward, Qin Yang immediately felt happy. Seeing the smile on Qin Yang's face, Sophie mistakenly thought that Qin Yang and herself had a good time getting along this afternoon. During this period, his eyes sneaked at Qin Yang from time to time. "Don't say it yet." Looking at Qin Yang's slashed side face from this angle, there is an indescribable beauty. Sophie has never had such close contact with anyone of the opposite sex on weekdays. In the company, she is an aloof and glamorous president with a strong aura. Everyone respects her. In addition, Sophie herself is unsmiling, which leads to more and more rumors about her. Almost no one can joke casually in front of her. She has also rejected the pursuit of countless rich second generations and young talents. Everyone naturally regards Sophie as a goddess president who can only be seen from a distance, but not blasphemed. The opposite sex who is close to her will inevitably be much less. If it weren't for Qin Yang's appearance, I'm afraid this situation would not last for long. Why do you keep looking at me? Is there a flower on my face? Qin Yang came back to his senses, only to find that Sophie's eyes kept glancing at him. With a gentle smile on his face, he couldn't help asking Sophie, I have it. It's your own illusion. I'm just looking at the scenery outside the window." Sophie saw that she had been arrested. With a smack on her pretty face, she immediately turned red. But she didn't intend to admit it, so she hurriedly found an excuse and forcibly covered it up. Such a shy goddess president fell into Qin Yang's eyes. At this moment, he couldn't help but stare blankly. Chapter 27, The Gradually Fallen Goddess Su. In fairness, there are not a few beauties around Qin Yang. But for some reason, when he met Sophie, he found that other opposite sexes had completely lost their appeal to him. In terms of appearance, temperament, and personality, through the past few days of understanding, Sophie completely meets Qin Yang's criteria for an ideal girlfriend. The most important point is that, although the two have only known each other for a few days, they get along very comfortably. The two have complementary personalities and appreciate each other. Sophie didn't dislike Qin Yang's not doing business properly, and this alone was enough to make Qin Yang's affection for her reach an unprecedented height. "Miss Su, do you have any plans for this weekend?" Qin Yang withdrew his gaze, but the smile on the corner of his mouth never faded away. After a long time, he asked Sophie softly. "No." Sophie thought for a while and pondered this time. At this moment, she began to feel nervous inexplicably. Doesn't he want to ask me out?" It was exactly as Sophie expected. As soon as she said this, Qin Yang sent an invitation to her. "If you don't mind, can you let me arrange the time? I promise you'll have a great weekend." Qin Yang set his eyes on Sophie and was looking forward to her answer. "I'll think about it." Sophie's heartbeat accelerated suddenly. She didn't expect Qin Yang to be so direct. He wanted to create an opportunity for the two of them to be alone, as if he was ready to pursue him. For Sophie, it was really overwhelming. "No problem anyway. There are still 2 days before the weekend. You can think about it slowly. I don't want to put too much pressure on you. I just want to express my own attitude to you. I'm looking forward to what choice Miss Su will make." Qin Yang smiled lightly. At this moment, he exudes a confident temperament. Sophie found herself falling into Qin Yang's charm bit by bit. The man in front of her was very sober, not tainted by worldly vulgarity. In front of her, Qin Yang never took the initiative to talk about money interests, nor did he talk about various lofty ambitions. It seems to be a salted fish, not pursuing progress. But Qin Yang himself is quite talented. He is gentle and refined, and can play piano pieces for Sophie. He graduated from the finance department of Shanghai Metropolitan University, and is a financial talent that countless financial companies are vying for, but he advocates freedom and finally chooses to be a delivery boy. He is unrestrained and unrestrained, completely indifferent to the eyes of others. He possesses great strength, but behaves in a low-key and introverted manner, so that people don't even know his true ability. Qin Yang, for any woman, is a dream treasure boy. No matter how picky Sophie's eyes are, she still cannot avoid being moved when she meets this kind of man. The entrance of Sophie's villa. The sports car stopped slowly. "Miss Sue, here we are." After hearing Qin Yang's reminder, Sophie slowly came back to her senses. She came out of the car, and seeing that it was getting late, she looked at Qin Yang and said, "Qin Yang, thank you for walking with me all afternoon and taking me back personally. The location is remote, and it's not easy to take a taxi. Why don't you just drive my car back?" Qin Yang was stunned. He didn't expect Sophie to say that. However, he did not refuse, but accepted it graciously. Immediately, he looked at Sophie and said, "Okay, then tomorrow morning I'll pick you up for work. No, I still have a few cars in the garage, so don't bother you too much." Sophie blushed instantly. She just had good intentions, but unexpectedly, Qin Yang climbed up the pole and thought of coming over to send him to work tomorrow. If this is seen by the company's employees, it may have a big impact. Sophie didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble. "It's okay, I don't mind the trouble. Miss Sue, let's just agree, see you tomorrow." Qin Yang never gave Sophie a chance to reject him. After finishing speaking, he turned around and sat in the car and drove away directly. Damn it, I've rejected him, yet this guy dares to make his own decisions. Looking at the direction Qin Yang was leaving, Sophie looked anxious and couldn't help stamping her feet. But after a while, because of Qin Yang's strong side, he felt secretly happy. She was used to the men around her being obedient to her on weekdays. At this time, Qin Yang completely ignored her opinion and decided to pick her up for work tomorrow. It is undeniable that Sophie has a good impression of Qin Yang. Otherwise, she would not have turned down her afternoon work schedule and asked Qin Yang to accompany her for a stroll all afternoon. Jiangwen District. Qin Yang drove Sophie's sports car home, but he didn't expect to be stopped by the security guard at the door. The reason was that Sophie's license plate had not been registered at the gate of the community. Fortunately, the security guard at the gate knew Qin Yang. After seeing him in person, he opened the door and let them go. A small episode did not affect Qin Yang's mood. Back home, Qin Yang walked into the kitchen. He took a bottle of cold drink from the refrigerator, opened it, took a sip, and then sat down on the sofa in the hall. I walked around with Sophie all afternoon, carrying big and small bags. Even though he was physically strong, he couldn't hold on. Brother Qin, are you back? At this time, the door of Jiangbei's room was pushed open, and he walked over with a smile on his face. Jiangbei, have you stayed at home all day? Why didn't you go out to play? Qin Yang looked at Jiangbei and asked curiously. Hey, Brother Qin, it's not that I don't believe you. It's just that I invested all my money in the stock market for you. At such a critical moment, I don't even have the heart to go out to play. From 10 in the morning to 6 in the afternoon, during this period of time, all Jiangbei's energy was devoted to paying attention to the stock market. I stayed at home all day, and I didn't dare to leave half a step. Then tell me, how much did you earn today? Seeing that Jiangbei was in a good mood at the moment, Qin Yang thought with his toes, and knew that this guy had made a lot of money in his account. Not much, only about 500 million. As soon as this matter was mentioned, Jiangbei admired Qin Yang even more. The 3 stocks held in his account skyrocketed even more crazily today. If Qin Yang hadn't said in advance, there would be a substantial improvement in the next few days, and Jiangbei was so excited that he called Qin Yang. Not bad. In just 2 days, you've made back all the money you lost in the stock market. In that case, why don't we brothers go out and celebrate? Qin Yang looked at Jiangbei, and the corner of his mouth curled into a smile. Of course. Let's go now. Even if Qin Yang didn't make this request, Jiangbei himself did. The two packed up and walked out of the house. Not long after, we came to the underground garage. Jiangbei was about to pick up his car, but found a Maserati parked next to his Lamborghini. Who has the guts to park the car in Ben's parking space? When Jiangbei bought this property, he also bought a few parking spaces. It is usually idle, and there will be an extra Maserati, so he can tell it at a glance. At this moment, a trace of dissatisfaction flashed across his face, as if he felt a little angry. I drove this car back. If I stop in your parking space, do you still dare to have an opinion? When Qin Yang heard Jiangbei's words, he immediately took the initiative to explain. What, Brother Qin, have you bought a new car? Jiangbei suddenly looked shocked. His mouth grew wide. He never thought that these 2 Maseratis would belong to Qin Yang. Chapter 28. No, although the car is authentic, it is not mine. Qin Yang shook his head and immediately denied Jiangbei's idea. Whose is that? Jiangbei couldn't help being curious and asked. This is Sophie's sports car. Didn't I go shopping with her in the afternoon? Then I sent her back. She lives far away, and it's not easy to take a taxi there, so she let me drive the car back. Qin Yang smiled, and then took the initiative to explain. What, Brother Qin, did I hear you right? You went on a date with Sophie this afternoon. Hearing Qin Yang's words, Jiangbei was immediately stunned in place. At this moment, the expression on his face was instantly full of shock. Although he knew that Qin Yang and Sophie had contacts with each other, and had a good impression of each other. But I didn't expect that the relationship between the 2 of them would develop so quickly. What's your expression like? Don't tell me I need to report to you when I go out to meet Sophie. Qin Yang's expression froze, and his tone couldn't help becoming serious. At this very second, Jiang Bei knew he had said something wrong. Immediately, he looked at Qin Yang with a smirk on his face and said, "Brother Qin, I didn't mean that. I just didn't expect you to be so capable, and your relationship with Sophie has improved by leaps and bounds, completely beyond my expectations. According to this pace of development, it is estimated that she will really become your girlfriend in a short time." Qin Yang nodded, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth and said, "This is necessary." In the end, Qin Yang got into Jiang Bei's Lamborghini. Jiang Bei controlled the steering wheel with one hand, while taking out his mobile phone from his pocket, preparing to book a dining room in advance. He didn't make a decision right away. Instead, he turned his head and looked directly at Qin Yang, asking for his opinion. "Brother Qin, should we go to the same hotel for dinner?" "It's all right, you treat yourself today. You can decide for yourself." Qin Yang shrugged, saying that he didn't care. "Okay then, I'll make the reservation directly." Seeing Qin Yang's answer, Jiang Bei quickly made a decision. About half an hour. A Lamborghini sports car parked at the gate of a five-star hotel. The car door opened, and Qin Yang and Jiang Bei quickly got out of the sports car. As soon as the two entered the gate, the hotel manager immediately greeted them and said respectfully, "Jiang Shao, this way please." Subsequently, the hotel manager led the way and brought Qin Yang and Jiang Bei to a quiet private room. At this time, there were already two beautiful beauties sitting in the private room. "Menjian, you guys are here so soon. I thought you guys were going to be late." Looking at the two beauties in front of him, Jiang Bei immediately greeted them enthusiastically. "When you called me, Xuangshuan and I were shopping nearby. Then we rushed here at the first time, so we came here faster." Zhang Menjian smiled, looked straight at Jiang Bei and quickly explained, "Who are these two?" At this moment, Qin Yang on the side couldn't help but ask Jiang Bei curiously. He really didn't expect that Jiang Bei would invite other people to have dinner with him. "Brother Qin, let me introduce you. This is my girlfriend Zhang Menjian. The other is her girlfriend Li Xuangshuan. I've always wanted to find an opportunity for you to get to know each other. It just so happens that this is the right opportunity, so I decided to do it myself. Brother Qin, you are not unhappy, are you?" Jiang Bei's gaze fell firmly on Qin Yang, for fear that his arrangement would cause him displeasure. Fortunately, after a long while, no dissatisfaction was seen on Qin Yang's face. "It's okay, it's just a meal. Besides, there's nothing wrong with being lively." At this point, even if Qin Yang felt a little uncomfortable, it would not be easy for Jiang Bei to step down. But at this moment, a little curiosity flashed across his eyes. When did Jiang Bei get a new girlfriend? Looking at the appearance and temperament, it seems that there is a huge difference from the previous ones. Brother Qin, my family arranged a blind date for me a while ago, and I met Menjian at that time. My buddy is serious this time, don't make fun of me later. Jiang Bei was afraid that Qin Yang would joke too much and cause Zhang Menjian's dissatisfaction. So let him know in advance. Hey, you kid has changed your sex. A majestic master of love, There will be times when everyone is tempted. Hearing this, Qin Yang revealed an obvious smile. Zhang Menjian, she is the daughter of Zhang family, a wealthy family in Shanghai. Compared with Jiangbei's family background, they are evenly matched. The two met because of the help of the elders of the family. The first time Jiangbei saw Zhang Menjian, he was attracted by her noble temperament. It is not an exaggeration to say that it was love at first sight. For the next 2 months, Jiangbei exhausted his energy and thought to pursue Zhang Menjian. Finally, half a month ago, the two officially established a relationship. Only a few of Jiangbei's closest friends knew this news. Tonight's dinner party was mainly planned by Jiangbei to formally introduce Zhang Menjian to Qin Yang. As for Li Xuanxuan, Jiangbei had met her several times and was no stranger to her. If it weren't for Qin Yang's special liking for Goddess Su, Jiangbei planned to introduce him to her and match them up well. Brother Qin, please, this time brother is sincere. I don't want the girlfriend. I finally got to get messed up by a few words from you. Jiangbei looked at Qin Yang pleadingly and said, Okay, I'm just joking with you, as for being so scared. Qin Yang spread his hands, with a faint smile on his face. At this time, his eyes turned to Zhang Menjian and Li Xuanxuan. The two women are gorgeously dressed and well-groomed. He naturally exudes a dignified aura, and it can be seen that he is from a wealthy family. They are all very good-looking, and they completely beat those popular celebrities in the entertainment industry. Fair skin and beautiful long legs are undoubtedly the symbol of a goddess. At this moment, Qin Yang realized why Jiangbei was so moved. If it were him facing such a blind date, he couldn't help but have other thoughts. Jiangbei, this is your good brother Qin Yang that you mentioned before. The school grassroots and top student who graduated from the Department of Finance of Shanghai Metropolitan University, but is willing to give up the high salary of major financial companies. Zhang Menjian's gaze was also carefully sizing up Qin Yang curiously. It seems that he wants to see his specialness from Qin Yang, why Jiangbei respects him so much. After all, Zhang Menjian heard countless compliments from Jiangbei before. This also made Zhang Menjian curious. Who the hell is this Qin Yang? Yes, it's him. Brother Qin's talent and strength make me admire. At least among my peers, I can't find a second existence that can be compared to him. For Qin Yang, Jiangbei gave a very high evaluation at the moment. If the full score is 120 points, then he will definitely give points. Chapter 29. Jiangbei, is he really as good as you say? At this moment, Zhang Menjian couldn't help showing a skeptical attitude on her face. She was born in a wealthy family and was pampered since she was a child. She has never seen any kind of man. Now, seeing that her boyfriend Jiangbei admired Qin Yang so much, he immediately became interested. That's natural. I can't lie to you, can I? I have slept with brother Qin for 4 years. I know better than anyone else how popular he is at school and what he has achieved. Moreover, brother Qin's strength in the investment field is also extremely extraordinary. The reason why I called you over for this meal tonight is because I invested the money in him and made a profit of about 500 million. So, I just took this opportunity to introduce you to each other. Jiang Bei took the initiative to hold Zhang Menjian's tender little hand and said with a playful smile on his face, 5 million, not a lot. When Zhang Menjian heard this, she gradually understood why Jiang Bei admired Qin Yang so much. Dare to love, because Qin Yang helped him earn a lot of money from investment. Yes, 5 million is not much. But you have to know, this is only the money earned today. I mortgaged the mansion and sports car under my name and raised more than 9,000 million yuan. Brother Qin started investing the day before yesterday. He made a profit of 100 million yesterday and 500 million today. It is estimated that after half a month, the account balance should more than double. Speaking of this, Jiang Bei was a little excited. Boom! There seemed to be a thunderbolt above Zhang Menjian's head, and it struck down fiercely. This made her completely stunned, and her expression froze instantly. Jiang Bei, are you sure you're not kidding me? You invested 9,000 million in Qin Yang. Don't you fear losing money and dying? Zhang Menjian found that she still underestimated Jiang Bei's trust in Qin Yang. To be able to take out such a large sum of money and hand it over to Qin Yang for investment. This is a full million. Even if the family background behind Jiang Bei is profound, he can't make a decision casually. Once there is a huge loss, if Jiang Bei's parents know about it, they will inevitably be scolded and even punished. What are you afraid of? With me, Brother Qin, there is no way I will lose money. Menjian, you have such concerns because you don't know Brother Qin's strength. His talent and ability are by no means as simple as it appears on the surface. Facing Zhang Menjian's worries, Jiang Bei couldn't help showing a faint smile. Then he kept looking at Zhang Menjian and quickly comforted her. I'm still skeptical. Zhang Menjian shook her head and said such a sentence after a while. Okay, let's talk about this later. It's better to sit down and order now and see what you want to eat. Jiang Bei didn't dwell on this topic. With a smirk, she hurriedly motioned for Zhang Menjian and Li Xuanxuan to sit down and handed the menus to them respectively. Brother Qin, the menu. Jiang Bei was next to Zhang Menjian, and Qin Yang was sitting on the other side. He didn't favor one person over another, and quickly handed the menu in front of Qin Yang. Today I'm treating guests. You can order whatever you want. Don't be polite to me. People are in good spirits on happy occasions. The stock market once again made a profit of 500 million, which made Jiang Bei more confident in Qin Yang's investment. At this moment, he is rich and powerful, and he doesn't care how much the meal costs. Xuanxuan, do you think what Jiang Bei said just now is credible? Zhang Menjian quietly glanced at Qin Yang, and after staring for a few seconds, she still felt a little puzzled. So she immediately leaned towards Li Xuanxuan and asked her in a low voice. Sitting at the side, Li Xuanxuan naturally heard the conversation between Zhang Menjian and Jiang Bei just now. I think it might be true. Li Xuanxuan thought rationally for a while, then raised her eyes to Zhang Menjian and said, Why? Zhang Menjian was puzzled and hurriedly asked. It's very simple. Jiang Bei is very smart. It's not easy to deceive him. And as you can see, his attitude towards Qin Yang is very respectful, and he completely treats Qin Yang as his brother. If the investment really lost money, how could he be in such a good mood? Can he invite us out for a big meal? After a while, Li Xuanxuan explained seriously. So does Qin Yang really have such abilities? At this moment, Zhang Menjian also began to doubt the authenticity of the matter. She knew the details of Jianbei clearly. Although he seemed to be not very serious, but compared to those dudes, he was already 1,000 times better. It is precisely because of this that she will give Jianbei a chance, and the two will try to date for a while. And so far, Jianbei has performed well in front of her, and she is very satisfied in all aspects. This guy has no reason to deliberately lie to deceive himself because of Qin Yang's matter. After all, it is not good for him. Good. Menjian, why don't you ask Jianbei for me, and ask if Qin Yang has a girlfriend? Li Xuanxuan hesitated for a while, and finally mustered up the courage to speak to Zhang Menjian. What? Xuanxuan, you must be interested in Qin Yang, right? Hearing that her best friend actually said something, the expression on Zhang Menjian's face was instantly shocked. She never thought that Xuanxuan and Qin Yang would fall in love with each other after meeting for the first time. You know, there are not a few suitors who express their love to Xuanxuan. But even so, she didn't like any of them in a daze, so that she was single until now. But now, after meeting Qin Yang, she fell in love with him. This made Zhang Menjian feel a bit like dreaming. Qin Yang is handsome, and he is also a top student in the Department of Finance of Shanghai Metropolitan University. He has a lot of talent and ability. If what Jianbei said is true, then he is indeed a potential stock. I fell in love with him. It seems that it is not difficult to understand, right? A shyness soon appeared on the sides of Li Xuanxuan's cheeks. She had already made up her mind that she must let Zhang Menjian learn more about Qin Yang from Jianbei. Menjian, you are my best girlfriend. You must help me with this little help. Li Xuanxuan was soft and hard. Okay, who made you my best sister? Don't worry, this matter is on me. Facing her best friend's request, Zhang Menjian softened her heart for a moment, so she nodded and agreed. After a while, Zhang Menjian moved closer to Jianbei and looked at him. Jianbei, I have something to ask you, and you must answer it truthfully. No problem, just ask. Seeing Zhang Menjian's serious expression, Jianbei hurriedly sat up straight. Qin Yang, does he have a girlfriend now? Zhang Menjian hesitated for a while, and finally asked. Menjian, don't you have a crush on my brother Qin? You are my Jianbei's girlfriend. How can you inquire about the emotional state of other men in front of me? This is you killing people. Jianbei's expression was startled. In an instant, the whole person was enveloped by a wave of sadness. He found himself doing something extremely stupid. That is to clearly know that Qin Yang has a super charm for the opposite sex, but he insists on killing himself to organize such a meal. It's good now. The girlfriend directly fell in love with her best buddy, Qin Yang. Jianbei felt that the top of his head was green and oily in an instant. He regrets he hates, but powerless to change this cruel reality. Chapter 30. If being handsome is a sin, then I am unforgivable. Bastard, what nonsense are you talking about? When did I say I fell in love with Qin Yang? Jiang Bei, what dirty things are you thinking about all day long? Seeing Jiang Bei's sad look on his face at this moment, Zhang Menjian knew immediately that he had misunderstood. His face suddenly turned cold, and he scolded Jiang Bei in dissatisfaction. Is not it? Otherwise, why would you ask me such a question? Jiang Bei couldn't help but hesitate. Did he misunderstand? But Zhang Menjian just asked her about Qin Yang's emotional state. Isn't this obviously interesting to Qin Yang? Why are you so stupid? Isn't Chuangshuan still single? Let me ask my best friend, can't I? Zhang Menjian looked angry and stared at Jiang Bei questioningly. That's how it is. Menjian, I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. As long as you're not tempted by Brother Qin, it's fine. After figuring out what was going on, Jiang Bei's mood suddenly brightened, and he couldn't help but smile immediately. Stop laughing. Quickly answer my question. Does Qin Yang have a girlfriend? Zhang Menjian grabbed Jiang Bei's arm and then exerted force with her fingers. Hiss. For a moment, Jiang Bei took a breath. But under Zhang Menjian's fierce gaze, he still gritted his teeth and did not utter a painful cry. Menjian, don't be like this. We have something to talk about. Jiang Bei immediately begged Zhang Menjian for mercy. If you don't want to suffer, what are you talking about? Tell me quickly. Zhang Menjian gave Jiang Bei a blank look and quickly let go of her hand. Unfortunately, if you had asked me this question a few days ago, I would have answered you with certainty that he did not. But now it's hard to say. Jiang Bei thought for a moment, then replied. Jiang Bei, what do you mean by that? Zhang Menjian frowned, and then asked questions immediately. Brother Qin met the president of a listed company 2 days ago, and he has a good impression of her. At this stage, we are working hard to pursue it. Jiang Bei kept it a secret and told Zhang Menjian what he knew. Okay, I see. As soon as Zhang Menjian finished speaking, she immediately moved her body to Li Xuangshuan's side. Menjian, does Qin Yang have a girlfriend? Li Xuangshuan looked nervous and looked at her best friend expectantly. Not at all. I just heard that Qin Yang met a beautiful CEO recently, and he seems to have a good impression of her, and he is in the stage of pursuing her, Zhang Menjian said with a smile. After hearing these words, Li Xuangshuan felt secretly happy in her heart. In this way, she has a good chance. It's fine if you don't. I don't believe that I will lose to others with my charm. With such a mentality, Li Xuangshuan's eyes also subconsciously fell on Qin Yang. The more I looked at it, the more my heart moved, and there was a playful smile on my face. That's right, who can resist the charm of my Xuangshuan? Zhang Menjian strongly agrees with Li Xuangshuan's statement. On the figure, on the temperament, and on the family background, Li Xuangshuan is the goddess that men dream of. Even if Qin Yang is as good as Jiang Bei said, I believe he can't resist her charm. Less than 10 minutes passed. The waiter began to serve the food. There is a full table with more than a dozen dishes. Jiang Bei also deliberately opened a bottle of expensive red wine and filled everyone's glasses, and the atmosphere in the private room gradually became lively. Brother Qin, I respect you with this cup. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be able to make such a large amount of money no matter what. Jiang Bei picked up the wine glass in front of his table, looked at Qin Yang immediately, and said excitedly, "Don't say that, we brothers are welcome." Even though he said this, Qin Yang did not refuse. Picking up his wine glass, he took the initiative to touch Jiang Bei. "Brother Qin, if there is anything I can use in the future, just ask. Mountains of swords and seas of fire, I am duty-bound." In Jiang Bei's mind, Qin Yang had already been regarded as his close friend. With Qin Yang's help this time, he won all the money he lost in the stock market at once. This can't help but make Jiang Bei feel extremely happy. "It's enough for you to have this heart." Qin Yang smiled and didn't say much. Although he and Jiang Bei are not blood brothers, they are better than blood brothers. It is precisely because of this that the two can get so close after graduation, and even live together. "Qin Yang, your investment ability is so powerful, so didn't you make a lot of money yourself?" Li Xuanxuan found the right moment. A smile appeared on her face, and she took the initiative to speak to Qin Yang. "Not at all." Qin Yang shook his head and chuckled and then said, "I'm just helping Jiang Bei invest." "I do not believe." For this result, Li Xuanxuan expressed doubts. "Brother Qin is right. We used to do small things, so we didn't make much money after investing in it. But 80, there must be some." Seeing this, Jiang Bei immediately stood up to speak for Qin Yang. "That's great too." Li Xuanxuan came from an extraordinary background, and all she used was her family's money. For a person like Qin Yang who can earn millions just a few years after graduation, he naturally feels admiration in his heart. For a moment, she looked at Qin Yang with affection. "If you don't mind, you can also count me in. I just happen to have a lot of pocket money on hand." This. A trace of hesitation flashed across Qin Yang's face. Originally, he was only helping Jiang Bei to invest, but it was because of his face that he agreed to the participation of the three of Chen Jiahao. And now Li Xuanxuan was added. He couldn't help but feel a little dizzy. Jiang Bei saw Qin Yang's predicament at a glance, knowing that he didn't know how to refuse for a while. So he quickly pulled Zhang Menjian's arm. The latter understood immediately, leaned close to Li Xuanxuan and said in a low voice, "Xuanxuan, this is the first time you and Qin Yang have met. Being so active will scare him. An investment is such a sensitive matter. How can you easily hand over money to others? In case of loss, wouldn't he be ashamed to see you?" Zhang Menjian originally thought that this would be able to persuade her best friend, but she didn't expect her to say with a smile on her face, "It doesn't matter anyway, it's hundreds of thousands, and if you lose it, you will lose it. It just so happens that I can find this reason to meet Qin Yang openly." Only then did Zhang Menjian realize that her best friend had been poisoned deeply. Her earnest persuasion was of no use at all. But out of good intentions she patiently persuaded, "Stop messing around. There is no rush for this matter. It is better to take it slowly." And this time, Qin Yang also looked at Jiang Bei and whispered to him, "What is happening? Why do I always feel that the way the two of them look at me is not quite right?" Jiang Bei laughed immediately. Brother Qin, I have to say that your charm is really great. I think Xuan probably has a crush on you. In an instant, Qin Yang's expression was full of shock, revealing an expression of disbelief. Chapter 30. 1. Is this development speed too fast? What a joke! I just met her for the first time, and I didn't even have time to say a few words. How could she fall in love with me? Regarding Jiang Bei's guess, Qin Yang subconsciously shook his head, feeling a little ridiculous. Brother Qin, just now Menjian asked me if you are single. In my opinion, it's probably because he didn't run away. You'd better think about it for yourself, how to resist this kind of love luck. Jiang Bei was immediately on the sidelines, gloating at his misfortune. What, there is such a thing? Don't you really sell me out? At this moment, Qin Yang's expression changed drastically. With Jiang Bei's style of forgetting righteousness when he sees sex, this happened not once or twice. Hey, you guessed it right. Jiang Bei finished speaking, immediately got up and sat on another seat, for fear of being cleaned up by Qin Yang. Okay, you're doing well, boy. Wait for me and see how I deal with you when I go back. Now that the matter was a foregone conclusion, Qin Yang had no choice but to give up. Immediately, he stared at Jiang Bei with extremely sharp eyes. About half an hour or so. I ate almost all the meals. Zhang Menjian and Li Xuanxuan suggested that they want to go to a nearby KTV to sing. Jiang Bei naturally raised his hands and refused. But Qin Yang found an excuse, saying that he was tired and wanted to go back to rest early, so he declined. In the end, he took a taxi back home by himself. The next morning, Qin Yang woke up early. After washing up, I went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Considering that Sophie shouldn't get up too early, I thought of bringing her a breakfast by the way. Around 7 o'clock, Qin Yang took the car keys and came to the garage. He drove Sophie's Maserati and rushed directly to pick Sophie to work. The drive takes about half an hour. This time has passed just in time. Prince Dark Horse, Miss Sue, are you up yet? I prepared breakfast for you and I'm getting ready to go to your house now. President Sue, I just woke up and was about to take a shower. You also prepared breakfast for me. That's a big thank you. Prince Charming, I'll be there in about half an hour. President Sue, no problem. Inside the villa. At this time, Sophie had just woken up. She is wearing sexy pajamas and standing in the bathroom washing up. Looking at the message from Qin Yang on the phone, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but a smile appeared on her face. Knowing that Qin Yang would arrive soon, she couldn't help speeding up her movements. After that, he walked to the cloakroom soon, planning to choose a set of clothes that could better reflect his own temperament. It took 20 minutes to go back and forth. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Sophie looked at the monitor, and Qin Yang's figure was already standing outside the gate. Qin Yang, I didn't expect you to wake up so early. I usually don't go to work until 09:30. Sophie smiled sweetly, and her eyes fell directly on Qin Yang. Really? Then I interrupted your rest. Hearing this, Qin Yang couldn't help showing a trace of apology on his face. It's okay, I'm used to getting up early anyway. Sit casually first, and I'll get you a bottle of water." Afterwards, Sophie turned around and walked towards the kitchen, leaving Qin Yang with a beautiful back view. At the moment, she is wearing a professional OL attire, more formally dressed. Because of this, Sophie's fiery figure is highlighted vividly. This scene fell in Qin Yang's eyes, which inevitably made him a little angry. Not for a moment. Sophie's figure reappeared in the hall. She handed the mineral water in her hand to Qin Yang. "It's hard work for you to rush over to pick me up so early in the morning." "It's okay, it's my pleasure." Qin Yang sneered. Then he pointed to the breakfast on the table. "When I woke up in the morning, I specially made breakfast. If you don't mind, let's eat together." Naturally, Sophie would not refuse, and immediately nodded. The screen turns. The two sat at the dining table. Sandwiches, milk, poached eggs and sausages, and a porridge with preserved eggs and lean meat. "Miss Sue, I don't know what you like to eat, so I just made something. I usually eat casually for breakfast. It has never been so rich. Qin Yang, thank you." Looking at the table full of breakfast, Sophie felt a warm current inexplicably in her heart, obviously touched by Qin Yang's intentions. This is Sophie, the first time in her life to eat breakfast from the opposite sex. Moreover, it is a door-to-door service. "You try it. If you like it, I can continue to make it for you tomorrow." Qin Yang looked at Sophie expectantly. To be honest, if there is such an opportunity, he would like to cook her breakfast all the time. When Sophie heard Qin Yang's words, a blush immediately appeared on her cheeks. She looked quite shy. She felt that Qin Yang was too proactive. "For a while, I couldn't adapt." "No, no need, I don't want to trouble you too much." Seeing Sophie's reaction, Qin Yang quickly took the initiative to explain. "For me, this is obviously a very happy thing. How can it be called trouble?" "Heard." Sophie buried her head lower, and she didn't dare to meet Qin Yang's eyes. After breakfast, Qin Yang planned to send Sophie to the company. The two walked out of the gate and sat in the Maserati car. "Let me help you." Sophie was about to put on her seat belt, but unexpectedly, Qin Yang was a little faster. I saw him clinging to Sophie's body, grabbing the seat belt with one hand and fastening it for her earnestly. The distance between the two was less than 10 centimeters. Sophie's heartbeat suddenly accelerated, and she could even feel the strength of Qin Yang's breathing. She suppressed the excitement in her heart and kept the expression on her face calm. "Thank you." Sophie glanced at Qin Yang from the corner of her eye and thanked him softly. Boom, sports car engine starts. Qin Yang held the steering wheel, stepped on the accelerator, and the speed of the car instantly increased, heading directly in the direction of Sophie's company. But at this time, Sophie, who was sitting in the co-pilot, had a stormy sea in her heart. Sophie, after all, you are also the president of Tang Tang Company. I haven't seen such a big storm. How can you be so moved by someone so flirtatious? Hold on, don't make a fool of yourself in front of him. From the corner of Qin Yang's eyes, he sneaked glances at Sophie, who was at the side from time to time. Sophie put on a set of professional OL outfits today, and she brought into full play Ms. Yu's president's temperament. It just so happened that the temperament reflected in her outfit was entirely based on Qin Yang's aesthetics. Therefore, Qin Yang was also very excited. Along the way, no one dared to speak first, so the atmosphere in the car seemed a little delicate for a while. Finally, Qin Yang couldn't bear it anymore. He gave a dry laugh and then asked, "Miss Sue, do you have time tonight? I bought 2 movie tickets and I want to invite you to watch it together." Facing Qin Yang's invitation, Sophie hesitated for a while. Are you going to agree or refuse? After all, the two have only known each other for only 2 days, and they are about to enter the stage of dating. This efficiency is too fast. If she refused in person, Sophie was afraid that Qin Yang would be angry. She is so confused. Chapter 32. Goddess Sue agrees to invite to visit a mansion worth million yuan. Okay. After hesitating for a long time, Sophie finally decided to agree to Qin Yang's invitation. It's not why. It's because Qin Yang is the man she hasn't felt bored with at all so far. Of course, there is another main reason. She is not young anymore, and the family has always been in a hurry. Even if she didn't choose Qin Yang, she still couldn't avoid going on blind dates with other men in the future. In contrast, Sophie would rather try to date Qin Yang. Perhaps this is the best solution so far. All right then, send me a message when you get off work at night, and I'll come pick you up. Qin Yang didn't know what was going on in Sophie's mind. Seeing that the other party agreed to his invitation, he was still quite excited at the moment. After all, for Qin Yang, this is a good start. Although he has no love experience, it doesn't mean that Qin Yang's EQ is very low. On the contrary, under Jiangbei's eyes and ears, Qin Yang still understood a little bit. Since Sophie chooses to agree, it proves that she still has a certain affection for herself in her heart. Taking advantage of the victory to pursue, perhaps the relationship between the two can be quickly established. Company building. A Maserati sports car parked at the gate. All employees working in the company know that this is President Sue's car. At this time, the door opens. A handsome man came out. This scene shocked the security guard standing guard at the door for a moment, and subconsciously rubbed his eyes, fearing that his eyes might be mistaken. Qin Yang walked to the passenger seat and offered to help Sophie open the car door. Soon, Sophie's figure also stepped out of the car. She looked at Qin Yang, then smiled and said, "Qin Yang, the company is here. Thank you for sending me to work." "Well, you go up, then I won't bother you." Qin Yang nodded. His eyes were full of tenderness. "See you tonight." After finishing speaking, Sophie picked up her bag, left Qin Yang a beautiful back view, and walked directly towards the company building. In just 1 hour, the gossip news about Sophie being sent to the door of the company by a mysterious man this morning spread throughout the building in an instant. Isn't this news fake? Who doesn't know how could our President Sue, the beautiful iceberg who doesn't eat the world's fireworks, be with ordinary people? The security guard at the gate saw it with his own eyes, and he is absolutely unmistakable. Perhaps Mr. Sue's aloofness is due to his high vision. Her suitors are never short of tall, rich, handsome, and elite returnees. You should be able to pick one you like, right? But Qin Yang knew nothing about all this. After leaving the gate of Sophie's company, he stopped a taxi on the road, ready to ride his Harley-Davidson home. By the way, I remember that the black technology system rewarded a set of Thompson's first-class luxury villas worth 1 billion yuan. It just so happens that you have time now, so you can go and have a look. It's not suitable to live in Jiangbei all the time. Qin Yang also didn't want to owe Jiangbei favors all the time. Now he owns a luxury villa, so naturally he can't leave it empty. Do it when you think of it. After Qin Yang finished picking up the car, he rushed back to Jiangwen community immediately. Go back to your room and take the real estate certificate and keys from the drawer. Without a moment's delay, he rushed directly to Tang Chen's first-class mansion and villa. 10:30 a.m. Qin Yang's figure appeared at the gate of the villa. "Sir, what can I do for you?" The security guard on duty at the gate saw that Qin Yang was stately and luxuriously dressed, so he hurriedly stepped forward respectfully and asked curiously, "I'm the homeowner here, planning to come over to my own house." Qin Yang smiled slightly and then spoke directly. "Please wait a moment. I will call our person in charge to come over." Hearing this, the security guard's expression changed drastically. After saying hello to Qin Yang, he immediately called his superiors through the walkie-talkie. Less than a few minutes, a professional manager in a suit appeared in Qin Yang's sight. I saw him walking quickly to Qin Yang and said to Qin Yang with a flattering face, "Sir, what's your name?" "Qin Yang." Qin Yang said his name. "Mr. Qin, would it be convenient for you to show your real estate certificate?" The manager in suit and leather shoes bent over and said very respectfully, "Okay, I just brought it here." After speaking, Qin Yang handed the real estate certificate to the manager. The manager looked respectful, and after taking the real estate certificate with both hands, he checked it very carefully. After a while, he quickly raised his eyes to look at Qin Yang and said, "Mr. Qin, please this way. I will take you to my villa right now." Then he handed back the real estate certificate in his hand. About 10 minutes, the two figures appeared at the gate of a detached villa. "Mr. Qin, here we are, it's here." The manager smiled slightly and gestured towards Qin Yang. "Well, please excuse me." Qin Yang took out the key to the gate of the villa and unlocked it directly. Click. As soon as the door was pushed, Qin Yang strode in. The interior decoration of the mansion villa is extremely gorgeous, adopting the Nordic architectural style, which made Qin Yang's eyes shine when he saw it. The location of the hall is very good, with a huge glass crystal lamp hanging above the head. The sofa, coffee table, and various furnishings look extremely comfortable. The kitchen appliances are all imported high-end products, and the installation and construction are very elegant. The independent dining room is spacious enough to accommodate a party of more than a dozen people. Private cinema, gym, karaoke room. The backyard has a pleasant scenery and is planted with various green plants. Looking around, there is a green lawn. There is also a private swimming pool, which covers a quite large area. After visiting the mansion and villa, Qin Yang was extremely satisfied with all the furnishings and objects here. Dang even grinned and said inwardly, "It turns out that this is the ordinary life of the rich, and it really is enough to enjoy. And starting today, this will be where Qin Yang lives." Jingle bell, the mobile phone in Qin Yang's pocket suddenly rang. He picked it up and took a look, and found that he knew that the call was from his younger sister, Qin Yun. Qin Yun, the school girl of the Magic City Conservatory of Music, is currently a sophomore. "Yun, what's the matter? Is there anything I can do for you?" Qin Yang pressed the answer button, speaking in a loving tone. He has always taken great care of his sister, for fear that she would be wronged in the slightest. He even sends a sum of money every month to pay Qin Yun's living expenses. If he hadn't spoiled Qin Yun so much, his bank card deposits would have already exceeded 7 figures. "Brother's school is on holiday today, and I'm out shopping with my roommate. Can you come and accompany us?" On the other end of the phone, a sweet and pleasant voice soon came. Qin Yun's voice has been extremely unique since she was a child. Even if she has not received professional vocal training, she can sing that kind of ethereal and melodious melody. It is precisely because of this that Qin Yang supports her in applying for the Madu Conservatory of Music. "Okay, you can send me the address now, and I will find you in the past." Qin Yang didn't hesitate and immediately agreed. "Then hurry up, I'll wait for you here." Qin Yun replied with a smile. Then he sent his location to Qin Yang's WeChat. Chapter 33, Qin Yun and Hanzai. After receiving the positioning from Qin Yun, Qin Yang chose to set off immediately without delay. It took less than 4 or 10 minutes before the figure appeared directly in the commercial shopping center. Peninsula Cafe. At this moment near the door, Qin Yun was sitting with her roommate Hanzai. "Yun, did your brother really promise to come over?" Hanzai looked at Qin Yun excitedly and asked expectantly. "Yes. He has promised to come, and he must be on his way now." "Hanzai, I have already created the opportunity for you. The rest is up to you. I can't help you." Qin Yun actually knew everything about Hanzai's little thoughts. It's not just a matter of a day or two since she fell in love with her brother. She has always wanted to find a chance to meet Qin Yang. But now it's hard to catch the opportunity. How can I miss it easily? Rest assured, whether this is successful or not, the lipstick and bag I promised to buy for you will be made up for you. Hanzai smiled sweetly, looking very happy. The two are chatting. Qin Yang's figure has already entered the gate. He glanced around the store and soon found Qin Yun's location. Immediately strode over here. "Qin Yun." Within a few meters away, Qin Yang greeted his sister directly. "Brother, you came so fast. We just happened to be talking about you." The first time she saw Qin Yang, Qin Yun immediately got up and rushed towards him. The relationship between brother and sister is very good, and they usually get together less and leave more, so after meeting, they will inevitably be more excited. "Really, talk about me." Hearing this, Qin Yang narrowed his eyes and couldn't help asking curiously. "Nothing, just chat casually." Qin Yun felt a little guilty. She didn't dare to tell her brother that she sold him just because of lipstick and designer bags. If he really knew, he would vomit blood with anger. You know, Qin Yang pays her a lot of living expenses every month. What's the difference between doing this and killing a donkey? Hanzai, my roommate, you've seen her before. Soon, Qin Yun asked Qin Yang to sit next to her, raised her eyes to Hanzai, and took the initiative to introduce him. Brother Qin, hello. Hanzai is wearing exquisite makeup today, and his outfit highlights his temperament to the fullest. She looked like a little fairy. Obviously, she had worked hard to impress Qin Yang. I often hear Union mentioning you, and I want to thank you for taking care of her at school. Qin Yang smiled slightly and said to Hanzai in an extremely gentle voice, "Where? Qin Yun and I are good sisters. We should help each other." Brother Qin, on the contrary, did you not go to work today? Qin Yun took the liberty to call you over. Will it disturb you too much? Every word and deed of Hanzai reveals her intelligence and thoughtfulness. For a while, Qin Yang had a good impression of her. Will not. My sister even spoke up in person. How could I be willing to refuse? Even if you don't have time, squeeze me out. After Qin Yang said this, he looked at Qin Yun with eyes full of doting. Brother, let's go shopping together. The coffee is all gone. If it wasn't for waiting for Qin Yang, Qin Yun and Hanzai would have left long ago. Okay, I'll listen to you. Naturally, Qin Yang would not have any objections, so he quickly agreed. Soon, the three of them walked out of the Peninsula Cafe and walked upstairs. There are thousands of stores in this shopping mall. Clothes and bags, shoes and skincare products of all kinds are endless. A few minutes later, Qin Yun and Hanzai walked to a clothing store first. Looking at the dazzling array of new clothes on the hanger, his eyes shone brightly, and he couldn't move in an instant. Brother, do you think I look good in this dress? Qin Yun picked up a skirt in her hand, placed it in front of her and gestured, then looked at Qin Yang expectantly and asked, You look beautiful and have a good figure. Naturally, you look good in whatever clothes you wear. However, I think this one will suit you better. Seeing that Qin Yun was looking forward to his opinion so much, Qin Yang naturally replied with a smile. He's telling the truth. After all, Qin Yun is also the school belle of the Magic City Conservatory of Music. In terms of appearance and figure, she is definitely one in a million. It's just that Qin Yang has acquired the skills of a dresser, so his eyes are naturally more critical. It seems to be true. Qin Yun subconsciously took the suit from Qin Yang's hand, then walked to the mirror and looked it over carefully. The same thoughts as Qin Yang's came to her mind unexpectedly. It's just that Qin Yun was surprised. When did her brother's taste in dressing become so good? Brother, I didn't expect you to have such a good eye. You can help me find out the style of clothes that suit me at a glance. Be honest, what's going on here? Qin Yun looked vigilant, and immediately fixed his eyes on Qin Yang, and immediately asked questions. Aside, Hanzai couldn't help being curious, and looked at Qin Yang. It seems that he is also looking forward to what kind of answer he will give. What's the matter? I just think this dress suits you quite well, so I just said it casually. You question me like that, and it makes me feel sick. Facing Qin Yun's questioning, Qin Yang's expression was as usual, and he didn't feel flustered at all. He just found a reason at random and easily prevaricated. Brother, is there something wrong with you? Only then did Qin Yun find out. The temperament of Qin Yang in front of him seemed to have undergone a huge change. Compared with the previous period, there is an inexplicable change. Kid, what are you guessing? You should choose your clothes quickly. To tell you the truth, I have made a lot of money trading in stocks recently. Just buy what you want. Don't be polite to me. Qin Yang smiled and said to Qin Yun in a rich and powerful way. Make money again, how much? When Qin Yun heard this, she was already familiar with it. After all, things like this have happened more than once or twice. Not much, only 78 million. Qin Yang shrugged and said with a faint smile. Boom! Qin Yun and Han's eye were immediately shocked, and they were stunned in place. Not much, I only play 800 million. Is this what people can say? The scene fell into a deathly silence. After more than 10 seconds, Qin Yun threw herself into Qin Yang's arms with a look of excitement. Hugging him tightly with both hands, he couldn't restrain the excitement in his heart and said, Brother, are you sure what you just said is true? Are you kidding me? Qin Yun has always known that her brother is a financial genius. When he was in college, he had already earned more than 1 million fortunes through the stock market. But now wealth keeps skyrocketing, which is completely beyond Qin Yun's expectations. It's just such a small amount of money, and you are so excited. After that, your brother and I will become billionaires, owning tens of billions of assets. Are you crazy? Seeing her younger sister, Qin Yun's excited face, she couldn't help shouting with excitement. The smile on Qin Yang's face grew stronger. Chapter 34. If there is such a day, then I am willing. Brother, you are really amazing. You can earn so much money just 2 years after graduation. I won't be able to find a job in the future. You have to continue to support me. Hearing this news, Qin Yun was also happy for her brother from the bottom of her heart. In the first 2 years after graduation, Qin Yang gave up the olive branches offered by major financial companies in Shanghai and insisted on becoming a freelancer. In the end, he even became the takeaway boy of Brother Haishan. Because of this incident, Qin Yun was not less angry with her brother. Now it seems that she is thinking too much. My brother is so good, how could he not make money? In just a short time, wealth has skyrocketed so much, almost reaching tens of millions of assets. If I had worked in the company safely, I might not have achieved what I am today. No problem, who made you my most beloved sister? If you really don't want to work, just hang out with your brother after graduation. I'll give you a monthly salary of which is enough for you to squander. If it's not enough, brother will give you a raise. Qin Yang looked at Qin Yun with a smile and said dotingly, Brother, you are so kind to me. It's a pity that we are brother and sister. Otherwise, with such a considerate boyfriend like you, I would have to wake up laughing from my dreams. Speaking of this, Qin Yun couldn't help but feel a little regretful. My brother is so gentle and considerate, with a combination of talent and good looks. I don't know which woman will be cheaper in the future. You little girl, what nonsense are you talking about? Anyway, you are also the school belle of the Shanghai Music Academy. There must be many men who pursue you. Isn't it a matter of minutes to find a boyfriend? Of course, if your standard is as good as your brother and mine, it will be quite difficult. It's not that Qin Yang himself is smug, but the fact is right in front of him. Rich people are not necessarily handsome, and handsome people are not necessarily talented. Even if he has all the above advantages, he may not be as gentle and considerate as Qin Yang. And Qin Yun is doted on by Qin Yang, so the standard for finding a boyfriend is inevitably much higher. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been single until now. Narcissism. Qin Yun couldn't help rolling her eyes at Qin Yang boasting in front of her. Yun, I really envy you for having an older brother who spoils you so much. I stepped forward, looking at Qin Yun with envy. Of course, she would secretly glance at Qin Yang from time to time. For her, Qin Yang is the real goal. Qin Yun, I didn't expect you to go shopping here. What a coincidence. That is at this time. A voice broke the silence. Hearing this, Qin Yun, and Qin Yang all looked at the person coming. Song damning, why did you appear here? Could it be that you still dare to follow us? At this moment, Qin Yun's face became gloomy, and he said to the other party in a cold tone, "How is this possible? In a few days, it will be my sister's birthday. I just came here to buy some new clothes for her as a birthday present. I just didn't expect to meet you here. You said, is this called fate?" Song Daming didn't care about Qin Yun's attitude towards him at all. He smiled mockingly, walked up to Qin Yun and quickly explained. Of course, Qin Yun and I would never believe it. After all, when they were at the school gate, this guy stopped the two of them and even asked for a while and wanted to drive them for a ride. How long before and after we met again? If it was a coincidence, they wouldn't believe it even if they were killed. Do you think we are fools who would believe your words so easily? Seeing Song damning up to now, he insisted on making excuses in front of himself. Qin Yun couldn't help but snorted coldly and said angrily, "It does not matter. I see that the two of you like the clothes in this store very much. Why don't you buy a few as gifts for you, and let me apologize to you, how about it?" Song Daming's face suddenly showed a strong sense of superiority. He is well known in school as a man of influence, and his family assets are tens of millions. He is a rich second generation through and through. With this method, I have long won the hearts of many beauties. Even if it is a school flower, it is not a problem at all. If he hadn't been interested in Qin Yun, how could he have gone to so much trouble to show it in front of her? HMPH, don't think that with a little money you can win in front of me. Let me tell you, you'd better give up on this idea as soon as possible. It's impossible for me to like a scumbag like you, let alone be your girlfriend. Qin Yun knew exactly what Song Daming was thinking. What she hates the most is this kind of guy who keeps showing off his superiority just because he has a few bad money. With a smell of copper all over his face, he really wants to be able to do whatever he wants with money. That's it. Song Daming, our family, Qin Yun, won't accept your set at all. You still don't waste your time in vain. Get out of here quickly. I looked at Song Daming with disgust. She has long been displeased with this guy, but she hasn't broken her face. I didn't expect this guy to get ahead and pester Qin Yang again and again. Finally couldn't bear it anymore and broke out at this moment. Are you sure? This is a Chanel clothing store, and any piece of clothing costs tens of thousands. With the little money you have on hand, I'm afraid you may not be able to afford it. Song Daming had caught Qin Yang and Han's Eye's love for these luxury clothes, so he appeared at this time. His pocket money is hundreds of thousands a month, and it is not a problem to buy a few luxury clothes. As long as Qin Yang can be obedient, he doesn't care about spending a few extra dollars. Who says they can't afford it? At this moment, Qin Yang stood up and took the initiative to protect Qin Yang and Han's Eye behind him. His face was full of gloom. Through the conversation just now, Qin Yang has roughly understood. This guy is pestering his sister shamelessly, and even intends to use this method to buy people's hearts. This made Qin Yang's heart suddenly filled with anger. This toad actually wants to eat swan meat. There are no doors. Who is your kid? It's none of your business if I talk to them. If you want to be a hero to save the beauty, you don't think about your own ability. Don't end up making yourself a mess. Only now did Song Daming realize that there was a handsome young man standing beside Qin Yang and Han's Eye. At first, Song Daming thought that this guy was a salesperson in the store, but now it is obvious that this is not the case. The tone is not small. I'll give you 3 seconds. Now, apologize to Qin Yang immediately. Otherwise, the consequences are at your own risk. Qin Yang's tone was cold, and a super aura erupted from his body at this moment. Instead of feeling afraid, Song Daming's mouth curled into an evil arc, and he laughed out loud. Immediately pointing at Qin Yang's nose, he sarcastically said with disdain, "Just you dare to order me? You kid, do you know who I am?" Chapter 35. Want to run? No way. Are you finished? Seeing Song Daming's arrogant attitude, Qin Yang knew that if he didn't teach this guy a lesson, he didn't know how powerful he was. Suddenly, she stared at him coldly. Why are you afraid? Before, I don't want to argue with you. Get out of here. Otherwise, I can call dozens of people in minutes with one call, and it's not certain whether you will still be able to stand here intact and talk to me. Seeing Qin Yang's pretentious face, Song Daming felt extremely upset. So he snorted coldly and directly opened his mouth to threaten. Snapped, Qin Yang didn't talk nonsense. With a slap, he slapped Song Daming directly on the cheek. The sound is crisp and loud. Because Qin Yang was too angry, he didn't show mercy at all. A slap in the face sent Song Daming flying. His whole figure flew upside down for several meters and rolled thousands of times on the ground, looking extremely embarrassed. For a while, everyone in the store heard the movement, and their attention was immediately attracted. What? You kid, how dare you do something to me? Are you looking for death? Song Daming felt a burning pain coming from his cheek, and a lot of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. His heart exploded. His eyes burst out with coldness. He stared at Qin Yang and roared angrily. I think the person looking for death should be you. A toad like you dares to plot against my sister. Why don't you pee and look in the mirror? Qin Yang shook his hand and said to Song Daming with a playful face, "Let me tell you, if you dare to pester her again in the future, it will not be a slap in the face. I will make you pay a price thousands of times worse than this." Song Daming's expression turned pale. He didn't expect that this guy's identity would be Qin Yun's elder brother. But even so what? He, Song Daming, is a well-known rich second generation of the Shanghai Music Academy with a distinguished status, and he has never suffered such humiliation. If he doesn't report this bad breath, what will happen to him in the future? Okay, if you have the guts, just wait for me. Song Daming got up from the ground in embarrassment, then said a cruel word to Qin Yang, and ran out directly covering his injured face. "Brother, you are too impulsive." This Song Daming has a profound background, and he can be regarded as a famous figure in our school. You're blatantly humiliating him now, and with his vindictive style of behavior, he will definitely trouble you in the future. Qin Yun was very touched that her brother stood up for her. But when he thought that Song Daming would retaliate against him, he couldn't help feeling worried. "Yunion, don't worry, just this kind of clown. I won't take your brother seriously. Trust me, this guy can't afford much trouble. If he still dares to pester you in the future, you can tell brother and see how I can cut him." There was a slight smile on Qin Yang's face. It seemed that he didn't take Song Daming seriously at all. "Elder brother." Qin Yun wanted to say a few more words, but she didn't want to be interrupted by Qin Yang. "Okay, there's no need to ruin your good mood for this kind of person. Don't you want to buy clothes? Which one do you like? I will buy it for you." Facing Qin Yang's generosity, Qin Yun quickly put his worries behind him. After shopping around for about half an hour, after picking out more than a dozen items, Qin Yun still felt that he still couldn't get enough of them. He was about to continue buying a few more pieces, but was stopped directly by Han Zai. "Union, is it almost done? The clothes in this store are not cheap, and I can't wear them all after buying so many." It was Han Zai's reminder that Qin Yun came to his senses in time. "Brother, why don't you come here today?" Although Qin Yang made a lot of money, he was willing to pay for her. But after spending so much all at once, Qin Yun couldn't help feeling a little distressed. "You know, this is a Chanel brand store, and the price of each piece of clothing is really not cheap. Beauty, pack all the clothes they tried on just now. I'll buy them all." Qin Yang looked at the salesperson not far away and directly reached out to signal her. "No problem." Seeing that Qin Yang's hands were so generous, the beauty salesman immediately beamed with joy. He hurried over and quickly packed the clothes Qin Yun and Han Zai had tried on. A total of 25 yuan. "Sir, are you paying by credit card or other methods?" Soon the beauty salesman calculated the price and said to Qin Yang with a smile on his face, "Swipe your card. The password is 6 zeros." As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Yang took out a bank card from his wallet and handed it to the beauty to sell. "Okay." Drop. The counter staff swiped the card to pay, and the whole process is very smooth. "Sir, your bank card." The staff offered Qin Yang's bank card with both hands, with a respectful expression. "Why are you still standing there? Carry your things and go." Qin Yang took the bank card and walked out of the store with the shopping bag in hand, only to see Qin Yun and Han Zai still standing there in a daze. At the moment, he couldn't help but reminded directly. "Oh, here we come." Qin Yun quickly regained her senses, picked up her shopping bag and followed quickly. "Brother, the way you paid the bill just now is so handsome." After Qin Yang heard this, his expression immediately changed, and he said to Qin Yun, slightly dissatisfied, "You mean I won't be handsome if I don't pay for you?" "Qin Yun, are you too snobbish? Do you really think of your brother and me as a free cash machine?" "Nonsense, I didn't think so." Qin Yun shook her head instantly and said coquettishly, "Okay, I'm joking with you. I'll buy you some shoes and skincare products while I'm happy today." Now that Qin Yang has money on hand, based on his love for Qin Yun, he naturally wants to buy her more things. Brand name clothes, bags, shoes, and even high-end skincare products. She wants what others have, and she wants what others don't. Anyway, just 3 words, not short of money. Qin Yun was so moved that she almost cried. She has enjoyed Qin Yang's pampering since she was a child, even now that she is in university. She is no exception. "Brother, thank you for everything you have done for me." "What's there to be thankful for? I'm your own brother, who do you not spoil?" Qin Yang reached out and touched Qin Yun's head. His eyes were full of doting. One afternoon, the three visited dozens of stores. "There are so many shopping bags that I can't carry them at all." For this reason, Qin Yang specially called for errands and a special car, and asked them to deliver these things to the door of Qin Yun's bedroom. However, in the process of waiting, a familiar figure appeared not far away. The leading man was none other than Song Daming, and behind him were more than 24 rascals. Holding a baseball bat and a steel pipe in their hands, it seems that they intend to take revenge on Qin Yang. "Brother, what should we do now? Song Daming is clearly here to trouble us. How about we run now?" Qin Yun's face turned pale. She never expected that Song Daming's revenge would come so quickly. With so many people, they came in a menacing manner. "Run, it's too late. None of you can run today." Song Daming approached, and when he heard Qin Yun's words, he snorted coldly with disdain. Chapter 36: Shocking Powerful Strength. "What? The lesson I gave you just now is not enough. Now I have to come to the door to suffer." Facing such a situation, Qin Yang's performance was completely different from Qin Yun's. He possessed the master-level Bajiquan, and he didn't pay attention to the 20 gangsters in front of him. What made Qin Yang amused was that this guy Song Daming completely ignored his previous warning and came to his door to die soon. It was the first time Qin Yang saw such a stupid guy. HMPH, even at this point you can still laugh. "Good, very good. You boys slapped me just now, and I will pay it back 100 times now." Song Daming has never been slapped in the face since he was a child, and he was still under the watchful eyes of everyone. The resentment towards Qin Yang in his heart was extremely deep, and his desire for revenge was particularly eager, and he couldn't wait for tomorrow at all. The 20 or so gangsters behind him are notoriously ruthless characters in this area. Song Daming spent 20 to hire them, just to make Qin Yang pay the price immediately. Give me all of you. Whoever wins this guy first, I will reward him an additional 5 yuan. These people are blind to money. Upon hearing the reward of 5 yuan, everyone stared straight at him, regarding Qin Yang as a cash cow. Holding the dick in his hand, he quickly approached where Qin Yang was. Union Hanzai, you two stand back. I will clean up these people myself. You two pay attention to protect your own safety. At this time, Qin Yang was even more worried that the fight would affect Qin Yun and Hanzai. Turning around, he quickly kept them away from him. Brother, then you have to be careful. In order not to distract her brother, Qin Yun immediately stepped back 7 or 8 meters from Hanzai. But he was still worried about Qin Yang's safety. His face was full of worry. Union, you have to trust your brother. Since he said he can handle it, it should be fine. Seeing Qin Yang's indifferent face, Hanzai had no fear of Song Daming and others. So he guessed that he should have enough strength to deal with this kind of situation. Why are you still standing there? Give it all to me. This kid is abolished. Song Daming's eyes burst out with coldness. I wish I could step on Qin Yang's head now, and then stare at this guy condescendingly, to see what qualifications he has to be arrogant. The gangsters are gearing up, and they have already taken action one by one. Go to hell. The first yellow-haired man held a baseball bat, rushed towards Qin Yang quickly, and swung it hard at his chest. Boom! Qin Yang raised his hand, and with just one punch the baseball bat broke. Next second, he flew up into the air, and when he raised his leg, it was a side kick. Huang Mao's feet left the ground, and his whole body flew 7 or 8 meters upside down in an instant, and then turned over the concrete floor several times. Puff! A mouthful of blood gushed out of his mouth, and the yellow hair clutched his chest, feeling as if his whole body was about to fall apart. The scene fell into a deathly silence. The gangsters stared straight at the eyes in an instant, and they were stunned in place. They never imagined that Qin Yang's seemingly weak body could burst out with such great strength. Shot decisively, fiercely and ruthlessly, in just a few seconds, a person can be overthrown, and they are completely shocked. How is this possible? How powerful is he? With just one person, can he deter these gang members who are on the road? The person who was most shocked was Song Daming. At first, he thought that calling so many people to deal with Qin Yang was already a big deal. Now it seems that I still underestimate the strength of this kid too much. Don't you want to clean me up? Why are you just staring blankly? Just come. Today, one counts as one, and I'll lay down all of them for you. At this moment, Qin Yang was in high spirits, showing dominance and arrogance. The legs of the gangsters seemed to be filled with lead, as if they weighed 1,000 caddies. With Huang Mao as a lesson from the past, no one dared to look down on Qin Yang as before. Instead, it was extremely fearful. No one wanted to attack Qin Yang at this time and ask for trouble. Asshole, I paid you to come here, not to let you stay here in a daze. Come on, give it to me. You have so many people. No matter how powerful he is, he will be difficult to parry. With a gloomy face, Song Daming yelled at the gangsters in front of him. However, the gangsters are still afraid of Qin Yang's strength and dare not act rashly. In this regard, Song Daming was deadlocked. He gritted his teeth and immediately became ruthless. 30. If anyone can help me deal with this kid, I will give him the money immediately. Boom! At this moment, the fighting spirit in the eyes of the gangsters was ignited again. As the saying goes, there must be a brave man under the reward. 30 is already a lot of money for those of them who lick blood on the tip of a knife. This price is already worth their risk. Next moment, there were a few burly men among the gangsters. They held bayonets from their waists and said coldly to Qin Yang with fierce faces, "Boy, if you don't want white knives to come in and red knives to come out, you should obediently confess to young Master Song. Otherwise, I really lost my life, but don't blame my brothers for being vicious." When Song Daming saw the current scene, the corners of his mouth immediately curled up into an evil smile. HMPH, now let me see what else you can do. Qin Yun, you can't run away. I'm going to play with you in front of your brother. This moment, Song Daming's eyes on Qin Yun inevitably became hot. He seemed to be able to see the scene of Qin Yun being played wantonly under his crotch. Unbelievable. Qin Yang's eyes flashed with disdain. For these gangsters, he has never paid attention to them from the beginning to the end. Now, if they dare to speak out in front of Qin Yang, they are simply asking for their own destruction. And a look of ferocity flashed in the eyes of those burly gangsters. In less than a moment, they united and launched an offensive against Qin Yang at the same time. They are fast. Qin Yang is faster than them. Swish, I saw an afterimage flying by. Qin Yang's figure disappeared in place. The gangsters immediately lost their target. Just as they looked confused, they were looking for the trace of Qin Yang. Bang, bang, bang. After a few muffled grunts in a row, they were kicked firmly in the back. The powerful impact caused them to lose their balance in an instant, and their faces hit the ground heavily. The ribs were broken directly, and it is estimated that he will lie in the hospital for several months. Waste, it's all a bunch of waste. I paid you to come here to help me solve my troubles. People in the 20s haven't even touched a single hair of this kid. What use do I need you? Song Daming's eyes shot out with anger, and he was extremely dissatisfied with what happened in front of him. If I knew it earlier, I should have asked my family to send some bodyguards over. With their strength, they are qualified to subdue this bastard. Seeing that something was wrong, Song Daming, who was hiding behind the gangster, immediately wanted to run away. It's a pity that Qin Yang had already noticed it early on. He kicked his legs on the ground, and his body shot out like a shell. In just a moment, Song Daming was blocked. Why, you were so arrogant just now. How long has it been since you wanted to run away? You guy, you have a good plan. Unfortunately, I won't let you run away easily. Qin Yang grinned at the corner of his mouth and said playfully, Chapter 37, Don't waste your time in vain. You don't mess around. If you dare to hurt one of my fingers, I will not let you off lightly. Song Daming's face turned pale. But even so, he still insisted on yelling in front of Qin Yang. Snapped, Qin Yang swung his arm and slapped it. With such a mindless person, there is no need to explain too much. And he also said before that if he dared to make trouble again, his end would only be worse. Since Qin Yang could say it, he would naturally do it. Asshole. Song Daming staggered and fell to the ground. There is a bright red palm imprint on the left and right cheeks, which looks quite symmetrical. He gritted his teeth, his eyes shot out with anger. In front of Qin Yang's powerful strength, he was simply powerless to resist. Kneel down to admit your mistake, and then slap yourself 100 times. After you finish all this, I will let you go. After a while, Qin Yang walked up to Song Daming and said to him condescendingly, "Bah, don't think about it." How could Song Daming be willing to suffer such humiliation? He almost didn't think about it, so he directly rejected Qin Yang's proposal. Boom! Qin Yang raised his foot and kicked Song Daming on the chest. With this blow, the internal organs of his body were almost not displaced. A mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth in an instant, and his face couldn't help but contort. It was obvious that he was suffering unimaginable pain at this time. "I'll give you another chance, you talk well." Qin Yang smiled and fixed his eyes on Song Daming. It seemed that if Song Daming's answer didn't satisfy him, he would continue to suffer. I admit my mistake, don't do it again." Song Daming looked at Qin Yang, full of fear at the moment. This guy is downright crazy. Get started without saying a word. If it continues, Song Daming is really afraid that he will be beaten to death by Qin Yang. Pop, pop, pop. Under Qin Yang's persecution, Song Daming had no choice but to get up from the ground, knelt down and slapped himself. A total of 100 slaps. He slapped for 4 to 5 minutes. After he finished the beating, his face was already swollen like a pig. Compared with the previous image, it can be said that his face was completely different. "Go away. Don't harass my sister in the future, or your end will only be worse than this time. Don't think I'm joking with you. Qin Yang, will do what I say." Qin Yang looked mad and shouted at Song Daming. "And you people in 10 seconds disappeared before my eyes." In the next second, Qin Yang warned the gangsters with sharp eyes. The crowd was relieved. Knowing that he could leave, he ran faster than a rabbit. "Brother, when did you become so powerful? So many people, since they can't hurt you at all." Qin Yun took a deep breath, staring at Qin Yang with shocking eyes. "Today alone, my brother brought me too many surprises. You know, I usually like to exercise. Some time ago, I specially signed up for a boxing training class. That's when I learned this skill. It's just that I didn't expect that I would be so powerful just by practicing casually. Just these few ordinary gangsters, they are not my opponents at all." Qin Yang sneered, and then explained to Qin Yun. "Really?" Qin Yun looked skeptical, and told her instinctively that this must be a reason that her brother fabricated casually. However, seeing that he didn't want to tell the truth at all, Qin Yun couldn't ask him to the end. "Of course, when did my brother lie to you?" Qin Yang touched his nose. Although he knew that this reason was a bit far-fetched, he found a more suitable reasoning for a while. "It's getting late. You should go back to school quickly. I'll call a special car for you and send a message to my brother when I get to the dormitory." Qin Yang didn't even give Qin Yun a chance to refuse. Soon, he took out his mobile phone and arranged directly. Before parting, Qin Yang also transferred 50 to Qin Yun's bank account. You take this money and spend it first, and then you don't need it if you don't have enough. In the future, there is no need to wrong yourself in life. Qin Yun was naturally extremely moved by Qin Yang's generosity. Immediately, he thanked Qin Yang with excitement. After Qin Yun and Hanzai left, Qin Yang rode his motorcycle and rushed directly to Sophie's company. At this point in time, she should be off work soon. Qin Yang did not forget that he asked Sophie to have dinner and watch a movie at night. And this time, the gate of Sophie's company, a black Porsche 200 worth more than 911 million yuan, is parked not far away. The trunk opened, filled with roses and balloons. With such a battle, it is obvious that someone is preparing to confess. Qin Yang was bored waiting and walked over out of curiosity. The owner of the Porsche is a rich second generation who is about her age. He was wearing a neat suit and a pair of sunglasses on his face. The hairstyle was also specially fixed with pomade, which looked extremely cool. "Brother, you are blocking the door of the company. Who are you going to confess to?" "None of your business." Gao Jun glanced at Qin Yang, and seeing that this guy's appearance had threatened him, he immediately felt uncomfortable. At the moment, naturally, he didn't give him a good face. Qin Yang saw that he was inexplicably hostile towards him, so he didn't say anything more. Sitting back on his locomotive, he subconsciously took out his mobile phone from his pocket, intending to send Sophie a message and ask her when she leaves work. "Prince Dark Horse, Goddess Sue, how long will it take for you to get off work? I'm already at the door of your company." It's a pity that Qin Yang sent the message, but didn't see Sophie's reply for several minutes. Bored, he had no choice but to watch the video. About another 10 minutes or so passed. "Ding dong." Goddess Sue finally replied. "President Sue, sorry, I was in the meeting room just now and didn't see your message. My work here is over, and I'll go down immediately after I tidy up." "Prince Charming, it's okay, it's not too late. Get your work done first so we can have fun tonight." Qin Yang was very considerate and didn't intend to urge Sophie. Inside the president's office, Sophie leaned on the sofa, looking at the news Qin Yang just sent. A smile appeared on the corner of her mouth for no reason. This guy is quite understanding. If it were someone else who had waited for so long, he might complain. Right now, he understands me. "See here." Sophie picked up her bag and immediately got up and walked downstairs to the company. 5-6 minutes later, Sophie had just walked out of the company's gate, and she was looking around to search for Qin Yang's figure, but she never expected a man to appear in her sight. I saw Gao Jun holding a bouquet of roses in his hands, and confessed to Sophie affectionately. "Miss Sue, since the first time I saw you, I can't help but fall in love with you. Every night you appear in my dreams, which makes me understand that I simply cannot live without you. I like you, please be my girlfriend." Faced with this sudden confession, Sophie's face revealed a look of astonishment, apparently extremely surprised. Less than a moment later, Sophie refused face to face. "Sorry, I can't accept your confession, because you are not my type at all." Then what kind of man do you like? I can become better for you. Gao Jun refused to give up and asked Sophie immediately. No need to guess. The person she likes is me, and you have no role at all. A voice came from behind, breaking the awkward situation in an instant. Chapter 38 Slapping the Face and Licking the Dog's Second Generation rewards shares in the billion group. Ding, a random mission is released. The host defends the goddess and slaps the rich second-generation dog in the face. Reward worth 30 billion% shares of China Resources Group. Qin Yang was overjoyed, and this triggered the plot task again. And this time, the rewards are even richer than before. China Resources Group. The main layout of the industry under the name is catering, star hotels, real estate, and clothing. In Shanghai, it is also a great Buddha. This share is worth billions, and it will continue to skyrocket for a long time to come. Qin Yang didn't expect that his character would explode this time, and he would get such a good reward. In an instant, looking at Gao Jun's eyes, he immediately became excited. It's you. At this moment, Gao Jun turned his head abruptly, and Qin Yang appeared in his sight. Isn't this guy the one who talked to me just now? Yes, it's me. Qin Yang shrugged, with a confident smile on his face. HMPH, how much are you worth just riding a broken motorcycle? What qualifications do you have to compare with me? With Miss Su's eyes, how could she like you? Boy, I think you are a toad who wants to eat swan meat. You haven't woken up from your dream. Gao Jun naturally wouldn't believe Qin Yang's one-sided words. Immediately, contempt appeared on his face, and he said to him in a disdainful tone, "Believe it or not, that's your business. Miss Su, let's go." Qin Yang withdrew his gaze from Gao Jun, with a gentle smile on his face, and then said directly to Sophie, "It is good." Sophie completely ignored Gao Jun's existence and nodded at Qin Yang at this moment. Seeing that the two were about to leave together, Gao Jun finally recovered from the shock. He shook his head violently, unable to believe what he saw with his eyes. No, it's impossible. Miss Su is famous for her sharp eyesight. How could she fall in love with you, brat? Be honest, what method did you use to threaten Miss Su to submit obediently? Gao Jun was extremely unwilling in his heart. He couldn't just watch Sophie being taken away by Qin Yang. In just a moment, Gao Jun quickly rushed in front of the two of them, blocking the way. Step aside. There was a trace of coldness in Qin Yang's eyes. In front of Sophie, he didn't want to be violent, so at this moment a strong aura erupted from him, trying to intimidate Gao Jun. Unfortunately, Gao Jun was not moved at all. I asked you something, why didn't you answer me? You kid, do you really think Gao Jun, are easy to provoke? Gao Jun's eyes were stern, and he wished he could punish Qin Yang severely right now. It was this kid who ruined his own good deeds. If he was not made to pay the price, the bad breath in his heart would be hard to get rid of. Miss Su has just made it very clear that she doesn't like you at all, and she doesn't want to be your girlfriend. Are you deaf, or can't you understand human speech? I don't have time to talk nonsense with you here. I'll count to 3. If you don't get out of the way, don't blame me for being rude. Qin Yang's patience is limited. especially since this guy confessed his love to Sophie in front of him. He was already very uncomfortable. If it wasn't for wanting to show a perfect image in front of Sophie, Qin Yang would have already slapped him across the face. How could he waste so much talk with him here? If you have the guts, try it. I'd like to see how capable you are, kid, to dare to act presumptuously in front of me, Gao Jun. Gao Jun, but Gao's eldest son, has been pampered since he was a child. Now he owns 3 companies under his name, with total assets exceeding million. Not to mention the Gao family behind him, who is also a little powerful in the whole. Apart from those young and old in the upper circles of the Demon City, there are really not many people who dare to offend his handsomeness. Snapped, Qin Yang raised his palm and slapped Gao Jun's face fiercely. The sound is crisp and extremely loud. Asshole! How dare you hit me? A bright red palm print was branded on Gao Jun's face, and he could feel the burning pain even more. At this moment, the corner of his mouth was overflowing with blood. He subconsciously covered his cheeks and immediately stared at Qin Yang coldly, wishing he could kill him. It actually made him lose face in front of the woman he liked. Isn't this what you asked for? I just did as you wished. Go away, don't block my way, or it won't be a slap in the face later. Qin Yang sneered, then took Sophie's hand and walked directly to Harley Davidson. Gao Jun originally wanted to step forward to stop her, but Qin Yang's slap just now almost didn't fool her. For a moment, I felt a little jealous of Qin Yang in my heart. Bastard, I don't care who you are. If you dare to touch the woman Gao Jun likes, you will have to pay a heavy price. And this slap, I will repay it 100 times and 1,000 times. Gao Jun stared at Qin Yang's back, his eyes full of viciousness. Immediately, he took out his mobile phone from his pocket and dialed a number immediately. Look up who is the man who got close to Sophie recently. I want all his background information, the more detailed the better. Then send someone to keep an eye on him. Ding, the random task is completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a 30% stake in China Resources Group worth tens of billions. Within 24 hours, the senior management of China Resources Group will contact the host to handle the handover procedures. Please wait patiently. Having received such a generous reward, Qin Yang was secretly excited. However, he didn't show it in front of Sophie. Qin Yang, thank you for saving me. But you are still too impulsive. Gao Jun is not an ordinary person. His background is not simple. You slapped him. With his character, this matter must never end. I'm afraid you may encounter a lot of trouble in the future. After walking a certain distance, Sophie looked at Qin Yang worriedly and couldn't help but speak. Counting this time, it was the second time Qin Yang had rescued himself. At the same time, he offended an unfathomable enemy. With Qin Yang's current strength, he is no match for these wealthy children at all. She was very afraid that Qin Yang would be implicated because of her relationship. Miss Su, don't worry, I'm sure I can handle it. Let's not talk about that. Let's think about where to have dinner next. Qin Yang smiled slightly, completely not paying attention to what Sophie said. With his current strength, he already has enough confidence to challenge these so-called wealthy children. Besides, As long as Sophie is around, the black technology system will continue to issue tasks. The more tasks he completes, the stronger he becomes. Qin Yang is a smart person, so his goal is very clear and has never changed. You, Sophie frowned, as if she was very displeased with Qin Yang's attitude. After all, I said this to Qin Yang out of good intentions, and wanted to make him vigilant and take precautions. I know Miss Sue's kindness. However, since I dare to do these things, I naturally have the courage to undertake them. If you really encounter difficulties, wouldn't you still be there? Could Miss Sue still stand by and watch? In order to let Sophie relax, Qin Yang explained with a smile. Chapter 39, Goddess-Loving Super Rewards. You're right. Seeing this, Sophie didn't get entangled in this issue. Night fell silently. Qin Yang and Sophie soon came to a nearby star hotel called Heaven and Earth. When the two appeared in the hall, they immediately caused a commotion. There is no other, just because the two of them are handsome and beautiful, with outstanding temperament. People who don't know think they are a pair of idle stars. In order to avoid attracting too much attention, Qin Yang chose a relatively quiet corner. Miss Sue, if I remember correctly, your taste should be lighter. I ordered a few just now. See if there is anything you need to add. Sitting opposite Sophie, Qin Yang took the waiter's menu and ordered a few dishes first, then handed the menu to Sophie. No need, just come and order. Seeing that Qin Yang remembered her own taste so clearly, Sophie couldn't help but feel a little happy in her heart. Immediately, he declined his proposal. That's fine, let's add these first. If it's not enough, add more. Qin Yang nodded and said to the waiter with a smile. By the way, I found that you have been very free recently, so you should be fine with your work, right? Sophie seemed to remember something. At this moment, he looked at Qin Yang and asked curiously, You mean Black Swan's part-time delivery job? That job I've quit. Now I'm a freelancer making some investments. Qin Yang was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Sophie to care about him so much. After a while, he came back to his senses and explained to Sophie with a smile. Resigned? It's fine. Why did you resign? Then you invest now. What's the return? Sophie frowned, as if she was puzzled by Qin Yang's actions. If a full-time stock investment cannot guarantee a profit, it is easy to be empty. Okay. A few days ago, my brother raised a sum of money and asked me to help him invest in stocks. The current profit is 800 million, and the profit is divided in half. Right now, there is no shortage of money to spend. Qin Yang thought about it, and finally decided to reveal his financial strength to Sophie. Although he knew that this amount of money might not be much in Sophie's eyes. But at least it can prove that Qin Yang's own ability is enough to guarantee his life. At the same time, it can be regarded as highlighting one's own talents and abilities. So much. Sophie couldn't help being shocked when she heard the amount. In just a few days, Qin Yang was able to earn so much money, which shows how outstanding his talent in stock market investment is. Although this amount is only a drop in the bucket in her eyes, Qin Yang's ability to earn it in a short period of time is enough to prove his talent and ability. Such a potential stock was selected by myself. At this moment, Sophie couldn't help but sigh with emotion that her vision of men was as good as expected. Not much. After half a month, the estimated net worth will skyrocket several times. At that time, there should be no shortage of money to spend. If your company lacks funds and needs financing, you can come to me at any time. Don't look at Qin Yang saying this. The tone is serious. But everything he said was true. Even if he doesn't count the group shares he currently holds, the luxury house assets under his name, the amount in the bank card account alone is already a full 1,000 million. Not to mention, when the stock market investment is over, he can still get a lot of money. Qin Yang, I never thought I would underestimate you. Sophie took a deep breath, and the way she looked at Qin Yang couldn't help but change. A little less contempt, a little more admiration. This guy in front of him is simply a treasure boy. Handsome in appearance, gentle in personality, positive in love, free from bad habits, and possesses many talents and abilities. Now, even the ability to make money has far exceeded Sophie's expectations. It is completely 360 degrees without dead ends. He is also the godlike existence that countless women dream of. Right now, he just has a soft spot for her. Sophie felt an unprecedented joy in her heart. This is much happier than her negotiating a few big orders. Perhaps I should give him a chance to try dating for a while. At this moment, Sophie suddenly had an idea in her heart. If I miss this man, I'm afraid I may not be able to meet him again in the future. Miss Sue won the prize. I barely make a living, and I can't compare with you at all. Qin Yang had a humble face, intending to compliment Sophie. Qin Yang, can I ask you a question? Sophie's eyes flickered. She pondered for a while, then fixed her gaze on Qin Yang. Whatever Miss Sue wants to ask, just ask. Qin Yang nodded slightly, signaling for Sophie to speak directly. What do you like about me, or what about me attracts you? As soon as the words fell, Sophie looked at Qin Yang expectantly, hoping to get an answer from him. To be honest, if Qin Yang said that he only likes her beauty, she would think this man is superficial. Because the countless men who confessed to her before were all greedy for her wealth and beauty, which made Sophie very disgusted. To be honest, there are many beauties around me, and I often ask myself why I don't like them. I didn't understand this feeling until I met you. It is undeniable that I like your beauty and your unique temperament. But more than that, I like your character and values. If it weren't for that, the two of us wouldn't be so comfortable getting along, and there is a feeling of hating seeing each other later. Qin Yang thought for a while before organizing his words and speaking to Sophie. This answer, he is completely from the heart, sincerely. Good-looking skins are the same, and interesting souls are 1 in 1,000. The reason why Qin Yang fell in love with Sophie at first sight was probably because of this. I am very satisfied with your answer. In the next period of time, I would like to try to date you. It will last for 2 months. If we get along and really feel that we are good with each other, then we will formally confirm the relationship between boyfriend and girlfriend. What do you think? Sophie hesitated for a moment. In the end, he mustered up the courage to express his thoughts to Qin Yang. Boom! Qin Yang felt as if a thunderbolt fell on his head, which made him completely stunned in place. After a while, he recovered from the shock. Miss Sue, what you just said is true. Are you sure you're not kidding me? Until now, Qin Yang still couldn't believe his slap, and confirmed to Sophie nervously. Okay, I'm serious. Why don't you want to? Sophie's eyes flickered, and she looked at Qin Yang in surprise. No, I would very much. I just think that all this happened too dreamily, and I can't believe it. Qin Yang looked excited, and quickly replied with a smile. Ding, the core task is announced. Successfully win the heart of the goddess within 2 months. Reward all the shares of the Civet Cat Group worth 8,000 billion. A Bugatti Chiron supercar worth million. A Patek Philippe Parrot Frisbee watch worth million. Random draw a god-level skill, 3,000 points. Senseless. Was bombarded. This is the richest reward package that Qin Yang has seen so far. The total value exceeds billion. Chapter 40 Tsundere Goddess Swan watching a movie together. Regarding the core tasks issued by the Black Technology System at this time, Qin Yang was secretly ecstatic. As long as he can complete this task, he can get these rewards and become a billionaire. From now on, there will be no shortage of money to spend. Qin Yang, then, I'll wait to see how you perform. Sophie has made it clear, and officially gave Qin Yang the opportunity to pursue her. As long as Qin Yang works a little harder, and if nothing happens, the two of them will formally establish a relationship as boyfriend and girlfriend, and it shouldn't be too far away. Don't worry, I will do my best and I will never let you down. Qin Yang nodded violently, still looking a little excited. Soon, the waiter took the dishes and put them on the table one by one. The two chatted while eating, and the atmosphere seemed very harmonious. Around 8, Qin Yang took Sophie out of the hotel gate. After finding out that there was a movie theater nearby, Qin Yang planned to reserve a seat in advance. Miss Sue. Don't call me Miss Sue, I sound weird. You can call me Sophie or Fair. Qin Yang was just about to ask Sophie what kind of movie she wanted to watch. Unexpectedly, before the words were spoken, they were forcibly interrupted. Okay, listen to you. A smile appeared on Qin Yang's face immediately, and then he asked warmly, Fair, this is the movie schedule for tonight. Take a look. Is there any movie you want to see? After speaking, Qin Yang took the initiative to hand his mobile phone to Sophie. Let's love a movie, just this one. Sophie lives a leisurely life on weekdays, and usually never goes to the movies. However, that doesn't mean she's not interested. Among the genres of action movies, horror movies, and romance movies, she quickly picked a movie called A Love That Can't Be Lost. Okay, then I'll start booking seats now. Qin Yang smiled slightly and stared at Sophie with interest. He didn't expect that Sophie looked like an iceberg goddess, and she still liked watching this type of movies. However, Qin Yang dared to ask more questions. Row. Soon the two rushed directly to the cinema. 10 minutes or so. Qin Yang and Sophie appeared at the entrance of the cinema. You sit on the sofa over there first, and I'll go pick up the ticket and buy you something to eat by the way. Qin Yang was afraid that if Sophie stood and waited, Wearing high heels would be uncomfortable. So he didn't want her to line up with him. Okay, listen to you. Sophie's heart warmed, so she naturally did not reject Qin Yang's proposal. She strode forward and sat on the sofa, but her eyes kept falling on Qin Yang, and she never left. This Qin Yang is quite careful. Sophie usually wears business attire and high heels when she goes to work. After standing for a long time, the soles of her feet usually feel sore. Qin Yang must have noticed this, so he felt sorry for her and asked her to sit here to rest quickly while he was queuing there. Although it was a very small move, Sophie saw it, and she was naturally touched. Fortunately, Qin Yang did not wait long. A few minutes later, he bought milk tea and some snacks, and took out the movie tickets by the way before walking towards Sophie. Sorry to keep you waiting. There are quite a few people watching the movie today, and there is a queue to get tickets. No, I bought milk tea and snacks for you, so I can satisfy my hunger when I watch a movie later. Qin Yang sat beside Sophie. It was the first time for the two of them to be in such close contact. He could clearly smell a lavender perfume coming from Sophie's body. It was elegant, not pungent, and it smelled particularly good. Actually, you don't need to buy these. I usually don't drink milk tea or eat snacks, and pay more attention to body maintenance. Sophie smiled sweetly, met Qin Yang's gaze, and then said slowly, So it is. It's all my fault, I didn't ask you beforehand. In this case, then give these to others, otherwise it would be a pity to throw them away. Qin Yang touched his nose, completely unaware that he had done useless work. The expression on his face was subconsciously a little depressed, and he planned to give the milk tea and snacks that he had worked so hard to buy to other people. After all, it is impossible for him to eat so much alone. But just as Qin Yang stood up and was about to speak to a couple beside him, suddenly a hand grabbed his arm. Qin Yang froze for a moment, then turned his head and looked at Sophie. After all, you lined up to buy it for me. If I don't accept it, it would be too unreasonable. Give it to me, just let me taste it. There was a blush on Sophie's cheeks, and she looked a little shy. She just felt in her heart that she could not disappoint Qin Yang's good intentions. You can't just give away the things he bought in line for no reason, right? You don't want it. Qin Yang said subconsciously. I changed my mind. Bring it. Sophie snorted. Then he stretched out his hand to ask Qin Yang for it. Seeing this, a smile appeared on the corner of Qin Yang's mouth. He knew that the reason why Sophie changed her mind was probably because she didn't want to waste his kindness. Okay, it's all for you. This episode undoubtedly brought the relationship between the two closer. Finally, the movie is about to start. Qin Yang and Sophie got up and walked towards the inner hall of the movie. Since I bought it in a relatively rear position, no one can bother me. The field of vision is wide, and the viewing experience is full. In front of Qin Yang and Sophie, there were also many lovers sitting. They behave affectionately and cuddle up to each other. Qin Yang looked at it and felt a little embarrassed. He secretly glanced at Sophie, but he never thought that her gaze was also secretly looking at him. For a moment, the two looked at each other. The air was silent, and neither of them spoke. In the end, it was Qin Yang who felt guilty, laughed dryly, and took the lead in shifting his gaze to other locations. The movie begins. Sophie's attention quickly focused on the screen. She almost forgot when was the last time she went to the cinema. Now that I am in the movie theater again, I am immediately attracted. While drinking the milk tea and eating the snacks in his hand, his body and mind were so relaxed that he completely forgot that Qin Yang was around him. Goddess Su like this is more real. Looking at this scene, the corners of Qin Yang's mouth rose slightly, feeling that Sophie was very real. Sophie was obsessed with the plot of the movie, but Qin Yang looked at her carefully. Every inch of skin on the face, makeup. It seems to be completely attracted by Sophie's appearance. You don't watch movies. Why do you keep staring at me? I don't know how long it took. It was only then that Sophie realized that Qin Yang didn't like watching movies, and his attention was always on herself. And I don't know when this state started. I just think you look better than the movie. So, it's inevitable to take a few more glances. Qin Yang didn't feel embarrassed either. In front of Sophie, he took the initiative to confess. These words instantly made Sophie's heart beat faster. What are you talking about? Sophie's expression was shy, and she simply couldn't stand Qin Yang's covetous eyes. Immediately turned his face to other direction to soothe his inner excitement. Don't you know there is a saying that beauty is in the eye of the beholder? In my eyes, you are a unique existence. Any movie or beauty is not as good as your smile. Qin Yang completely disregarded Sophie's shyness and directly spoke out the truth in his heart. Chapter 40. Do you want to come to my house? Qin Yang, tell me the truth. Are you sure you haven't been in a relationship before? After pondering for a few seconds, Sophie finally turned her head back. At this moment, she looked at Qin Yang seriously and questioned him. No. Qin Yang shook his head. Then where did you learn these love words? If you look at it, it's the usual routine. It's just opening your mouth. If you say that you haven't been in love before, I'm the first to not believe it. A trace of doubt flashed in Sophie's eyes. It's not that she doesn't believe in Qin Yang. It's just that she thinks this guy's mouth is too powerful. What she said just now made her completely helpless. It would be fine if it was another rich second-generation son, but these words came from Qin Yang. For a while, it was inevitable that Sophie would think too much. Hey, this is it. The routines are all learned now. If you don't like what I say, then I will change it. Why do you always suspect that I have been in love before? Qin Yang quickly came to his senses, knowing that his performance might have made Sophie worry. With a sneer, he immediately began to tell himself secretly in his heart that he must never talk about it in the future. Otherwise, it may cause more misunderstandings. Remember, you are now my Sophie's nominal boyfriend, and you must not behave so frivolously in front of other opposite sexes. Sophie, can't afford to lose this person. Sophie's angry look was also extremely cute in Qin Yang's eyes. Of course, her words had another meaning. Except for Sophie, Qin Yang can't say such things to other women. It can be seen that Sophie also has her own caution. Qin Yang nodded in agreement and then quickly apologized to Sophie. I'm sorry, I will definitely pay attention in the future. Don't be angry with me. Humph. Sophie didn't speak either, just snorted lightly. After that, the two did not continue talking. As the plot of the movie progresses, the most energetic moment comes. In love movies, there is always a scene that touches people's hearts the most. Sophie has been completely immersed in it. Although she has never been in a relationship, a woman is naturally sensual. No matter how cold she looks on the outside, she is very soft on the inside. She was touched, her eyes were rosy, and crystal tears rolled down from the corners of her eyes. Qin Yang naturally noticed this scene. Fortunately, he was prepared and quickly took out a tissue from his pocket. After hesitating for a while, he took the initiative to help Sophie wipe away her tears. Thank you. Sophie finally came to her senses. She found herself crying in front of Qin Yang, and when he saw her weakest side, she immediately became nervous. Fair, you don't have to be so strong in front of me. With me here, no matter what difficulties you encounter in the future, I can protect you from wind and rain. Qin Yang's eyes were full of distress. Sophie looks glamorous on the surface and looks beautiful, but she is actually under tremendous pressure. Qin Yang knew this very well. He wanted to give Sophie a shoulder to lean on and show her soft side. I'm fine. Sophie shook her head. A trace of stubbornness flashed in her eyes. Qin Yang stretched out his hand and hugged Sophie's head directly, allowing her to lean on his shoulder. I'm serious. As long as I'm here, I will never let you be wronged in the future. Sophie wanted to break free, but she was no match for Qin Yang. Seeing this, she had no choice but to give up. She once leaned on the man's shoulder as a little bird, and this feeling was extremely strange. Warm and moving. By accident, Sophie actually started to enjoy it. And so on until the end of the movie. In the movie hall, everyone left one after another. Sophie was about to leave Qin Yang's shoulder, but was stopped by a big hand unexpectedly. No hurry, let's stay a little longer. I don't think you've ever been more relaxed than you are now. If so, enjoy yourself for a while. Soon Qin Yang's voice came. To be honest, Qin Yang's voice is very nice. It's the kind of voice that can make up a peerless handsome guy just by his voice across the phone. Sophie surprisingly didn't refuse. Just like that, after everyone in the cinema hall left, Qin Yang and Sophie stayed for another 10 minutes. If it wasn't for the interruption of the staff in the movie theater, which ruined the moment when the two of them were alone, I'm afraid the two of them would not be willing to leave. It's still early, shall we go for a walk? Qin Yang checked the time. It was only after 9 o'clock. It was too early to send Sophie back at this time. He thought for a while, and then proposed to Sophie. Okay. Sophie didn't hesitate, and agreed decisively. At night the breeze blows gently on the face, which makes people feel extremely cool. Seeing that Sophie was wearing so little, Qin Yang immediately took off his coat and put it on her body. Thank you. Sophie was warmed by Qin Yang's actions. After being shy for a while, he thanked Qin Yang. Come on, let's go over there and have a look. Riverside. The two walked side by side, and the dim streetlights elongated their shadows. At this moment, the two of them looked like a couple in love, envious of others. Qin Yang, do you have any plans for the future? Sophie thought for a while, but still took the initiative to break the silence. Not yet. Qin Yang shook his head and then explained, I care more about the present than the future. There is a good saying, we don't know which will come first, tomorrow or the accident, so we have to enjoy ourselves in time. Live every day well, and don't let yourself regret it. As soon as the words fell, Qin Yang also looked at Sophie curiously and asked, Fair, what is your goal? I have always wanted to be a strong professional woman and make the company bigger and stronger. But after meeting you, I suddenly discovered that I have another way of living. Maybe I can try it. Sophie smiled and then said, No matter what you decide, I will support you. After all, it is a happy thing to do what you want to do. Qin Yang's eyes revealed his love for Sophie. He found that there was a unique charm in the woman in front of him at this moment, which fascinated him. No wonder he was able to bind the goddess strategy system after meeting Sophie. I am very happy today. Thank you for everything you do for me. Sophie's eyelashes trembled slightly, and she looked at Qin Yang with fiery eyes. This man brought her too many surprises today. You're welcome. When you have time, we can make another appointment. Where you want to go, you can tell me in advance and I will accompany you. Without even thinking about it, Qin Yang spoke directly. It is good. The engine of the locomotive starts and turns into a beautiful landscape. Sophie sat in the back seat, hugged Qin Yang's waist with both hands, and headed straight for home. After an hour, Villa Gate. Qin Yang stopped the car, put his foot on the ground, turned around and said to Sophie, Fair, we're here, get out of the car. Qin Yang, would you like to come to my house? Sophie hesitated for a while, but still mustered up the courage to speak. Forget it. You're tired from work today. Go back and take a hot bath and go to bed early. Good night. I wish you sweet dreams. It was past 11 o'clock. Qin Yang might not be suitable to enter Sophie's house at this time. So he shook his head and refused with a smile. Chapter 42. This is what I should do as a boyfriend. Well then, you should also pay attention to safety on the way back by yourself. Seeing Qin Yang's tactful refusal, Sophie didn't insist. On the contrary, her favorability towards Qin Yang rose again. As expected, he was indeed the man she liked. His character and responsibility were obvious to all. Okay, I'll watch you go in. Qin Yang smiled and gestured to Sophie. Sophie nodded and quickly walked into the villa. Go back to Jiangwen community. Qin Yang walked into his room and took a comfortable hot bath. While wiping her hair, she took out her phone and looked through Sophie's circle of friends. She only occasionally posts some food and scenery news, and there are almost no photos of herself. It seems that I have to find a chance to take a few photos, so that they can be used as mobile phone wallpapers. Qin Yang thought to himself, since he chose to associate with Sophie, he must take it seriously. Silent all night. The next morning, when the warm sunlight shines through the window sill, it shines on the floor of Qin Yang's room. He rubbed his eyes and gradually woke up, picking up the phone on the counter to check the time. 8:10 in the morning. It's broken. I forgot to set the alarm clock last night, and I overslept. Qin Yang immediately jumped up from the bed. While putting on his clothes and shoes, he ran directly to the bathroom to wash up. After that, he immediately walked out of the room door and rushed to the kitchen. It took about 10 minutes to make breakfast by myself. Brother Qin, you came back so late yesterday. Why don't you sleep more? It's so embarrassing to get up early in the morning to make breakfast for me. Jiang Bei heard movement in the kitchen and came over at some point. Seeing that Qin Yang was busy with work, he couldn't help but smile on his face and said to himself, Jiang Bei, you're thinking too much. I didn't prepare this breakfast for you. If you want to eat, you can do it yourself, or you can buy it outside. Seeing Jiang Bei's narcissistic expression, Qin Yang instantly gave him a supercilious look. Then he struck down even more angrily. What? It's not for me. Brother Qin, you have changed. You were not like this before. Could it be that this breakfast was specially made for the president of Yujie? No way has the relationship between the two of you developed so fast. I've known you for so long, and this is the first time I've seen you cook for a woman. At this moment, Jiang Bei looked shocked and could hardly believe his ears. Is this man in front of him the same Qin Yang he knew? He had only known Sophie for a few days before such a big change happened. Could it be that he was really brainwashed by that President Su? Get out of here quickly, don't hinder my work. Qin Yang didn't explain too much, apparently acquiescing to Jiang Bei's words. My God, this news is even more shocking than if I won the lottery. Brother Qin, you don't want to talk about your love, but you talk so quickly, buddy. I really admire it. Jiang Bei had to sigh. In the eyes, there was a taste of gossip in an instant. If you have time another day, bring my sister-in-law back and let me meet. I still can't believe it until now. You can conquer President Su. Qin Yang didn't respond, and focused all his attention on the movements of his hands. Okay, let's talk about it later. 10 minutes later. Qin Yang packed his breakfast in a bag, and then went out directly with the key. Jiang Bei's curiosity was instantly aroused, and he even came up with the idea of following Qin Yang. Forget it, if you let Brother Qin know that you are following him, he will definitely make him very angry. Let's just keep an eye on my stock market and avoid any accidents. Anyway, when the time is ripe, we can always meet the true master. Less than an hour. The gate of the Su family mansion villa. Ding dong. Qin Yang stood at the door with breakfast in hand and quickly rang the doorbell. Strange, who would ring the doorbell so early in the morning? Could it be that Qin Yang brought me breakfast again? At this time, Sophie had just finished washing in the bathroom and was about to go to the cloakroom to change. Hearing the doorbell, he thought to himself. After a while, she put down the clothes in her hands and walked directly to the lobby on the first floor. Looking at the monitoring screen, he immediately saw a familiar figure. Is it really him? Sophie was shocked and hurriedly quickened her pace and went to open the gate of the villa herself. Qin Yang, why are you here? After seeing Qin Yang's face, Sophie said in surprise. Why can't I come? Qin Yang smiled lightly and then spoke. No, that's not what I meant. I just didn't expect that you would come to bring me breakfast today. Sophie really didn't think of it, so her heart beat faster at this moment, and her expression looked a little excited. Then you have to learn to adapt, because I will make breakfast for you and deliver it myself. When you finish eating, I'll drive you to work. As Qin Yang said, he actually didn't regard himself as an outsider and walked directly into the villa. Will this bother you too much? Sophie felt a little surprised in her heart, but she didn't say it clearly. At this time, she first showed a trace of hesitation on her face, and finally looked at Qin Yang and asked, "No trouble, this is what I should do as a boyfriend." It's not easy to have this opportunity, which allows me to perform well in a legitimate way. Is it possible that you want to reject my good intentions? Qin Yang frowned, fixed his eyes on Sophie and said, "No, that's not what I meant." "Okay, since you want to send it, then do as you want." Sophie knew in her heart that Qin Yang wanted to behave well in front of her now, because of what she said yesterday. She naturally had no reason to refuse. Soon the two walked to the hall of the villa. Qin Yang put the breakfast in his hand on the dining table, and then found the bowls and chopsticks from the kitchen. Fresh meat ravioli pasta. Although there was not enough time, fortunately, the materials were all prepared by Qin Yang in advance, so it was done in a hurry. "Qin Yang, I'll go upstairs and change my clothes." Sophie looked up at Qin Yang and greeted him. "No problem, I'll wait for you." Qin Yang nodded without hesitation. On the second floor, in the master bedroom, Sophie walked back to the cloakroom. Looking at the dazzling array of clothes on the hangers, she couldn't help feeling embarrassed for a while. "I thought about what style I should wear to make Qin Yang feel amazing." Qin Yang was unaware of this. He was downstairs, waiting for about 10 minutes. Duh-duh-duh. The sound of high heels colliding with the floor became louder. Qin Yang raised his eyes, and immediately appeared in his line of sight a fairy, who was overwhelmed by the country and the city, as if she didn't eat the fireworks of the world. Sophie was wearing a white gauze dress, revealing a pair of slender and fair legs under her feet. The face of an angel matched with the figure of a devil. Coupled with this outfit, Qin Yang couldn't help staring. "Fair, you look so beautiful today." Qin Yang quickly praised. "Is it just today? Wasn't I beautiful before?" Sophie smiled sweetly, her beautiful eyes flickering at Qin Yang. "Of course not. It's just that you are dressed up today, and you look more beautiful than before." What Qin Yang said at this time came from the bottom of his heart, and there was absolutely no falsehood. Chapter 40, 3 Goddess Favorability Plus 2. "You know you're poor." Sophie gave Qin Yang a blank look. Although Sophie knew that the other party was praising her on purpose, she couldn't help but feel joy in her heart. Then she walked gracefully to the table and sat down. "Qin Yang, did you cook these breakfasts yourself?" Sophie looked at the breakfast on the dining table and asked Qin Yang in astonishment. "That's natural. Why isn't it to your taste?" Qin Yang nodded. Immediately, a curious expression appeared on his face. "No, I like it. When I was very young, my grandma used to make me fresh meat wontons. It's just that I haven't had any since she passed away." Sophie shook her head subconsciously, and immediately took the initiative to explain. Really, if that's the case, then you should try it quickly. Qin Yang is quite confident in his cooking skills. Although he is not a professional chef, his craftsmanship is not much inferior to theirs. At this moment, listening to Sophie talking about the fresh meat wontons made by her grandma, Qin Yang felt a glimmer of anticipation in his heart. I long for the fresh meat wontons I made by myself, so that Sophie can be satisfied. It is good. Sophie is not hypocritical. Soon she sat on the chair, picked up the chopsticks next to her, and took the initiative to pick up a piece of wonton and put it in her mouth to chew. After a while, Sophie's eyes stared straight, and her whole expression was full of surprise. Good to eat. Sophie's eyes subconsciously swept towards Qin Yang, and she couldn't help giving him a thumbs up. Since it's delicious, then you can eat more and I'll give you all of these. Qin Yang was sitting in front of Sophie. At this moment, he rested his chin on his hands and stared at Sophie with a smile on his face. Seeing her eating happily, I felt very excited in my heart. You try it too. Seeing Qin Yang watching her eating, Sophie always felt a little embarrassed. So she took the initiative to pick up a piece of fresh meat wonton with her chopsticks and handed it to Qin Yang's mouth. Qin Yang's expression froze, and he was stunned at first. However, when I saw Sophie's serious eyes, I knew she was not joking. Instead, I want to share the food with myself. Seeing this, the corners of Qin Yang's mouth curled up, and a smile covered his whole face. He didn't refuse, and opened his mouth to eat the fresh meat wonton into his mouth. Fair, you can tell me what you want for breakfast in the future, and I will cook it for you myself. If I don't know how to do it, I'll learn it, and you will be satisfied. This was the first time Qin Yang was willing to cook breakfast for the opposite sex besides his relatives. And he enjoys this feeling very much, never tired of it. It's okay, as long as it's made by you, I like to eat it. A little blush appeared on both sides of Sophie's cheeks at some point, and her expression looked shy. Compared with her usual image, she looks more charming and moving. Looking at this scene, Qin Yang couldn't help being stunned for a few seconds and lost his mind in an instant. Idiot, have you seen enough? Naturally, Sophie noticed Qin Yang's straight eyes and felt even more embarrassed for a while, and immediately said coquettishly to him, "Not enough." There was no timidity on Qin Yang's face. The next moment, he looked at Sophie seriously and said softly, "You are so beautiful, even if you look at it every day, you won't get tired of it." PFFT. Sophie's heart beat rapidly. The cheeks became flushed, and the whole face looked particularly shy. What are you talking nonsense? Do you want me to have breakfast?" Sophie felt as if there was a deer bumping in her heart, so she lowered her head subconsciously, not daring to meet Qin Yang's eyes at all. Good guy, it was the first time she felt this kind of shyness when she grew up so big. This guy is so glib. Why didn't I notice it when I got along with him before? When Qin Yang saw Sophie's shy face, the smile on her face became more obvious. After a while, he said aloud, "Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Eat your breakfast quickly, and I'll take you to work later." Sophie still didn't dare to look up. The chopsticks in his hand did not slow down because of this. In 10 minutes, she ate up all the fresh meat wontons in the bowl. Qin Yang took the initiative to clean up the dishes and took them to the kitchen for cleaning. Sophie looked at Qin Yang's back, and a faint smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. At this moment, she didn't know what she was thinking. "Okay, let's go out." When Qin Yang came out of the kitchen, he said to Sophie, "Qin Yang, drive me to the company later. Your locomotive seems a little out of place." Sophie picked up the bag, took out the key of the Maserati sports car from it, walked up to Qin Yang and handed it to Qin Yang. "Indeed, then it seems that I have to buy a car so that we can travel in the future." Qin Yang started the car because he liked the unrestrained and free feeling. But if it is used to pick up Sophie to and from get off work, it is obviously not suitable. "No, I still have a Porsche 911 in my garage. If you don't mind, you can take it and drive it. Otherwise, if you put it in the garage, it will also accumulate dust." As soon as Qin Yang finished speaking, Sophie immediately spoke. "Is this appropriate?" At this moment, Qin Yang couldn't help scratching his hair, feeling like being taken care of by a rich woman. "There's something inappropriate. The car is just for you to drive, not directly to you. Of course, if you don't want it, you can buy another one yourself. Anyway, you are not short of money now." Sophie spread her hands, showing a look of indifference. Seeing this scene, Qin Yang hesitated. At this time, if he rejects Sophie's kindness, it is very likely that the other party will be displeased. "Okay, just as you said. I'll take that Porsche 911 out of your garage when I get back." In the end, Qin Yang chose to accept Sophie's kindness. Ding, the goddess. Favorability towards the host is +2. A string of electronic sounds came from Qin Yang's mind. At this time, he found a virtual screen appeared in front of Sophie. Sophie's favorability for herself has reached 85. It seems that the actions just now made Sophie's favorability towards me a little higher. Women are indeed not creatures measured by common sense. Fortunately, Qin Yang did not make a wrong choice. The gate of the villa. Qin Yang and Sophie sat on the fiery, red Maserati sports car. The engine started, and with a roar, it drove directly towards the company. 9:55. The sports car was parked at the gate of Sophie's company. Qin Yang got out of the car first and opened the door for Sophie. Then Sophie made an elegant appearance. There were quite a few pedestrians passing by, and they all stopped at this moment, their gazes sweeping towards Qin Yang and Sophie. "Isn't that Bingshan Yujie, President Su? Who is that handsome guy next to her? Looking at the closeness of the two, they are probably dating. This is big news. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it even if I was beaten to death. President Su, the imperial sister of Bingshan, would actually get so close to the opposite sex. Who is that handsome guy? He has a handsome appearance and outstanding temperament. Could it be that he is the young master of a wealthy family?" For a while, everyone present was discussing, acting as the gossip party of the UC shock department. Chapter 44. Qin Yang, then I'll go to work first. Sophie lifted the hair on her forehead, looked at Qin Yang, and said in a gentle voice, "Go ahead if you need anything, call me anytime." 24 hours, wholeheartedly serving Goddess Su. Qin Yang bowed slightly, showing the etiquette of a gentleman. It is good. The corners of Sophie's mouth raised slightly, with a smile on her face. After finishing speaking, she walked towards the company gate with graceful steps. Qin Yang didn't leave immediately but stood there, watching Sophie's figure gradually disappear, then sat in the driving seat of the sports car, stepped on the accelerator and left. Company front desk. Ziokian saw Sophie walking out of the elevator door and walking towards her. Immediately got up and took the initiative to say hello to her. Hello, President Su. Sophie was in a good mood today, so she subconsciously nodded towards Ziokian as a greeting. Hello, Mr. Su. On the way to the president's office, the company staff greeted Sophie as usual. If it follows Sophie's previous style, she will almost ignore it. But Cash, she actually had a smile on her face and nodded to everyone. This scene instantly made everyone feel incredible. After Sophie walked into the CEO's office, everyone immediately became lively. Did I get dazzled just now? President Su actually smiled, and he also took the initiative to say hello to us. President Su must have taken the wrong medicine, right? This is too abnormal, and it doesn't conform to her behavior style at all. I know about this. Just now I went downstairs to pick up the courier and saw a handsome guy driving our President Su to work. The two were talking and laughing. It seems that they are dating. It's impossible. Our President Su has such high vision, and there are so many suitors around, and she has never fallen in love with any of them. How can we talk about love when we are in love? I've seen it with my own eyes. Can there be fakes? At this moment, Shuya, secretary to the president, came over. That's enough. It's time to go to work. Everyone should concentrate on work and don't gossip about Mr. Su's personal affairs. Otherwise, if President Su gets angry, you all know the consequences. As soon as these words came out, everyone immediately shut up and quickly sat back at their desks, not daring to discuss anymore. Shuya, come to my office. It was at this time. The door of the president's office was pushed open, and Sophie's voice came from inside. Okay. Shuya hurriedly replied, then put down everything she was doing, and immediately ran to the door of the president's office. Boom, boom, boom. Shuya stopped, adjusted her makeup, and then took the initiative to knock on the door. Come in. In the office, Sophie's voice came. After getting permission, Shuya opened the door and walked in. Mr. Su. Shuya stood in front of Sophie and said respectfully, just now there was yelling outside the door. What are you arguing about? Sophie held the teacup and took a slight sip. Then she looked up at Shuya and couldn't help asking curiously. She is not deaf, so she noticed the loud noise outside just now. Boss Su, Shuya was taken aback for a moment. Obviously, she didn't expect Sophie to ask such a question. For a while, she felt speechless and didn't know how to answer. It's okay to speak up. Colleagues outside the door are discussing whether Mr. Su is in a relationship. For 2 consecutive days, President Su was sent to work by a mysterious handsome guy. That's why everyone couldn't help gossiping. Shuya saw that Sophie's eyes were firm, and she was bound to ask the question to the end. so she gritted her teeth and said truthfully, "It's because of this." After listening to what Shuya said, Sophie came back to her senses. Unexpectedly, Qin Yang sending himself to work would cause such a big commotion in the company. "President Su, don't worry, I will warn them when I go out later, and they are not allowed to talk about your private affairs behind your back." Seeing that Sophie hadn't spoken for a long time, Shuya thought she was angry. Dang even quickly thought of a remedy and said to her, "It doesn't matter anyway. Everyone will know about it sooner or later." Sophie waved her hand and immediately rejected Shuya's proposal. What? President Su, is it true what they said?" Shuya was stunned for a while, and then couldn't help mustering up the courage to ask. "Yes, I'm indeed dating Qin Yang now." "Wait until you go out and tell everyone the truth. From now on, they won't need to speculate about me behind my back." "Isn't it just a love affair? It's not something unsightly." Sophie walked upright and sat upright, so there was no need to be afraid of others' comments. Okay. President Su, do you have any other orders?" Shuya's face was full of shock. After finally recovering, he asked Sophie. "No, you go out." After Sophie finished speaking, she immediately motioned for Shuya to leave the office. Shuya nodded, then walked out of the office directly, closing the door behind her. Woohoo! Shuya took a deep breath and tried her best to digest this explosive news, with Shuya personally confirming. Just an hour. The news of President Bingshan's sister, Su's love affair spread throughout the entire building. Everyone was very curious about the background of President Su's mysterious boyfriend. And these, Qin Yang did not realize it. "Mr. Qin, I'm Zia Hu, the president of China Resources Group. I wonder if you are free now. About the acquisition of 30% of our China Resources Group shares. You still need to come and go through the formalities in person." At this time, Qin Yang was driving the Maserati and didn't know where to go. The cell phone in his pocket rang immediately. He had just pressed the connect button when a thick voice came from the other end of the phone. "That's right. Yesterday I got 30% of the shares of China Resources Group, and there has been no news to notify me to go through the formalities." Only then did Qin Yang remember. "No problem, I'll go there now." Turn on the navigation, find the address of China Resources Group. Qin Yang stepped on the accelerator, and the speed of the car instantly increased. "Okay, then I will wait for you at the group." China Resources Group, inside the president's office. After Zaihu hung up the phone, his eyebrows relaxed slightly. Listen to the voice. This Mr. Qin should not be very old. To be able to spend such a large amount of money in one go must have an extraordinary background, and we must not be easily offended. After thinking this through, Zaihu immediately picked up the phone on his desk. "Secretary Su, let me know that a major shareholder of the group will come over later, and let everyone get ready for the ceremony." "Okay, Mr. Zia." Less than an hour. Qin Yang was driving a Maserati sports car, and his figure appeared at the entrance of the China Resources Group building. Opening the car door, Qin Yang walked out gracefully. "Sir, no parking here." Before Qin Yang took a few steps, He was directly blocked by a security guard. Then help me move. Qin Yang took out the Maserati key and threw it directly at the security guard. The security guard subconsciously reached out and grabbed the key in his hand. When he turned his head, Qin Yang had already walked to the hall. Then Qin Yang said directly to the front desk staff, "Hello, my name is Qin Yang. Just now your President Zia who called me on the phone and asked me to come over to handle the equity transfer procedures. Chapter 45. You wait, I'll come pick you up. You are Mr. Qin." The beautiful staff at the front desk had received a notice from the group earlier. It is said that the major shareholder meeting of the group is coming, so that everyone is ready to welcome it. Seeing that Qin Yang is such a young and handsome guy, she was completely stunned. "It's me." Qin Yang nodded and admitted truthfully. "Mr. Qin, please wait a moment. I will notify Mr. Zia immediately." The beautiful staff looked excited. He quickly picked up the phone on the table and immediately dialed the number of the president's office. Less than a few minutes. The elevator door opens. Zia Hu's figure appeared in the hall, followed by a group of people, walking towards Qin Yang mightily. "You are Mr. Qin Yang." Zihu approached, looked at Qin Yang in shock and asked, "Yes, you are President Zia Hauxia." Qin Yang smiled slightly and then spoke. "Mr. Qin, you are really young and promising. You can become a major shareholder of China Resources Group at your age. This achievement alone is enough for most people to look up to." What Zihu said was not entirely a compliment. He was telling the truth. After all, not everyone can spend such a large sum of money to acquire 30% shares of China Resources Group worth tens of billions in their early 20s. At least, Qin Yang was the first one he saw. "Mr. Zia is overrated. Let's talk about business." Qin Yang smiled slightly and didn't explain too much. This was originally a reward from the black technology system, and it didn't take much effort for him to obtain it. "Mr. Qin, this way please." Zihu nodded respectfully, then turned to one side, making an invitation gesture. Soon Qin Yang, accompanied by Zihu, came to the president's office. Secretary Su has already made tea, which will be brought directly to Qin Yang. Then he took out another document and handed it to Qin Yang. "Mr. Qin, this is your shareholding agreement. As long as you sign your name, you can own 30% of China Resources Group shares and become the group's second largest shareholder." Zihu looked at Qin Yang and said respectfully, "Okay, let me take a look first." Qin Yang nodded and then quickly checked the documents. After confirming that there was no problem with the contract, he took the pen from Secretary Su and signed his name on the contract. The contract is in duplicate. Qin Yang kept one copy for himself, and the other was directly taken away by Secretary Su. Congratulations to Mr. Qin for becoming the second largest shareholder of China Resources Group. If you have any questions in the future, please give me more advice." Zihu hurriedly congratulated, giving Qin Yang enough face. "Mr. Zia doesn't need to be so polite. I won't get involved in the affairs of the group. Everything is still up to you. Unless the group is going to make some major decisions, it's fine, so there's no need to bother me. After all, I still recognize Mr. Zia's ability. Qin Yang looked serious. It didn't look like he was being polite at all. Seeing this, Ziahu couldn't help but heaved a sigh of relief. What he is most afraid of is equals Qin Yang is young. Once he becomes a shareholder of the group, he will interfere with the operation of the group. Looking at it now, it was obvious that he was thinking too much. Thank you, Mr. Qin, for your trust. Through a simple chat, Zia, who had a certain fondness for Qin Yang in his heart. The other party has a noble status and elegant conversation, so he must be from a certain big family. Mr. Qin, here is my business card. If you need anything, just call me. Ziahu took out a business card from his pocket and handed it to Qin Yang respectfully with both hands. Secretary Su, please take down the paper and pen for me. Qin Yang didn't have a business card, so naturally he couldn't exchange it with Ziahu. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look at Secretary Su beside him. Mr. Qin, here it is. Soon, Secretary Su took the pen and paper and handed it to Qin Yang. Qin Yang smiled and nodded, then picked up a pen and wrote down a series of numbers on the paper. Mr. Zia, this is my personal contact information. Please don't spread it out. After speaking, he handed the paper to Ziahu. Mr. Qin's instructions, I will definitely keep in mind. Ziahu looked respectful, folded the paper and stuffed it into his pocket. After finishing these, Ziahu's eyes flickered, and then he said to Qin Yang, Mr. Qin, I have already set up a banquet in Tangxiang Pavilion. I intend to congratulate you. Please be sure to show your face. This. Qin Yang was a little dazed. He didn't expect Ziahu to arrange a banquet in advance. Mr. Qin, do you have something important to do? Seeing Qin Yang's hesitant expression, Ziahu's heart skipped a beat. He thought that his arrangement would disturb Qin Yang's next itinerary. Not really. I just feel that I have caused trouble for Mr. Zia. Qin Yang shook his head and smiled lightly, then explained immediately. In that case, then Mr. Qin must give him face. After all, the senior management of the group is still looking forward to meeting you. The reason why Ziahu made such an arrangement was to introduce Qin Yang to everyone. At the same time, there were some important customers of the group at the banquet. Without Qin Yang's attendance, the original meaning of the meal would be lost. Mr. Zia is so kind to invite me. If I refuse, it would be too shameful. Okay, let's arrange it according to Mr. Zia's wishes. In the end, under Ziahu's persuasion, Qin Yang still chose to agree. Thank you, Mr. Qin, for your face. I'll let someone arrange it. Seeing Qin Yang nodding his head in agreement, Ziahu immediately showed joy on his face. After a while, Ziahu looked at Secretary Su and told her, Secretary Su, I will leave this matter to you. Yes, President Zia. After a few minutes, Ziahu personally accompanied Qin Yang to inspect the group. It was soon approaching noon. A group of people stood at the gate of the group building. Mr. Qin, I have arranged for a car to pick you up. Let's go there together. Ziahu looked at Qin Yang and said softly, No, I can drive myself. After finishing speaking, Qin Yang walked towards the security guard at the door. Sir, your car keys. When the security guard saw that Mr. Zia was personally accompanying Qin Yang, he immediately felt extremely terrified in his heart. He secretly rejoiced that he did not offend the young master, otherwise he would be laid off in minutes. President Zia, then I'll take a step ahead. After taking the key of the sports car from the security guard, Qin Yang started to walk towards the Maserati not far away. No problem. While speaking, a Rolls-Royce stopped in front of Zia who, obviously, he specially arranged for a special car to pick him up. But since Qin Yang chooses to drive by himself, it's not easy for Ziahu to force him. Qin Yang opened the car door and sat down in the driver's seat. After checking the time, he took out his mobile phone and called Sophie. "Fair, do you want to have lunch together? I'll pick you up. It just so happens that I have a dinner here, and I can introduce some people to you." At the same time, inside President Su's office, Sophie connected Qin Yang's phone, and when she heard his voice, she subconsciously looked up at the time. It turned out that it was already dinner time, but she still has some work to do. Sophie thought for a while and then said, "Let's forget it. I still have some work to do. I'll eat by myself after I finish." "How can that be possible? It's time to eat at this time. When can't you do work? You are waiting at the company. I will pick you up." Qin Yang never gave Sophie a chance to refuse. After finishing speaking, he immediately hung up the phone. Sophie wanted to say more when she heard a busy tone from the phone. In the past, if someone dared to hang up on Sophie's phone like that, her face would have been extremely cold. But because that person was Qin Yang, at this moment her heart was actually being bullied by the other party, and she felt inexplicably warm. Chapter 46, The True Identity of Goddess Su. Less than half an hour. Sophie Company, at the entrance of the CEO's office. Dong dong dong. Qin Yang took the initiative to knock on the door. "Come in." In the house, Sophie's voice was soon heard. Clicking. Hearing this, Qin Yang pushed the door open and entered. Then I saw that Sophie didn't raise her head, but was still busy with her work. "Fair, let's go. Accompany me to a dinner." Qin Yang walked to Sophie's side and took her own tender hand. Sophie raised her head subconsciously, staring closely at Qin Yang. After a while he opened his mouth and said, "What dinner? Please explain to me first." "I won't be able to tell clearly at this time. Let's talk while walking on the road." Sophie half pushed and half agreed, and was led by Qin Yang to the elevator door. Not long after, the figures of the two appeared at the gate of the company. The Maserati sports car has been waiting for a long time. Qin Yang opened the door to allow Sophie to sit in. Then he sat in the driving seat. Boom! The engine of the sports car roared, and the speed of the car increased instantly. "Qin Yang, where are you taking me?" "Now." Sophie sat in the passenger seat, tilted her head, stared at Qin Yang curiously and asked, "Tianxiang Pavilion. A friend insisted on asking me to attend a banquet. I thought you hadn't eaten yet, so I rushed here to pick you up. By the way, introducing those friends to you will help expand your network resources." Qin Yang sneered and hurriedly replied, "What is the identity of the other party? How can you make you pay so much attention to it?" Tell me, maybe I know it too. Sophie thought for a while and immediately asked, You should have heard of China Resources Group, right? Qin Yang pondered for a while and then said to Sophie, China Resources Group, Xiaohu. The friend you mentioned, shouldn't it be him? Xiaohu's name quickly flashed through Sophie's mind. Immediately she looked at Qin Yang in shock and asked incredulously, Yes, it's him. Why, do you really know each other? Qin Yang nodded and looked at Sophie with some surprise. He didn't expect that Sophie actually knew Xiaohu. Yes, Uncle Zia and my dad are friends. It's just Qin Yang, how did you know him? Sophie frowned slightly and couldn't help being curious about it. Well, you'll know when you arrive. Qin Yang didn't answer directly at the moment. Instead, he kept it a secret. After all, he didn't intend to hide from Sophie that he owns the shares of China Resources Group. Okay, I'd like to see what kind of medicine is sold in your gourd, Sophie said with a smile. Tianxiang Pavilion. After Qin Yang parked the car, he led Sophie into the gate. Sir, miss, do you have an appointment? The manager of the lobby immediately stepped forward and greeted Qin Yang and Qin Yang respectfully. We are Mr. Zia's guests. Take us to private room 305. Qin Yang straight to the point. Okay, the two of you, please. Then, under the guidance of the lobby manager, Qin Yang and Sophie came to the door of private room 305. Qin Yang pushed open the door, took Sophie's hand and walked in directly. Inside the room. It was full at this point. At first glance, there were a dozen or so people. Most of these people are senior executives of China Resources Group, and a few are friends invited by Xiaohu. When everyone saw Qin Yang and Sophie, their eyes were filled with shock. Mr. Qin, you are finally here. After Xiaohu saw Qin Yang's figure, he immediately got up from his seat and stepped forward to greet him. Just for a moment, he found a beautiful woman with outstanding temperament standing beside Qin Yang. The key point is that he still knows this beautiful woman. Sophie, do you know Mr. Qin? Xiaohu couldn't help being curious and asked her aloud. Uncle Zia, Qin Yang is my boyfriend I just made. How did you two know each other? Sophie's beautiful eyes flickered, and she was also extremely curious about it. What, Mr. Qin is your boyfriend? You two are dating. Hearing this news, Xiaohu was extremely shocked. He never expected that Su Tianan's daughter would be so capable and find such an excellent boyfriend. Yes, Uncle Zia, you haven't answered my question just now. How did you and Qin Yang know each other? Sophie couldn't help being curious and asked Xiaohu again. Mr. Qin. Xiaohu looked at Qin Yang subconsciously, not knowing whether he should speak or not. Qin Yang nodded without leaving any trace, indicating that Xiaohu can speak directly. Sophie, Mr. Qin has acquired the shares of China Resources Group and has become a shareholder of our group. I specially arranged this banquet to celebrate Mr. Qin. A little smile appeared on Xiaohu's face, and then he explained seriously. What? Qin Yang bought the shares of your China Resources Group and became a shareholder of your group. Boom! This news instantly stunned Sophie. She thought she had heard wrongly. Yes, you heard that right. Now, Mr. Qin holds 30% of China Resources Group's shares under his name and is the second largest shareholder of the group. Sophie, I have to say that you have a good vision and picked a wealthy son-in-law for your family. Your parents would be proud of you if they heard the news. Xiaohu could even imagine what kind of expression Su Tianan would show when he heard the news. He must have been smiling from ear to ear and would wake up from a dream. This. Sophie's head crashed, and she couldn't react for a while. Take a seat first. We can't keep everyone waiting for too long. Qin Yang took Sophie's hand and quickly walked to the main seat. Waiter, get ready to serve. Xiaohu had already made arrangements in advance. As soon as Qin Yang arrived, he began to prepare the dishes. Mr. Qin, this is a dish that I ordered before without authorization. See if there is anything else that needs to be added. After a while, a menu appeared in Xiaohu's hand, and he handed it to Qin Yang. Mayor, do you see anything you like? I'll order more. Qin Yang didn't look at it at all, and handed the menu to Sophie immediately. That's enough. Uncle Zia has arranged everything very well. Sophie just glanced at it, then closed the menu. Let me introduce to everyone. This is Mr. Qin, and now he is the second largest shareholder of China Resources Group. The one next to him is his girlfriend Sophie. At the same time, she has another identity. She is Su Tianan's daughter. Xiaohu's voice fell. Everyone looked at Qin Yang and Sophie with respect in their eyes. Su Tianan, the helm of the Su family, a top-notch wealthy family in Shanghai, has assets of more than billion and is a well-known existence in Shanghai. As for Qin Yang, being able to acquire the shares of China Resources Group at a young age must have an extraordinary background. Mr. Qin and Ms. Su are talented and beautiful. They are a match made in heaven. Yeah, both of them are young and promising, and they match very well. Every word you say to me is a compliment. They are all old fritters who have been struggling in the society. Facing two young people with such backgrounds, Qin Yang and Sophie, they will come out with all kinds of compliments. Of course, what they said was also true. After all, anyone who sees Qin Yang and Sophie will feel that they are a good match. Fair, are you Su Tianan's daughter? At this moment, Qin Yang looked at Sophie in shock. That's right, I thought you already knew my identity. Why did it surprise you? Seeing the expression on Qin Yang's face, Sophie immediately felt a little funny. She wasn't sure if Qin Yang was just pretending. But there is one thing that Sophie knows very well. The Qin Yang she knows is definitely not the kind of man who is greedy for vanity. So there is no reason for him to approach him with other purposes. Instead, Sophie felt very curious inside. How did Qin Yang become a shareholder of China Resources Group? Where did you get such a large sum of money? Or in other words, Qin Yang concealed his true identity from her. In Sophie's heart, she desperately wanted to get an answer from Qin Yang. It's a bit surprising, after all. I really don't know your real identity. Qin Yang sneered. No matter what Sophie's identity was, he didn't care. He only needs to know that Sophie is his girlfriend, and that's enough. Chapter 47. What's wrong with Lala's little hand? It's you who hide so deeply. I bought the shares of China Resources Group without saying a word. To be honest, from the beginning Sophie thought that Qin Yang's background was ordinary. At best, even if he is a talented scholar, he will never be associated with the rich second generation. Even though Sophie couldn't believe it, the facts were right in front of her eyes. This is fair. I'll explain to you slowly later. Qin Yang looked around and found that everyone's ears were pricked up, as if they were interested in his identity. He couldn't find a suitable reason for a while, so he said to Sophie, "Okay, then you have to think about it carefully, how to explain it to me clearly." Sophie smiled. It is not difficult to see that she is looking forward to what kind of explanation Qin Yang will give herself. "Don't worry, you will be satisfied." Under the table, Qin Yang took the initiative to hold Sophie's hand. Sophie's first reaction was to break free, but Qin Yang's strength was too great. She struggled for a while but failed. In the end, he let Qin Yang grab it. Sophie looked at Qin Yang, only to see him pretending to be indifferent. "Bad guy, you know how to take advantage of me." Sophie couldn't help cursing at Qin Yang. Soon, the private room door was pushed open. The waiter placed all the dishes on the table, and specially opened a bottle of red wine worth tens of thousands of yuan. Obviously, these were arranged by Xiaohu in advance. "Come on, everyone raise your glasses and congratulate Mr. Qin on becoming a shareholder of China Resources Group. In the future, maybe there will be troubles for Mr. Qin." Xiaohu stood up, holding a red wine glass in his hand, and greeted everyone. "Congratulations, Mr. Qin." "Congratulations, Mr. Qin." Everyone was also very cooperative, toasting Qin Yang in unison, giving him enough face. For a moment, the atmosphere in the private room immediately became active. "Thank you, everyone." Qin Yang picked up his wine glass and gestured to everyone. Then he took a small sip. Seeing Qin Yang's actions, everyone immediately drank the red wine in their own drinks. Immediately afterwards, the banquet officially began. Sophie didn't seem to like this kind of occasion very much, and she hasn't spoken since just now. "I moved my chopsticks occasionally, but I didn't eat much." Qin Yang naturally noticed this. So I took the initiative to pick up some fresh meat and put it in Sophie's bowl. "Eat more meat, otherwise you will easily get hungry when you start working." Faced with Qin Yang's concern, the corners of Sophie's mouth rose slightly, and she felt as if she was being held in the palm of her hand. It was precisely because of Qin Yang's side that Sophie was willing to attend such an occasion. Soon, Qin Yang and Sophie were almost done eating. After saying hello to everyone, I left early. As soon as the two walked out of the private room, they felt a lot more relaxed in an instant. "Mayor, it's still early, let's find a place to sit." Seeing Sophie hesitate to speak, Qin Yang knew that she was curious and wanted to ask himself. It just so happened that he was about to explain to Sophie, so he spoke directly. "Okay." In a stylishly decorated cafe, Qin Yang and Sophie sat in a relatively quiet corner. The two looked at each other, but neither spoke. "Mayor, from beginning to end, everything I tell you is the truth. You have to believe me." In the end, Qin Yang took the lead in breaking the deadlock. With a sincere expression on his face, he explained to Sophie. Then tell me, where did you get the funds to acquire the shares of China Resources Group? Sophie was obviously very curious about this. I especially want to get a clear answer from Qin Yang. This money is earned after I help people invest and make a profit. The amount is a bit large, so I don't usually use it much. Considering the rapid development of China Resources Group in the past 2 years, I will acquire some shares. In Qin Yang's heart, he had already thought of his words. At this moment, he said to Sophie seriously, "Qin Yang, are you sure you didn't lie to me?" After listening to Qin Yang's explanation, Sophie's expression changed instantly. Then he asked Qin Yang immediately, "Mayor, I swear I'm telling the truth. Although it sounds unbelievable, I did earn the money by myself." This is not it. It is not too much for Qin Yang to work so hard to complete the task, and it is not too much to get a reward of million points of money. When he completely catches up with Sophie, the reward will be even richer. By then, Qin Yang will be a billionaire. For him, money really became a string of numbers. Spend it as you like. You are too good. How can you make so much money? Sophie knew it well. The valuation of China Resources Group is around 130 billion, and Qin Yang bought 30% of the shares at one time, at least spending nearly 40 billion. How did Qin Yang earn such a large amount of money? Who told me to be an investment genius? God rewards me with food. Qin Yang couldn't help showing a smile on his face. He could see that Sophie was already half convinced. "Qin Yang, tell me honestly, are you a private equity boss? You specialize in investing and managing money for a group of rich people." Sophie stared at Qin Yang with a straight face. Apart from this possibility, she really couldn't think of a better explanation. A 25-year-old college student who has just graduated a few years ago can earn billions of dollars by his own ability. This sounds like a legend. It's not impossible for you to understand like this. Qin Yang hesitated for a while and finally agreed with Sophie's statement. At this moment, Sophie looked at Qin Yang with admiration in her eyes. She never expected that the man in front of her would bring her such a huge surprise. As the daughter of Su Tianan, she is the daughter of the Su family and has a distinguished status. If you talk about marriage, you must pay attention to the right family. If Sophie really decides to be with Qin Yang in the end, she will naturally take him home to meet her parents. Qin Yang didn't have great strength, so he might not be able to pass the test of his parents. But looking at it now, all this seems to be no longer a problem. What am I thinking? When Sophie came back to her senses, her face blushed instantly. She actually started to worry whether her parents would be dissatisfied after seeing Qin Yang. "Fair, I promise. I will never hide anything from you in the future." Qin Yang took the initiative to hold Sophie's fair and smooth little hand. His eyes sparkled with affection. "Let's let go. Under the public, can you pay attention to the influence?" Sophie looked shy and looked around with a guilty conscience, for fear of arousing others' comments. "What are you afraid of? Now we are boyfriend and girlfriend. What's wrong with Lala Zayashu? If you don't openly show your affection and spread dog food, you're already restrained." How could Qin Yang be obedient? He found that Sophie's hands were too soft. He held it in his hand, not wanting to let go for a moment. Sophie was born in a wealthy family since she was a child, and she has been doted on by thousands of people, and her 10 fingers are not in the sun. Every night, I soak my hands and feet with milk. Not to mention, all the skincare products worth tens of thousands are placed on her dressing table. Maintaining this area is simply beyond ordinary people's imagination. It is also because of this that every inch of Sophie's skin is fair and tender. No wonder Qin Yang couldn't put it down so much after experiencing this feeling. Chapter 48. Please call me Love Saint. Qin Yang, let go of your hands quickly. Sophie is a thin-skinned person, and she has no love experience. At this moment, being held by Qin Yang's hand in front of everyone, a blush appeared on his cheeks in an instant, and he looked extremely shy. At that moment, she immediately glared at Qin Yang, and couldn't help but coquettishly said, "I do not." Without even thinking about it, Qin Yang decisively rejected Sophie's request. It was also the first time he fell in love, the first time he held a girl's hand openly and above board. This made Qin Yang's heart beat faster and felt extremely exciting. Especially my girlfriend is so beautiful. She is the dream goddess of countless male compatriots. Suddenly, he couldn't help but want to show off. "If you don't let go, I'm really angry." Sophie's eyes changed slightly, showing an angry look. But after all, it was Goddess Sue. She was very charming even when she was angry. "It's okay if you want me to let you go, but you have to promise me one condition." The corners of Qin Yang's mouth rose slightly, as if he was thinking about his own calculations. "Taking advantage of me, you dare to ask me?" "Qin Yang, don't you think you look like a rascal?" Sophie had a shocked expression on her face. She never thought that Qin Yang would have such a side. "Can't you be a rogue to the person you like?" "Mayor, you really underestimated love." Qin Yang felt that teasing Sophie seemed to be a very joyful thing. The goddess president, who is usually aloof, now has such a lovely expression in front of him. This contrast also allowed Qin Yang to see a more real side of Sophie. "Then tell me, what is your request?" Sophie was confused by Qin Yang. Seeing whether or not to agree to his request, the two seemed to be in a stalemate. After much hesitation, Sophie still chose to compromise. "Tomorrow is the weekend. I want to take up your day, and I will arrange all the itineraries during the period. As long as you promise, I will let go now." Qin Yang thought for a while, then said with a smile, "It's that simple." Sophie is so smart. She naturally knows that Qin Yang intends to date her. "I was afraid that if I took the initiative to invite, I might be rejected by myself, so I thought of using this method." Sophie saw through Qin Yang's careful thinking at a glance. Of course, she didn't expose it directly. Instead, he pretended that he didn't know anything and cooperated with Qin Yang in acting. "Yes." Qin Yang nodded decisively. Immediately afterwards, he looked at Sophie expectantly. "Okay, I promise." After thinking for a few seconds, Sophie nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Qin Yang took the initiative to let go of Sophie's hand. "I don't care about this matter with you. If you dare to take advantage of me like this next time, I will never end with you." Sophie raised her pink fist and warned Qin Yang angrily. We are in a relationship now. What's wrong with holding hands? Is it still breaking the law? Besides, the two of us have grown up and fully have the right to pursue love. Mayor, you have to learn to adapt. Qin Yang chuckled and immediately explained. Slick tongue, I don't bother to talk to you. After hearing what Qin Yang said, Sophie felt a little shy immediately. Quickly glanced in other directions, not daring to look at Qin Yang more. What are you looking at? Other men are not as handsome as me. Not far from Sophie's right was sitting a handsome guy with outstanding temperament. Looking at it from this angle, you can just see his knife-sharpened face. Qin Yang naturally noticed it and immediately felt a little uncomfortable. Humph! Don't forget, your boyfriend is still in my probationary period. Whether you can become a regular depends on my mood. Sophie couldn't help smiling, as if Qin Yang was completely under his control. She could feel that Qin Yang was getting anxious right now. Fair, look into my eyes. Qin Yang couldn't help but squeeze Sophie's hand tightly again, and said in a serious tone. Next second, Sophie turned her head and looked at Qin Yang. Her heartbeat started to speed up, and she felt a little nervous for no reason. Qin Yang spoke, and he said to Sophie in the gentlest voice, Everything is different. For example, I have you, but they don't. I want to hold your hand, from heartbeat to ancient times to the end of time. Maybe my words are not expressive, but I am really happy to meet you. You are a surprise that I only meet once in my life, and you are the reason why I don't love others. Looking at your amazed bones is a good material for falling in love with me. Remember, no matter now or in the future, you are and can only be my Qin Yang's woman. Facing Qin Yang's sudden romantic confession, Sophie felt as if she had been electrocuted, and there were ripples in her heart. As the daughter of the Su family, the president of a listed company, and a goddess who combines beauty and talent, she has been confessed to by countless suitors. But Qin Yang's confession copy was the most affectionate, which moved Sophie very much. Qin Yang, you are too nasty, shut up quickly. Sophie looked shy, and immediately couldn't help reaching out to cover Qin Yang's mouth. Okay, I won't say anything. As long as you don't get mad at me. Qin Yang grinned, as if the conspiracy had succeeded. After this episode, the relationship between the two became closer again. Time flickered, and another half an hour passed. Are you going back to the company later? Qin Yang looked at Sophie and couldn't help asking. Well, there are still some tasks at hand that have not been processed. If you hadn't forced me to accompany you to this banquet, I guess I would have dealt with it long ago. Thinking of this, Sophie gave Qin Yang an angry look. Of course she wasn't offended. It was precisely because Qin Yang insisted on pulling her over that Sophie knew the guy's secret. In contrast, more should be happy. Okay, then I'll take you back to the company. Soon, the two got up and walked out of the cafe door. Arriving in front of the Maserati sports car, Qin Yang took the initiative to open the door so that Sophie could sit directly in the passenger seat. The details are full, and he is very patient in every movement. Boom! The engine of the sports car started, accelerated with a whistling sound, and drove in the direction of Sophie company. 02:30 in the afternoon. Sophie walked into the president's office and devoted herself to her work. Qin Yang drove back to Jiangwen Community, packed up his things, and prepared to move to Thompson's first-class luxury villa. It's just that when he drove halfway, he realized that he seemed to be being followed. In order to prove this point, Qin Yang deliberately went around in a circle and turned a few corners. Behind him was a black Audi car, followed closely by the lingering ghost. Who is so sneaky and dares to follow me? Ningzhiyuan or Song Daming. No matter who is the mastermind behind the scenes, if he dares to trick me, I will make him pay a heavy price. Qin Yang's eyes flickered with determination. Then he manipulated the steering wheel and drove towards a relatively remote location. Chapter 49. Boss, we seem to have been exposed. At this time, a big man in black on the Audi car saw Qin Yang suddenly drive the car to a remote place, and then there was no movement. Suddenly, an ominous premonition emerged in his heart. No way, we keep such a long distance, how could he find it? Hearing the report from his subordinates, Lei Hao couldn't believe it in his first reaction. After all, he has been in this business for many years and has a strong sense of anti-reconnaissance. Follow up and investigate the news and have never missed it so far. Dong dong dong. At this time, a figure appeared outside the car window, and he took the initiative to knock on the window glass. Lei Hao and his younger brother turned their eyes subconsciously, and their expressions were instantly shocked. How did he appear here? The person who came was Qin Yang. Get off! Qin Yang's voice was so cold that no one dared to refuse. Boss, what shall we do now? The big man in black turned around, looked at Lei Hao immediately and asked, Come on, let's go down and see what this kid wants. Lei Hao saw that there were 4 people on his side, and each of them was tall and big, so he was not afraid of Qin Yang's tricks at all. So he opened his mouth directly. Several people quickly got out of the car. Tell me, why have you been following me? Who sent you here? Qin Yang didn't talk nonsense and asked Lei Hao straight to the point. He could tell at a glance that this guy was the commander of the operation, and he might know more about it. What are you talking about? Who's following you? Lei Hao naturally would not admit it. At the moment, he played sloppy eyes directly, trying to get away with it. It's a pity that Qin Yang is not so easy to fool. Boom, punch out. It immediately hit Lei Hao's chest. Because Qin Yang punched too fast, no one had time to react. All I saw was Lei Hao's figure soaring into the air in an instant, and then flew upside down 7 or 8 meters before hitting the ground heavily. Boss! Lei Hao's subordinates came to their senses and couldn't help exclaiming immediately. Immediately, he quickly ran to Lei Hao's side to check his injuries. My patience is limited. If you don't want to suffer, just give me an honest account. Otherwise, I guarantee that your end will be miserable. Qin Yang is not joking. With his current strength, let alone 4 people in front of him, even if there were 10 times more people, he would not have the slightest fear. Still dare to shoot, knock them down one by one. Bastard, you dare to attack me. Heisey, you two go together. I want to see how capable this kid is. Qin Yang didn't use much strength for this punch, but Lei Hao broke 2 ribs in his chest, and even speaking and breathing were accompanied by labor pains. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and his expression became even more gloomy. In the end, he still couldn't swallow the bad breath. Then he gritted his teeth and gave orders to the younger brothers beside him, telling them to teach Qin Yang a lesson. Yes, boss. The voice just fell. Heisey and his 2 companions got up and surrounded Qin Yang. Boy, you dare to hurt my boss. You are really brave. Next, I will let you know how serious the consequences of doing this are. Boom, boom, boom. Qin Yang's figure flashed and immediately disappeared in place. Hit the fist several times in a row. The 3 big men in front of them hadn't reacted at all, and they were beaten hard in the chest. Next second, the 3 of them turned on their backs in an instant, and even fell on the ground and rolled several times, looking extremely embarrassed. This moment, everyone had a look of disbelief on their faces. Only then did they realize how terrifying the strength of Qin Yang standing in front of them was. You guys dare to yell at me just because of you. You just don't know how to live or die. Qin Yang glanced at them with disdain and then snorted coldly. Then he walked directly towards Lei Hao with strides. Every time he took a step, Lei Hao felt more fear in his heart. No, don't come here. Brother, we were the ones who didn't know Mount Tai just now. If we offended you, please forgive us a lot. If you want to know anything, just ask, and I will tell you the truth. Lei Hao's face instantly turned pale, and his body couldn't help shaking. At this moment, he didn't care about the pain coming from his body, and quickly knelt down to Qin Yang, making a gesture of begging for mercy. If you had cooperated earlier, why would you have to suffer this crime? It's really cheap. The corner of Qin Yang's mouth rose slightly, and he snorted disdainfully at Lei Hao. Then, as soon as he changed the subject, he immediately questioned Lei Hao. Answer my question just now. Why did you follow me? And who ordered you to do this? It's Gao Jun, young Master Gao. He gave me 20 to keep an eye on your movements, and then report to him every once in a while. Lei Hao didn't dare to hide anything, and told Qin Yang the truth. When did your follow-up start? Qin Yang couldn't help frowning. He didn't expect that he had just met Gao Jun once, and this guy would find someone to monitor him directly. It started when you dated President Su. Brother, young Master Gao asked me to do all of this, and it has nothing to do with us. Please let us live. Seeing Qin Yang's terribly gloomy face, Lei Hao couldn't help begging for mercy when he thought of his terrifying skills. Get out, go back and tell Gao Jun, just come at me if you have any ability. If you dare to play Sophie's idea, I will definitely not let him go. At this moment, Qin Yang's voice was full of hostility. Regarding Gao Jun, Qin Yang really never thought that this guy would engage in so many schemes behind his back. But since he found out, he absolutely cannot sit still. Yes, I will definitely tell young Master Gao exactly what my elder brother said. Lei Hao was grateful. Then he followed his subordinates and fled in disgrace. Jiangwen District. Qin Yang parked the car in the garage and found that Jiangbei's Lamborghini was no longer there. thinking that he should not be at home now. When I got home, I found out that was the case. So Qin Yang went back to his room and packed up some valuables. In an hour, there was movement in the hall. Qin Yang guessed that Jiang Bei should be back, so he opened the door and walked out. Seeing Qin Yang's figure, Jiang Bei immediately opened his arms and rushed towards him excitedly. "Stop, Jiang Bei, what do you want?" Qin Yang immediately shouted loudly and quickly stopped Jiang Bei's movements. "Brother Qin, you are really my god of wealth. The stocks I hold rose sharply today. So far, I have made a total profit of more than 1,000 million. All of this is due to you. I must give you a hug to express my respect for you." Jiang Bei looked excited. In just a few days, the stocks he invested in have made so much money. If this was in the past, he would never have dreamed of it. It was precisely because of this that Jiang Bei realized how powerful Qin Yang was. He had already made up his mind. He must hold Qin Yang's thigh tightly. After that, am I still afraid that I will have no money to spend? Chapter 50. Men, focus on love. Okay, I've already felt your heart, so there's no need for a hug. Qin Yang gave Jiang Bei a disgusted look. After a while, he remembered his business. "Jiang Bei, it's just in time for you to come back. I have something to tell you. From tomorrow, I will move out. I will leave this house for you to enjoy slowly." After listening to what Qin Yang said, Jiang Bei couldn't help being stunned and couldn't help but exclaimed, "Brother Qin, are you kidding me? Are you going to move away? Could it be that you are parting ways with your brother just because you fell in love?" Jiang Bei really couldn't accept this sudden news. "What nonsense are you talking about? I just had a better place to live, and I didn't want to cause you any trouble, so I chose to move out. I didn't say I wanted to sever ties with you." Qin Yang had already expected Jiang Bei's reaction. After all, the two had lived together for a while, and Jiang Bei would indeed feel a little unaccustomed to him saying that he was going to move out. "Brother Qin, where are you going to move? Could it be that you want to live with your President Su?" Jiang Bei's eyes froze, and this thought flashed through his mind. The more he thought about it, the more it seemed possible. Otherwise, how could Qin Yang make this decision suddenly? "Live with your head. The two of us have only confirmed our relationship for a few days. How could we develop into cohabitation? If you think with your toes, you know it's impossible." Qin Yang supported his forehead and was shocked by Jiang Bei's tiger wolf words. "In that case, why do you want to move out again? My house is in such a good location, and it has been luxuriously decorated. Where can you rent it?" Jiang Bei tried his best to persuade Qin Yang not to move out. "This is a decision after careful consideration, and you should support me." It's a pity that Qin Yang has already made up his mind, and he is not moved at all by Jiang Bei's kind words of persuasion. "Jiang Bei, go and get the 2 suitcases from my room, and then I'll take you somewhere." After a while, Qin Yang spoke to Jiang Bei. Jiang Bei looked curious, wondering what kind of medicine was sold in Qin Yang's gourd. But in the end, he still followed Qin Yang's orders honestly. The two each carried a suitcase and walked out of the house. Soon they came to the garage. Qin Yang opened the front compartment of the sports car and put the suitcase inside. Then he motioned for Jiang Bei to get in the car. Thompson Yippen luxury villa area. When the sports car drove up to the gate, Jiang Bei's face suddenly changed when he was sitting in the co-pilot. Brother Qin, this is the most luxurious villa area in Shanghai. Why did you bring me here? Could it be that you want to move here? Hearing Jiang Bei's words, the corners of Qin Yang's mouth rose slightly, and he couldn't help but smile and said, "Yes, you guessed it right. I bought a luxury villa here. It would be a pity if I couldn't keep it." Jiang Bei's expression was immediately stunned. He suspected that there was something wrong with his ears. "Brother Qin, you said you bought a villa here. Is it true?" Thompson's first-class luxury villa is notoriously expensive in Shanghai. The housing price needs at least 20 per square meter. Any set of villas here is worth hundreds of millions, which is simply affordable for ordinary people. Even Jiangbei couldn't afford it. "It's all this time. Do you still think I'm joking with you again?" Qin Yang couldn't help smiling and then explained, This is too unbelievable. Brother Qin, it turns out that you are the hidden boss. I have always underestimated you." Now that things have happened, Jiangbei has no way not to believe it. Investing in the stock market can easily earn tens of millions in just a few days. A set of luxury villas worth hundreds of millions does not seem so far away. After figuring this out, Jiang Bei looked at Qin Yang with complete admiration. 10 or so. The two came to the door of the mansion villa. Qin Yang took out the key from his pocket, opened it and pushed the door open. With Jiang Bei, he quickly walked into the villa hall. Wow, the decor, the architecture, everything is up to date. And this crystal glass lamp is worth thousands of gold. Brother Qin, will you be afraid to live alone in such a big villa? Or let me move here to live with you? Even Jiang Bei, a rich second generation who had seen the world, couldn't help but be shocked by the scene in front of him at this moment. This mansion villa is even more spacious than his home, and its value is higher. "Okay, if you want to come and live, I welcome you at any time. Anyway, there are many rooms upstairs. You can choose as you please." Regarding Jiang Bei's proposal, Qin Yang immediately nodded in agreement. "Really? Then I'm really rude to you. When I turn around, I'll move everything here." Jiang Bei looked excited, took out his phone from his pocket, and took several pictures in a row around him. Qin Yang didn't care about Jiang Bei either, and walked upstairs with his suitcase. In a blink of an eye, night fell. The time came to 06:30 in a flash. "Jiang Bei, I'm going to pick up Sophie from get off work, so I can take you back along the way. Of course, if you want to stay with me at night, you can find a way to settle the dinner yourself. I bought some ingredients in the refrigerator, and you can cook for yourself." Qin Yang walked upstairs to the hall and saw Jiang Bei sitting on the sofa playing with his mobile phone, so he spoke directly. "Brother Qin, you've changed. You weren't such a serious person before. Since I have a partner, I want to eat the meals you cook yourself, and it has become extremely difficult." This made Jiang Bei can't help but miss the past life. "Okay, you make up your mind quickly. I don't have time to listen to your nonsense." Qin Yang doesn't like this at all. Immediately, he said angrily, "You can just drop me on the road, and I will take a taxi back by myself. It will definitely not affect your date. Jambei didn't dare to delay Qin Yang's important event. He can see clearly now that Qin Yang is the kind of person who either doesn't fall in love, or when he does fall in love, he can leave everything behind his head. That's right, you kid is very enlightened, and you will continue to maintain it in the future. Qin Yang couldn't help laughing. A few minutes later, the engine of the Maserati sports car started. The speed of the car increased suddenly, and it drove directly towards the city. At the same time, in the president's office, jingle bell. The phone rang suddenly. Sophie came back to her senses and subconsciously picked up the phone to look at it. Seeing Qin Yang's name on the screen, she couldn't help but smile. "Fair, are you off work? I'll come pick you up." As soon as the phone was connected, Qin Yang's caring voice soon came from over there. This made Sophie, who had been working for a whole afternoon, feel that her fatigue disappeared instantly, and she couldn't help but feel happy. "I just finished my work here, and I'm about to go downstairs. How soon will you be there?" With a slight smile on Sophie's face, she couldn't help asking Qin Yang curiously. "Immediately, no more than 5 minutes at most." "You can come down now." Qin Yang looked at the navigation and quickly replied. Chapter 51. If you like someone, you can't hide your eyes. Hearing this, Sophie nodded with a smile. After hanging up the phone, Sophie quickly packed up all the documents on the desk, picked up her bag and walked out of the office. At the same time, a fiery red Maserati sports car also appeared in front of the company. Qin Yang opened the car door, and as soon as the figure stepped down, he saw Sophie walking towards him with graceful steps. Seeing this, Qin Yang hurriedly took out a bouquet of roses from the car and walked straight towards Sophie. "When I came here, I happened to pass by a flower shop. Seeing the beauty of this rose, I couldn't help but want to buy it for you. Fair, I hope you like it." After finishing speaking, Qin Yang took the initiative to hand over the rose in his hand. "Thank you." Without hesitation, Sophie reached out to catch the rose and held it in her arms. "I booked an online celebrity restaurant in advance, and I heard that it is a holy place for couples to date. Okay, let's go and experience it." Before coming to the company, Qin Yang had already done his homework in advance. So at this moment, he took the initiative to invite Sophie. "Okay, I'll listen to you." Sophie nodded in agreement, expressing that she had no objection. To be honest, usually she herself is a very assertive person, but after being with Qin Yang, the other party took the initiative to arrange everything. Instead of feeling uncomfortable, she enjoyed it very much. "Okay, let's get in the car then." Qin Yang smiled gently and took the initiative to open the passenger door for Sophie. Boom! After a few seconds, the engine of the Maserati sports car roared and drove directly to the destination. Salmon Restaurant is located on the th floor of the downtown building. Sitting by the window, you can have a panoramic view of the night view of the Magic City. And the chef is specially hired from abroad, and he is good at cooking fresh soup. Anyone who has checked in here is full of praise. Of course, Qin Yang saw these on Diamping software, so he came here especially for the name. "Fair, this way." Qin Yang took Sophie's hand, and the two came to a seat by the window. As soon as he sat down, the waiter came forward and said enthusiastically, "Sir, ma'am, this is the menu of our restaurant. What do you need to order?" "Mayor, you can order whatever you want to eat." Qin Yang motioned to the waiter and handed the menu to Sophie. Sophie naturally took the menu and flipped through it. After a while, Sophie said directly to the waiter, "I want caviar for the appetizer, mushroom soup for the soup, Orpheus steak for the main course, and pudding for dessert." "What about this gentleman?" The waiter wrote down Sophie's requests one by one in the notebook. Then he asked Qin Yang, "I'm like her." Qin Yang smiled slightly and said hastily, "Okay, you two, please wait a moment." After the waiter finished recording, he turned and left after saying hello. "Mayor, in fact, I don't usually eat Western food, and I seldom come to such formal occasions. However, I consider that you should like the sense of ceremony, so I specially invited the dinner place here. I hope you like it." Qin Yang's eyes fell on Sophie, and then he said in a gentle voice, I know it all." "Qin Yang, thank you for thinking of me so much." Of course Sophie knew, so she was very moved at the moment. Before she ate with Qin Yang, they always ate in hotels and casual restaurants. In this case, he will definitely feel more restrained. But in order to make her happy, Qin Yang took her feelings into consideration in everything. Sophie understood all these details. She suddenly felt that Qin Yang was really different from those men who kept saying they loved her. Qin Yang not only knows how to express, but also expresses his heart in actions. "Fool, I am your boyfriend now. Isn't it what I should do to treat you well? Although the two of us have only known each other for a short time, I can be sure that I am really attracted to you. So I will use my own way to treat you well, and then get your approval." Qin Yang's eyes were full of affection, and he kept looking at Sophie. "You are handsome and you speak nicely. With a man like you, it's no wonder there are so many beauties around you who like you. But fortunately, you are now in my hands." Sophie also had to sigh, whether she was lucky or had a fate with Qin Yang. The two of them came together inexplicably, and even got along pretty well. Marriage, it's arranged by God the most. Perhaps the two of us are really destined. Seeing Sophie smiling sweetly, Qin Yang couldn't help staring blankly at this moment. Sophie's smile is very healing. It's all because of Qin Yang's aesthetics. So in his opinion, there is no scenery more charming than Sophie's smile. "Qin Yang, to be honest, I never thought before that I would establish a boyfriend and girlfriend relationship with someone I haven't known for 3 days. You are an exception, the only exception." Until now, Sophie felt a little unbelievable. Why did I make such a bold decision at that time? That's right, don't even look at how attractive I am. Qin Yang couldn't help boasting. "Okay, don't get cheap and act like a good boy. You are still in my investigation stage. If you don't perform well in the future, you may not be able to become a regular. So you have to step up and play well." Sophie was very satisfied with Qin Yang. Of course, she wouldn't say it out loud, let alone admit it directly. The two have only been together for a few days, which doesn't mean anything. Everything takes time to verify. Don't worry, you can't escape my palm, Qin Yang said confidently. There seemed to be endless things to talk between the two of them, and they had a very happy chat. Not long after, the waiter brought up the dishes. Sophie had been busy all afternoon, and she was already hungry. But in front of Qin Yang, he still tried his best to maintain his perfect image. Chew slowly and pay great attention to table manners. Qin Yang glanced at her from time to time, and liked to see the distinctive temperament on her body. In the past, he always heard people say that he is beautiful and delicious. Now that I have experienced it myself, I finally understand the meaning of this word. Inside the restaurant, the lights are dim, the decoration is full of style, and a piece of romantic music is played. The atmosphere of dating, this is considered to be at its peak. Sophie's heartbeat started to speed up, and she felt a little nervous for no reason. The same is true for Qin Yang. He even found that the couples around him were intimate, and some even kissed in public. You can't see it, let alone think about it. Sophie naturally noticed Qin Yang's eyes sneaking around. Her cheeks turned red and she looked shy. He immediately dispelled Qin Yang's thoughts. Okay, I'll listen to you. Qin Yang couldn't help laughing bitterly. However, he also knew in his heart that the development of the two of them hadn't reached that point yet. At present, being able to hold hands is already considered good. For the next time, the two of them seemed to be eating, but they didn't know where their thoughts were floating. Finally made it to the end of the dinner. Qin Yang got up and walked to the counter to pay the bill before he could breathe a sigh of relief. Chapter 52, From Goddess Sue's Comforting Hug. This meal cost nearly tens of thousands of yuan. But for the current Qin Yang, it is simply a drop in the bucket. After paying the bill, he quickly returned to his seat. But at this moment, Sophie was found missing. Strange, where did she go? Just when Qin Yang took out his mobile phone from his pocket and was about to send a message to Sophie. Sophie was walking towards him slowly, and she couldn't help showing a little apology on her face. Sorry, I went to the bathroom and didn't have time to tell you. It's okay. It's still early, why don't we go to the bund for a stroll? Qin Yang smiled lightly, and then asked Sophie's opinion directly. Okay, it happens that the weather is fine tonight, so I must be able to see a good night view there. Sophie readily agreed to Qin Yang's proposal. She knows that on the bund side, the scenery at night is beautiful. Okay, then it's decided. Qin Yang immediately finalized the itinerary. The bund of Magic Capital. The whole area is brightly lit. There were crowds everywhere. There are dragon boats sailing along the river at night, and there are also many vendors selling various gadgets taking advantage of the high flow of people. Mayor, I'm going to buy tickets. Let's play on the dragon boat. It was the first time for Qin Yang to visit here, and soon he was attracted by the scene in front of him, holding Sophie's hand, eager to try. Seeing Qin Yang's excited face, Sophie couldn't refuse. So he nodded quickly and said with a smile, Okay, since you want to play, I'll accompany you as a reward for inviting me to dinner tonight. Sophie has been to this place many times, but she has never experienced a dragon boat night cruise along the river since she came. Now that Qin Yang was by his side, he felt a little excited for a while. In order to buy tickets, Qin Yang queued for more than half an hour. Sophie stood beside Qin Yang the whole time, without complaining at all. If it was put in front of her, she would rather spend her time on work than wasting time on this queue. Fortunately, the two of them did not wait too long. Finally bought a ticket. Qin Yang took the initiative to hold Sophie's tender little hand and walked to the boarding position. Strange to say, at first Sophie still resisted holding hands. But with the passage of time, coupled with Qin Yang's tough attitude, he is slowly getting used to it now. Of course, that's all. She didn't allow Qin Yang to make further progress. Choo-choo-choo. The dragon boat started to move forward gradually. Qin Yang and Sophie stood at the bow of the boat and looked around. The skyscrapers on the shore emitted lights of various colors, all of which were reflected on the river surface, and the scenery was extremely stunning. The breeze was blowing slowly, constantly blowing on the faces of the two of them. Sophie's hair looked very elegant, and it slapped Qin Yang's face from time to time. At the same time, there was an elegant fragrance. It doesn't smell like perfume. It's more like Sophie's natural deodorant. And this moment, Qin Yang and Sophie were close together, and the air began to smell romantic. After a while, Qin Yang's gaze fell on Sophie's face, and he couldn't help saying, "Fair, you are so beautiful, you are simply the goddess in my heart." Qin Yang, don't think that you can get any benefits from me by praising me. I tell you, don't mess around. Sophie looked shy. In this situation, she had a premonition in her heart that Qin Yang must be uneasy and kind. So without hesitation, he spoke directly. "Don't worry, I will never force you." Through these few days of getting along and getting to know each other, Qin Yang gradually understood that Sophie was slow to treat her feelings. The two held hands, which was achieved by Qin Yang's initiative and reasoning. If the relationship wants to go further, it is estimated that it will take a while to get along. The dragon boat quickly swam around the river, which took about an hour. The wind was very strong by the river. Qin Yang immediately took off his coat and put it directly on Sophie's shoulders. Seeing Qin Yang's actions, Sophie's heart instantly warmed up. However, she shook her head immediately. "Qin Yang, you'd better put on these clothes. The wind is too strong. If you just wear this one, you will catch a cold." "It doesn't matter. I exercise regularly, so I have a good physique. This bit of wind is nothing to me." Seeing Sophie's concern for him, Qin Yang couldn't help showing a smile. What he said was also true. With his physique alone, how could he catch a cold so easily? "Of course, if you love me, I don't mind if you give me some warmth." As soon as Qin Yang finished speaking, he took the initiative to open his arms, making a gesture to embrace Sophie. "You think it's beautiful." Sophie subconsciously took a few steps back. Then he stared at Qin Yang with vigilance and said, "Qin Yang, I just found out that you are full of bad things, trying to take advantage of me by changing ways. Honestly, have you always coveted my beauty?" Seeing that his plan could not succeed, Qin Yang immediately spread his hands and said with an innocent expression, "No, it's because you think too much." Sophie didn't believe a single word of Qin Yang's sophistry. At that moment he said angrily, HMPH, if you still want to argue, I think you are. Fair, how can you think of me so badly? Could it be that in your heart I, Qin Yang, am a hooligan who only plots against you? Qin Yang was a little angry in his heart. He didn't expect Sophie to think of him so much. Suddenly, he said with a little anger, "No, that's not what I meant." Seeing a little anger on Qin Yang's face, Sophie realized that what she said seemed inappropriate. "Qin Yang, don't be angry. I was just joking with you just now." Sophie's face was panicked, and she was suddenly at a loss. Can a joke go wrong? Mayor, I have a sincere heart for you, and you should be able to see it. You can't use these as weapons to hurt me just because I like you and have a preference for you. Qin Yang's voice was low, and he seemed really angry. I'm sorry, Qin Yang, I didn't mean it. I really didn't think so in my heart, so don't be angry with me. After hearing Qin Yang's words, Sophie also knew that she had gone too far. An apology immediately appeared on his face, and he explained directly to Qin Yang. If you want me not to be angry, it's not impossible to forgive you. However, you have to express your sincerity. In just a moment, the initiative of the situation fell into Qin Yang's hands. Sophie didn't realize at all that she was being led by the nose by Qin Yang. It can even be said that she has fallen into Qin Yang's trap from the very beginning. Is Qin Yang angry? Of course not. All of this was a trick he played to achieve his own goals. Poor Sophie, completely kept in the dark. Then tell me, what do you want me to do? At this time, Sophie was willing to do everything in order to make Qin Yang forgive herself. You broke my heart, give me a comforting hug, shouldn't that be too much? After pondering for a while, Qin Yang said slowly to Sophie. Chapter 53, Which of us is a hooligan? Come and go for a trip. Hearing Qin Yang's request, Sophie's expression instantly became extremely shy. In the end, he gritted his teeth, took the initiative to take a step forward, and hugged Qin Yang tightly with both hands. PFFT, PFFT. Sophie obviously felt her heartbeat quicken, and her breathing became short of breath. A look of excitement and tension appeared on his face. On the other hand, look at Qin Yang. At this moment, his hands rested quietly on Sophie's back, and his head rested directly on her shoulder. His nose trembled slightly, smelling the special fragrance coming from Sophie's body. An expression of enjoyment immediately appeared on his face. Now you can always let me go, right? Sophie finally came back to her senses and said to Qin Yang with a nervous tone, No, I haven't hugged enough yet. For Sophie's request, Qin Yang refused without thinking. This can't help but make Sophie completely dumbfounded. She always felt that all of this was a carefully arranged plan by Qin Yang, so that she could obediently submit. And the more I think about it, the more I feel like it. Finally, Sophie couldn't help but began to struggle, subconsciously pressed her hands on Qin Yang's body, trying to push him away. However, she found that Qin Yang's figure was even better than she imagined. Six-pack abs that are defined and tactile. No matter how hard Sophie tried, she couldn't break free from Qin Yang's embrace. Fair, you said I was playing a hooligan just now. Then what are you doing now? Qin Yang noticed Sophie's movements, and immediately couldn't help showing a hint of amusement on his face, and asked with a smile. I didn't mean to. I just want to push you away, and I don't want to take advantage of you at all. Facing Qin Yang's questioning, Sophie looked extremely shy. I can't wait to find a crack on the ground and get in. This is so embarrassing. Well, I don't blame you again. After speaking, Qin Yang let go of Sophie. Seeing that she was free again, Sophie quickly took a few steps back to keep a certain distance from Qin Yang. It happened that the dragon boat docked at this time. Sophie quickly walked ashore, not daring to look back. Seeing this scene, the smile on Qin Yang's face grew stronger. Fair, wait for me. With a yell, he chased after her. The entrance of the Su family villa. Qin Yang drove Sophie back. It was already past 11 o'clock in the evening. Fair, you go back and take a hot bath, and then have a good sleep. Tomorrow weekend, you can rest assured to give me your time, and I will arrange everything. Before leaving, Qin Yang told Sophie. Okay, then you should be careful on the way back. Sophie smiled sweetly, and quickly replied to Qin Yang. Well, I'm leaving. After Qin Yang finished speaking, he drove away directly. That night Sophie slept extremely soundly. She even had a dream, which she couldn't remember exactly. But one thing she can be sure of is that she dreamed about Qin Yang. The next morning, before 8 o'clock, Qin Yang had already woken up. Take some time to wash up, and then go straight downstairs. Then go to the kitchen to make breakfast. After dealing with all this, Qin Yang sat on the sofa in the hall, ready to start planning today's itinerary with Sophie. According to his original idea, he wanted to take Sophie to a resort by the sea for 2 days. But just the two of them, Qin Yang was afraid that Sophie would feel uncomfortable. So at the first moment, he wanted to call Jiangbei together. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Sophie can be integrated into her circle of friends. Thinking of this, Qin Yang picked up his mobile phone and dialed Jiangbei's number. Beep beep. The bell rang for several seconds, but no one answered. Just when Qin Yang thought that Jiangbei was still asleep and would not answer the call. Brother Qin, you called me early in the morning. Is there something urgent? On the other end of the phone, Jiangbei rubbed his eyes and couldn't help asking. Isn't it the weekend? I plan to go to the seaside homestay with Sophie for 2 days, but I don't think it's suitable for just the two of us, so I want to invite you together. By the way, call your girlfriend and the 4 of us go over there to play together. How? Qin Yang smiled and said directly to Jiangbei. Beachside B&B, it sounds pretty good. After hearing Qin Yang's words, Jiangbei was shocked and jumped up from the bed immediately. It has to be said that at this moment he was moved. Brother Qin, I'll call Menjian later and ask her opinion. As soon as there is news, I will notify you immediately. Qin Yang nodded, no problem. After hanging up the phone, he started to check the information on his mobile phone. See which homestay by the sea has a better environment, and what entertainment activities are nearby at the same time. Jiangbei was no longer sleepy. Immediately, he called his girlfriend Zhang Menjian. Menjian, are you free these 2 days? I want to invite you to the beach for a vacation. Vacation, sounds like fun, just the 2 of us. Zhang Menjian also just woke up not long ago. This will receive a call from Jiangbei almost instantly. No, they're our brother Qin and his girlfriend. Jiangbei didn't hide anything and immediately told the truth. What's the situation? In just a few days, he confirmed his relationship with the female president. As soon as Zhang Menjian heard about Qin Yang and his girlfriend, Zhang Menjian immediately showed a very curious look. After all, this matter is related to the happiness of her best friend Li Xuanxuan. That's what Brother Qin said. I'm not very clear about the specific situation. Anyway, I haven't even seen her in person yet. Jiang Bei had heard of Sophie's reputation. He has also seen her photos, but he hasn't had time to see what he looks like. And now that there is such a good opportunity, Jiang Bei is indeed tempted. Okay, then let's go and have a look. Zhang Menjian thought for a moment, then agreed to Jiang Bei's invitation. That's fine, you can pack your things now, and I have to tell Qin Yang. Jiang Bei looked excited. He vaguely felt in his heart that something good would happen when he went to the seaside homestay for vacation. Okay, then I'll hang up first. After Zhang Menjian finished speaking, she hung up the phone directly. The other side. After receiving Jiang Bei's accurate reply, Qin Yang booked a few rooms at the seaside B&B. Immediately afterwards, he returned to the room to pack a few sets of clothes, and then carried the suitcase to the hall. Grab a prepared breakfast and head to the garage. It was exactly 9 o'clock in the morning. Qin Yang's figure had already appeared at the gate of Sophie's villa. Ding dong. He rang the doorbell. After waiting for less than 2 minutes, Sophie opened the door for him. This weekend, you got up so early to make breakfast for me. It's really hard work for you. Seeing Qin Yang carrying breakfast in his hands, Sophie's eyes flickered, and she couldn't help but smile. It's not hard at all. Eat it while it's hot and start packing after you're done. Qin Yang shook his head and replied with a smile. Hearing this, Sophie immediately showed a surprised expression on her face. She didn't know what kind of medicine was sold in Qin Yang's gourd. What do you mean? Where are we going? Chapter 54. She escapes. He chases the game of love with high EQ. Don't ask, you'll know when you get there. Don't forget that you promised me yesterday that you will leave the weekend to me to arrange. Do you want to go back on your word? Seeing a trace of hesitation on Sophie's expression, Qin Yang was startled in his heart, for fear that she would suddenly change her mind. It's so mysterious, I'm afraid you'll sell me. Sophie couldn't help complaining. Of course, she didn't think so in her heart. After all, through getting along with Qin Yang these days, she knows that this guy always likes to create surprises. Perhaps this arrangement is no exception. Bullshit. It took me so much effort to catch you. How could it be possible for you to run away from me so easily? Qin Yang shook his head quickly and rejected Sophie's idea without hesitation. Okay, you sit on the sofa for a while, and I'll go upstairs and change my clothes. At this moment, Sophie was still wearing her pajamas. Obviously, she had just woken up. Fortunately, these pajamas are relatively conservative. Otherwise, Qin Yang would have feasted his eyes. No problem. Qin Yang nodded slightly. After all, it wasn't his first visit, so he didn't feel restrained. Put the breakfast on the dining table, Then go to the kitchen and take out the dishes and arrange them. After finishing all this, Qin Yang sat on the sofa in the lobby, took out his mobile phone from his pocket, and sent Jiangbei a message. Jiangbei, Sophie and I will leave around 10 o'clock. Do you want to go there with us or with your girlfriend? And this time, Jiangbei happened to be at Zhang Minjian's house. Seeing the message from Qin Yang on the phone, he immediately asked Zhang Minjian. Minjian, brother Qin sent a message saying that they are leaving at around 10 o'clock, and asked if we should go with them or by ourselves. 10 o'clock. Time is so tight I haven't had time to pack up yet. Otherwise, you can ask him to send the address, and let's drive there by ourselves. Hearing this time, Zhang Minjian was suddenly surprised. There was less than an hour left before departure. She thought for a while, and then said to Jiangbei, "Okay, then I'll talk to brother Qin." Jiangbei felt that what Zhang Minjian said made sense, so he made a decision. Immediately sent a message to Qin Yang. Not long after, Jiangbei received an address link on his mobile phone. Seeing this, Jiangbei replied with a smile, "Brother Qin, let's meet later, and I will call you when we arrive." Okay. Da. Qin Yang just finished chatting with Jiangbei. The sound of high heels colliding with the floor came from my ears, crisp and rhythmic. Looking up, Sophie was about to go downstairs. Because it's the weekend, Sophie is dressed more casually today. A white tight skirt highlights the curves of her beautiful figure to the fullest. Her hair was coiled up by a silver hairpin, making her look particularly capable. Sophie's facial features were originally very delicate, and her skin was fair and smooth. Now that the makeup has been carefully painted, the charm has been raised to a higher level, making Qin Yang feel extraordinarily amazing just by taking a look at it. Qin Yang's eyes were staring straight, and he was fascinated by Sophie's charm. Sophie had even walked in front of him, but he didn't react. "How is it? I am dressed up today. Is it beautiful?" In fact, Qin Yang didn't need to explain. Su Fei just saw his expression and already knew the answer in her heart. It was also under Sophie's question that Qin Yang suddenly woke up and gradually recovered. "Fairy, don't you know how attractive you are? Ask me such a stupid question. Don't you sincerely want me to praise you?" Qin Yang showed an expression of "I understand you," and immediately couldn't help but smile and said, "Then are you boasting or not?" Sophie smiled sweetly and stared at Qin Yang playfully. Cough, cough. There are beauties in the north, peerless and independent. Once you look at the city of Kingren, then you look at the country of Kingren. It is better not to know the city and the country. It is hard to find a beautiful woman again. Qin Yang couldn't find a suitable adjective for a while, and a poem suddenly appeared in his mind. In an instant, he recited the verse to Sophie with great emotion. "Not bad, let's barely count you as qualified." Sophie's heart beat like a deer, and her heartbeat accelerated instantly. It seems to be smeared with honey, so sweet that it explodes. "Have you packed your things? Is there anything I can do for you?" Qin Yang walked up to Sophie and said that he wanted to help. "Well, it's all packed. You go upstairs and help me lift it down." Sophie nodded and said to Qin Yang quickly, "It is good." Soon, Qin Yang walked towards the second floor. When I came to the passage, I saw a suitcase standing quietly outside the door. Hey, it's a pity. I thought I could see what Goddess Sue's room looks like. From now on, she probably has seen through my petty thoughts. I thought I was superior, but I didn't expect Sophie to have ascended to the atmosphere. I expected it. Is this just a game of falling in love with President Yujie? This is too brain-intensive. Tukao returns to Tukao. But why didn't Qin Yang enjoy it? Qin Yang carried the suitcase and stared longingly at the door for a few seconds. In the end, he couldn't bear it anymore and walked downstairs. Qin Yang, my suitcase shouldn't be heavy, right? Seeing Qin Yang take down the suitcase, Sophie looked at him with playful eyes while eating breakfast. Not heavy, very light. I thought you had to bring a lot of things. Qin Yang shook his head and replied with a light smile. Why did you feel disappointed that you didn't come into my room? With a smile on Sophie's face, she asked immediately. Cough, cough. Fair, what are you talking about? I'm not the kind of person you imagined. Qin Yang immediately denied it. At this moment, he was shocked inwardly. Sure enough, after what happened last night, Sophie has become very shrewd. He actually knew how to trick Qin Yang. But fortunately, Qin Yang has long been alert. This reaction speed must be praised. What kind of person are you? I still have a question mark in my heart. But let me tell you, Sophie, won't be fooled a second time. Thinking of the night cruise on the Bund and the Qin Yang dragon boat on the riverside last night, Sophie felt particularly shy. This is the first time she has experienced Qin Yang's routine. Only then did I know that this man is very cautious. The purpose of everything is just to find ways to take advantage of oneself. Because of this, Sophie's competitive spirit was aroused. Doesn't Qin Yang just want to play? Let's see who has more means. This. Qin Yang was at a loss for words and didn't know how to answer, so a wry smile appeared on his face. I didn't expect that the episode last night would make Sophie's awareness of prevention so strong. But it doesn't matter. This weekend vacation by the sea, the two of them can stay together for 2 full days. After getting along for such a long time, Qin Yang still doesn't believe that he can't find a suitable opportunity. She fled, he chased. Qin Yang is confident that Sophie will never escape from his grasp. Chapter 55. Around 10 o'clock. Seeing that Sophie was almost ready, Qin Yang took the lead in putting her suitcase into the carriage. Get in the car, let's go now. It will take at least several hours to rush all the way. A trace of curiosity immediately appeared on Sophie's face. Why are we going so far away? You said that you are so busy at work every day that sometimes you don't even have time to eat. It's a rare weekend right now. Don't I want to take you to relax? Qin Yang chuckled, and his eyes fell directly on Sophie's pretty face. Then tell me first, where are we going to play? Sophie couldn't bear it, and wanted Qin Yang to reveal some news in advance. We'll know when we arrive. If I tell you now, there will be no surprises. And this time it's not just the two of us, but also my brother and his girlfriend. Qin Yang thought for a while, but still felt that it was necessary to tell Sophie in advance. Anyone else? Heard here. Sophie's expression was a little surprised. She thought that Qin Yang's carefully planned weekend date was a play in the world of the two of them. Now it seems that she is thinking too much. For some reason, Sophie felt a slight sense of loss in her heart. Yes, it's more lively with more people. Besides, I have always wanted to find a suitable opportunity to introduce you to them. Qin Yang kept looking at Sophie's expression, for fear of causing her displeasure. Now it seems that Sophie's reaction is not very big. That's how it is. Sophie nodded, expressing her understanding. The driving distance is relatively long, so Qin Yang deliberately drove this Porsche 911 from Sophie's garage to the seaside homestay. A while after the two got into the car, Qin Yang started the engine. Then he clicked on the mobile phone navigation directly and followed the route. This is Sophie's first time going out with the opposite sex. Although she doesn't know the specific destination yet, her heartbeat has already started to speed up at this moment. Even looking forward to the next trip. 1 hour after Qin Yang and Sophie set off. Only then did Jiang Bei and Zhang Menjian load their luggage into the car and prepare to set off. 2 in the afternoon. The Porsche 911 has already parked in front of the seaside hotel. Qin Yang spent some time and finally found a parking space. After parking the car, he turned his head and found that Sophie was sleeping soundly with her headrest. The scene in front of him made Qin Yang's breathing slow down a little. He was afraid of disturbing Sophie's dream. Qin Yang opened the car door and walked straight down. After confirming that the car door is locked, go to the front desk to check in. A few minutes later, Qin Yang hurried back, only to find that Sophie had woken up. At this moment, she was looking at the surrounding scenery, and when she saw Qin Yang's figure, she immediately walked towards him. I asked why you made it so mysterious. It turned out that you wanted to take me to the beach to play. The scenery here is good, and there are many entertainment items. I thought about it for a long time and finally decided to bring you here. How is this a surprise? Qin Yang smiled and looked at Sophie expectantly. Forget it. After all, I almost forgot when was the last time I went to the beach. Sophie nodded. She was quite satisfied with Qin Yang's arrangement. I've already completed the check-in procedures for the hotel. Let's take our luggage and go directly to visit. Qin Yang offered to propose. Okay, listen to you. Sophie naturally has no opinion on this. Soon, Qin Yang took the suitcase out of the carriage. However, he didn't intend to ask Sophie to help, but carried them one by himself. Why don't you let me carry one for you? After all, this suitcase is not very heavy. Sophie felt a little embarrassed when she saw that her hands were empty. After hesitating for a while, he took the initiative to speak to Qin Yang. No, I will handle these trivial matters. How can I bother you? Don't say these 2 suitcases are so light. No matter how heavy they are, I will bring them to our homestay. You know, Qin Yang's physique has long been beyond ordinary people. It's just 2 suitcases, which is nothing to him. No matter what Qin Yang said, it was impossible for Sophie to help. Fortunately, the address of the 2 people's homestay is not very far away. After walking for about 7 or 8 minutes, we arrived. Qin Yang took out his room card and opened the door directly. As soon as you walk into the hall, you can see the sea at a glance through the glass windowsill. The warm sunshine, the blue sky, and the endless sea. Both Sophie and Qin Yang couldn't help being amazed by the scenery in front of them. So beautiful. Sophie beamed with joy. To be honest, she was extremely excited at this moment. She didn't expect that all these carefully arranged would be such a huge surprise. Mayor, you can go to the rooftop to have a look. The scenery there will definitely be more beautiful. I'll put our luggage in the room first, and then go up to find you. Qin Yang smiled slightly and immediately made a suggestion. Okay, thank you for your hard work. Sophie nodded quickly. So she went straight upstairs and walked towards the roof. The homestay has 2.5 floors, and the total area is estimated to be square meters. The layout and decoration downstairs looks quite luxurious. Qin Yang booked for 2 days at a cost of. As for Jiangbei and Zhang Menjian, he had arranged in advance and let them live next door to him. After putting all the luggage in the room, Qin Yang checked around. He didn't want any surveillance to appear in this room. After confirming that there was nothing wrong, Qin Yang went up to the roof to join Sophie. Sophie heard movement in the corridor, turned around and saw Qin Yang appearing in front of her with a camera in his hand. Clicking. The lights flicker. A beautiful photo about Sophie has just been released. The view of this place is really good, suitable for taking pictures. Qin Yang looked at Sophie with a smile and couldn't help but speak immediately. HMPH, I can warn you, if you dare to make me ugly, you can see how I will deal with you later. It was a rare trip out, and Sophie was in a good mood, so she didn't care about Qin Yang. Don't worry, although I am an amateur photographer, I still have the most basic aesthetic vision. What's more, you are dressed so beautifully today. It's almost 360 degrees with no dead ends. No matter how you take pictures, it looks good. What Qin Yang said was the truth. Although his composition is simple, because the scenery in front of him is matched with Sophie, he has created an amazing charm. Grumpy. Sophie gave Qin Yang an angry look. But at this moment she was happy in her heart, not to mention how happy she was. Mayor, you can pose casually, and I'll take some artistic photos for you. Looking at the beautiful scenery in front of him, Qin Yang really didn't want to let him down. There was a smile on the corner of his mouth, and he said to Sophie, "Okay." Sophie agreed without hesitation. Then he made a few extremely charming poses. Chapter 56, Pure Imperial Style, The Arrival of Jiangbei Zhang Menjian. Sophie didn't intentionally show her charm. It was just because her dress today was too stunning, and she showed behaviors that were extremely inconsistent with her previous image. For a time, the charm naturally increased greatly. When Qin Yang saw this scene, he would fall into it inadvertently. Click, click. Even so, Qin Yang's hands were not slow at all. Sophie put on a new look every few seconds, and he could always adjust the angle and take pictures of her most moving side. After a while, Qin Yang looked at the photos in the camera, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It seems that he is very satisfied with his masterpiece. Let me see. At this time, Sophie was also very curious about what Qin Yang took the picture of himself. So he hurried to him. Qin Yang nodded and immediately passed the camera in his hand to Sophie. Sophie took it over, and her eyes were quickly attracted by the photos in the camera. Qin Yang, are you sure the person in this photo is me? Sophie looked at the woman in the camera photo, with a look of shock on her face at the moment. She didn't expect that Qin Yang also had such a high talent in photography, that he could take such beautiful pictures of himself. If it's not you, who else could it be? I just adjusted the composition and lighting to blend you and the scenery behind me together. The photos taken in this way will look beautiful. Otherwise, why would I say that I want to take artistic photos for you? Seeing Sophie's excited face, Qin Yang knew that she liked the photos he took very much. I remember you said just now that you are just an amateur photographer, but your shooting method is very professional at first glance. Are you going to lie to me again? Sophie quickly came to her senses, fixed her eyes on Qin Yang immediately, and asked him proactively. I just learned some photography skills before, but it's not as good as you think. Seeing Sophie's misunderstanding, Qin Yang tried to explain clearly. Forget it, I don't want to argue with you either. But since you are so good at taking pictures, why don't you take a few more for me? When I look back, I can still develop the photos and put them in the room as decorations. Sophie's eyes lit up, and she immediately spoke to Qin Yang. Okay, no problem. Qin Yang didn't refuse, and agreed decisively. At Sophie's request, Qin Yang deliberately took a few photos with a unique style. Pure Yu Feng, Gao Ling Fan, a variety of different styles almost all tried again. At the same time, it also opened Qin Yang's horizons. Only then did he realize that if he didn't understand carefully, he would never have thought that Sophie would have such a side. Jingle bell. Just as the two of them were having fun filming, the cell phone in Qin Yang's pocket rang. Excuse me, I'll answer the phone first. Qin Yang looked at Sophie apologetically, and then quickly took out his mobile phone. Looking at the caller ID, it was Jianbei calling, so he pressed the answer button directly. Brother Qin, Meng Yan and I just arrived at this B&B hotel. Where are you? Let's go find you. On the other side of the phone, Jianbei's voice came directly. Jianbei set off an hour later than Qin Yang. Counting the time, it's almost here. Okay, then come here directly. I can give you the key just in time. Qin Yang smiled slightly and immediately replied to Jianbei. The phone just hung up. Sophie looked curiously at Qin Yang and asked, "Is your friend here?" "Yes." "Come on, let's go downstairs and wait for them." 10 minutes later, there was a ringing of the doorbell at the door of the hotel. Qin Yang stepped forward to open the door and saw Jiang Bei and Zhang Menjian. Immediately, he greeted with enthusiasm, "Come in first and see if you are satisfied with the environment." Brother Qin, President Su is also inside. Jiang Bei looked at Qin Yang and asked in a low voice with playfulness, "You better be honest later, kid. Don't talk nonsense." Qin Yang glanced sharply at Jiang Bei. "Hey, that's a must." Feeling Qin Yang's threat, Jiang Bei immediately nodded in agreement. Then he took the initiative to hold Zhang Menjian's hand and walked inside. In the hall, Sophie had been sitting quietly on the sofa against the wall, and when she saw Qin Yang appearing with Jiang Bei and Zhang Minjian, she got up quickly. "Let me introduce you. She is Sophie, my new girlfriend. His name is Jiang Bei, and he is my brother in the dormitory room of mine for 4 years. This is his girlfriend, Zhang Minjian." After everyone sat down, Qin Yang got up and introduced himself. "She is the rumored Gao Lang Yujie President Sophie. How can she become Qin Yang's girlfriend now?" This moment, Zhang Minjian's eyes immediately turned to Sue, with an extremely shocked expression on her face. She never thought that Qin Yang's girlfriend would be Sophie. That's right. She and brother Qin met on a blind date. After returning that day, brother Qin was out of his mind. I guess he must have fallen in love with goddess Sue at first sight. After that, he launched a crazy pursuit. To be honest, the relationship between the two of them has developed so quickly, even I feel a little unbelievable. Jiang Bei couldn't help smiling wryly. When he got the news from Qin Yang, his expression was exactly the same as that of Zhang Minjian. It seems that Xuanxuan is completely out of luck now. Zhang Minjian couldn't help sighing in her heart. She knew very well that Sophie was an extremely good woman. In terms of family background, ability, my good sister Li Xuanxuan is not as good as her at all. It is simply delusional to snatch Qin Yang away from her. "Hello, I'm Sophie." At this time, Sophie smiled sweetly and took the initiative to say hello to Jiang Bei and Zhang Minjian. Of course, this was all for Qin Yang's sake. After all, being able to invite the two of them over at this time is enough to show that the two of them occupy a very important position in Qin Yang's heart. "Sister-in-law, I've heard brother Qin mention you before, and I've always wanted to find a chance to get to know you." "Why?" Sophie's eyes flashed with doubt, and she couldn't help asking. "My brother Qin has always been surrounded by countless beauties, but he didn't like any of them. Only for you, it was love at first sight. So I can't help but feel curious in my heart how much charm you have, which can make him fall in love. Now that I see you in person, I finally understand that his vision is really good." Jiang Bei laughed and immediately explained. With those words, both Qin Yang and Sophie were praised. In an instant, Qin Yang gave Jiang Bei a gratified look. Sophie, on the other hand, was surprised. It turned out that Qin Yang fell in love with her at first sight. No wonder Qin Yang kept trying to get close to him after the blind date ended that day. Of course, the best assist is Sophie herself. If she hadn't had a crush on Qin Yang, she wouldn't have sent him a message first, creating a chance for the two to get along and meet alone. "Thank you, I appreciate the compliment." Sophie looked at Jiang Bei with a smile. The impression on him was instantly profound. Chapter 57, I know even your thoughts, brother. "Jiang Bei Minjian, I booked a homestay for the two of you, right next door to mine. This is the room card. You go there first and pack up your luggage. Let's meet again later and discuss where to have dinner together." Not long after, Qin Yang took out the room card and handed it to Jiang Bei. Brother Qin made the arrangements thoughtfully. "In that case, let's go first." Jiang Bei nodded. Immediately, They took Zhang Menjian out of the door of the hotel. Qin Yang also deliberately followed them out and identified the location for the two of them. Brother Qin, you and my brother will tell you the truth. Do you have any plans in your heart when you take Goddess Su to the seaside for vacation? If you need my help, just ask. We both have this relationship. For your happy life, I don't mind being a teaser for you. Taking advantage of Zhang Menjian walking ahead, Jiang Bei put one hand on Qin Yang's shoulder, and the two of them pressed their heads tightly together, and immediately said in a low voice, "You kids mind, can you not be so dirty? Am I that kind of person?" After listening to Jiang Bei's words, Qin Yang's expression changed, and he immediately gave him a dissatisfied look. Pretend, continue to pretend. Brother Qin, we brothers have known each other for such a long time, and we have always lived together. What plans do you have in mind, can I not know? If you really have no idea about Goddess Su, then why do you insist on asking her out to such a place? And you only stayed for 2 days. And why did you book such a luxurious homestay here? Jiang Bei was not fooled by Qin Yang's one-sided words at all. Only men understand men, not to mention that the two of them are brothers with such a strong relationship. Jiang Bei had used such a routine long ago. Cough, cough. The reason why I made this arrangement was because I was worried that Mayfair would be under too much pressure at work, so I brought her here to relax. Jiang Bei, I don't play with flowers like you. I am very responsible for my feelings. Once I am tempted, I will devote myself wholeheartedly. Seeing that he was misunderstood by Jiang Bei, Qin Yang immediately felt a little uncomfortable. At the moment, he explained to him, "Okay, Brother Qin, just treat it as my misunderstanding. However, are you sure you didn't ask for my help? You must know that this is an opportunity to quickly bring you closer to your sister-in-law. If you miss it, it would be a pity." Although Jiang Bei is full of flowers and intestines, but not rude. If he was there to help, it might be of great help to Qin Yang's next arrangement. As expected of my brother. Okay, when the time is right, I will definitely ask you to help. Qin Yang smiled, obviously agreeing to Jiang Bei. Jiang Bei, why are you still standing behind in a daze? Don't you see me struggling with the suitcase alone? Why don't you come and help me? At this time, Zhang Menjian turned around, looked straight at Jiang Bei and yelled at him, "I'm coming. Brother Qin, I'll go first. Let's talk in detail later." After Jiang Bei finished speaking, he quickly ran to Zhang Menjian's side, took the suitcase in her hand, and the two walked towards the hotel. Qin Yang just returned to the homestay. Then I saw Sophie sitting on the sofa, flipping through the photos on the camera. Before Qin Yang could speak, Sophie raised her head, looked at him and said, "That Jiang Bei is really interesting. I just heard from him that you slept with him for 4 years in college. No wonder you two have such a good relationship." Facing Sophie's question, Qin Yang nodded decisively. Thinking back to the past, he smiled and said, "That's right. I didn't go to work in a financial company after graduation. At that time, many people thought I was crazy, but he comforted me every day when I was fine, and even let me live in a house under his name until now. Although we are not related by blood, in my heart, I have already regarded him as my brother. I remember I mentioned it to you last time. My brother lost a lot of money in the stock market, and it was him. Later, he mortgaged all the mansions and villas under his name and raised a sum of money for me to help him invest. In just a few days, he has already made back all the money he lost and made a lot of money. Sophie nodded slightly. She remembered hearing Qin Yang mention it before. It's just that he didn't expect that that person was Jiang Bei. I remember the young master of Jiang's family in the capital city. He seems to be called Jiang Bei, right? He is well known in the circle. I didn't expect you to be lucky enough to be the crown prince's close buddy. Sophie's beautiful eyes moved, and she stared at Qin Yang with interest and said, I only value temperament when making friends, and I don't care about his background and family background. If you are not from the same group, no matter how hard you try, you will not be able to integrate into the other party's circle. From Sophie's words, Qin Yang could clearly hear the meaning of ridicule. Of course, he knew in his heart that Sophie didn't mean anything malicious. Maybe it was just a joke. That's right, you can see this very clearly. Sophie was born in a wealthy family, and she has seen too many people completely abandon their dignity and bottom line for the sake of profit. People like Qin Yang, who are willing to give up high-paying jobs purely for the sake of freedom, are indeed rare. However, he is also a rare talent. As long as he wants, he can make himself a lot of money at any time. Now I have achieved good results in investment. If there are no accidents, then I will invest in some projects that I am interested in based on my hobbies and interests. Qin Yang now has a large amount of funds on hand, and some group shares under his name, so he has the capital to be an angel investor and explore some new projects. Yes, at your age, you can achieve these results by yourself, which is enough to be called a legend. Qin Yang, maybe I will need your help in the future. Ever since she learned about Qin Yang's worth, Sophie had long since dared not look down on the man in front of her. Even if he was not from a wealthy family, his own strength is enough to match the background of a wealthy family. No problem, as long as you ask. I can give you whatever you want, as long as I have it. Qin Yang grinned, showing strong confidence in his expression. The two sat on the sofa and chatted for nearly half an hour. The other side. When Jiang Bei and Zhang Minjian arrived at the B&B, they quickly packed up their things and lay down on the big soft bed in the room. After driving all afternoon, Jiang Bei was indeed a little tired, so he took a nap for a while. And Zhang Minjian was lying next to her and playing with her mobile phone. The first thing to do is pick up the phone and send a message to my best friend Li Xuangshuan. Xuangshuan, I have sad news to tell you that your male god already has a master. Less than 20 seconds after the message was sent, Li Xuangshuan immediately replied, Menjian, what's going on? Tell me clearly. Qin Yang took his female CEO to the beach for vacation and invited me and Jiang Bei. Do you know who the female president is? It's Sophie. She's the combination of talent and good looks, and she's the dream goddess of countless young masters in the industry. The two of them have confirmed their relationship as boyfriend and girlfriend, so I suggest you forget about him as soon as possible. Zhang Minjian looked regretful, and finally typed and told her best friend the cruel fact. No, it's impossible. Li Chuangxuan looked at the phone screen with a completely shocked expression. Chapter 50, 8 Girlfriends Are for Petting. Menjian, didn't Jianbei say last time that Qin Yang is working hard to pursue the stage? It's only been a few days. How could she agree to be Qin Yang's girlfriend? Isn't Sophie notoriously cold? How could she agree directly because of Qin Yang's pursuit? Countless question marks popped up in Li Chuangxuan's heart. Afterwards, she typed immediately and asked her best friend Zhang Menjian. You ask me, I don't know either. I saw the two of them together just now, and they lived in the same homestay. Xuanxuan, I've met Sophie in person. It's not that I don't want to be on the same front as you, but I even think they are a good match. And I can tell that Qin Yang really likes Sophie. If you want to compete with her, it's quite difficult. After all, Li Xuanxuan is her best friend. So when Zhang Menjian tried to persuade her, she tried her best to pay attention to her words, and her tone was more tactful. I'm just not happy. It took me a long time to meet a boy I was attracted to, and it took me a few days before he was snatched away. Thinking of this, Li Xuanxuan was filled with grievances. Xuanxuan, it can only be said that there is no fate between you and Qin Yang. You said that you are so beautiful, and there are many suitors around you. You will always meet the right person in the future. Zhang Menjian was patient and comforted again. This chat lasted all afternoon. Evening 05:30 p.m. Qin Yang sent Jiang Bei a message that he and Sophie were about to go out. Seeing this, Jiang Bei and Zhang Menjian also set off immediately. After the four of them met, they planned to find a restaurant nearby for dinner. I just searched on my mobile phone. There is a good seafood buffet restaurant not far in front. Shall we go there and try it? Or you want to eat stir-fried vegetables? Let's change to a restaurant. Qin Yang put forward his own suggestion. Of course, he did not rush to make a decision, but instead left the decision to everyone. I have no opinion. I agree, the seafood buffet is pretty good too. Sophie and Zhang Menjian both nodded. Seeing that the two girls agreed, Qin Yang immediately said, That's fine, that's the decision. Brother Qin, don't you plan to ask my opinion? Don't treat me as transparent. Seeing that he had no right to speak at all, Jiang Bei's face immediately became dissatisfied. Immediately, he took the initiative to speak out and said to Qin Yang, Jiang Bei, I told you that your EQ is not low either. How could you be messed up at this time? The two of them have the same opinion. If you jump out at this time, aren't you just asking for trouble? Qin Yang looked at Jiang Bei with worried eyes. This guy usually knows how to please girls so much. How could he die at such a critical moment now? Or did those women deliberately let him pursue him because of the money in Jiang Bei's hands? Facing Qin Yang's questioning, Jiang Bei was at a loss for words. He now found that his opinion was indeed a little redundant. Asking or not asking, in fact, could not change the final result. That being the case, why did Qin Yang continue to waste his tongue? Okay, let's go. Qin Yang withdrew his gaze and then walked forward first. Soon, a group of people came to this seafood buffet restaurant. As soon as they walked in the door, The four of them attracted the attention of many people. The two handsome men and beautiful women were dressed so stylishly that they were extremely conspicuous in the crowd. Soon, everyone chose a quieter place to sit down. "Mayor, what do you want to eat? I'll get it for you." Qin Yang looked at Sophie immediately, and then asked softly, "It's okay, just get some here." Sophie still likes seafood, and is not picky about food. As long as Qin Yang brought it over, she would like to eat it. "Jiangbei, let's go." Qin Yang pulled Jiangbei and walked directly to the dining table not far away. It was filled with plate after plate of various types of seafood. In about 10 minutes, Qin Yang and Jiangbei walked back and forth several times, getting some of almost everything. Then specially prepared a few bowls of sauce. And this time, the soup base was also just right to boil. Qin Yang took the lead and threw some fish fillets and fresh shrimps into it, without letting Sophie do anything. "Brother Qin, you are too kind to your sister-in-law, aren't you?" Jiangbei was sitting directly opposite Qin Yang at the moment. Seeing the scene in front of him, he couldn't help exclaiming, "Girlfriends are just for pampering. If I'm not nice to her, do I want others to be nice to her?" When Qin Yang heard this, he immediately gave Jiangbei an angry look. "Did you hear that? I think you should learn more from Brother Qin. Don't be all day long just to make me angry." Zhang Menjian looked excited because Qin Yang's words touched her heart. Immediately, she hurriedly told Jiangbei, Yes, what you said is correct." Jiangbei naturally didn't dare to refute, so he nodded quickly in agreement. "Sister Sue, to be honest, I really envy you for finding such an excellent boyfriend like Qin Yang. It's much stronger than this one from my family." After finishing speaking, Zhang Menjian looked at Jiangbei with hatred. "Menjian, it's not that I'm not good enough, but Brother Qin is too good. You compare me with him. Aren't you deliberately humiliating me?" Regarding this point, Jiangbei is still self-aware. But Zhang Menjian is deliberately burying herself in the eyes of outsiders at this moment, which also makes him feel a little uncomfortable. "Meng Yan, what Jiangbei said is very reasonable. You really can't compare the two of us. Just like you, he comes from a wealthy family. He is pampered, and he is used to being served by others on weekdays. Just in front of you, he can still do these things. If it were someone else, he would have quit long ago." Qin Yang saw that Jiangbei's expression was a little strange. In an instant, he immediately stood up to speak and helped smooth things over. Immediately, he glanced at Jiangbei, signaling him not to get angry. The two brothers still have a tacit understanding. Even though they only make eye contact, they can understand various meanings. Qin Yang is right. The best state of relationship is when both parties are giving and learning to tolerate each other, instead of just asking for it. Do you know why Qin Yang and I have only known each other for a few days before we decide to start dating? It's because the two of us have been together for the past few days and found that our personalities and three views are very similar, and it is easy to get along with each other. So there is a feeling of seeing each other later. Of course, you can also understand it as a hitch. At this time, Sophie, who was silent at first and listened to the conversation of several people, took the initiative to speak. These words seemed to be intended to remind Zhang Menjian. From Sophie's point of view, Zhang Menjian still has a kind of arrogant princess disease, and she insists on letting Jiangbei get used to it. But this way of getting along is simply not enough to maintain the relationship between the two of them, and they can always be together stably. I know. Jiangbei, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I shouldn't say that about you. Zhang Menjian also seemed to realize that what she said just now was not appropriate. She quickly took Jiang Bei's hand and said apologetically, "It's okay, how could I be angry with you?" Seeing Zhang Menjian apologize, Jiang Bei's heart immediately softened. The dissatisfaction in my heart disappeared immediately. Chapter 59, Goddess Su. He's too good, I can't refuse. Seeing that Jiang Bei and Zhang Menjian didn't quarrel over this trivial matter, Qin Yang and Sophie looked at each other inadvertently, and then laughed lightly. After a while, Qin Yang saw that the fresh prawns were ready, so he fished out a few first. After peeling off all the shrimp shells, I didn't eat them first, but put them directly in Sophie's bowl. This action, in an instant, Jiang Bei and Zhang Menjian ate a wave of dog food. As for Sophie herself, although she felt a little surprised in her heart, she could understand. Thank you. Seeing this, Sophie smiled sweetly and took the initiative to thank Qin Yang. Follow me, why are you so polite? Eat at ease, I'll peel it for you later if it's not enough. Qin Yang shook his head. In his opinion, this is what he should do. Only in this way can Sophie feel his kindness. Jiangbei, I want to eat shrimp too, you peel it for me. Only now did Zhang Menjian get to know Qin Yang a little bit, knowing how gentle he is. It's no wonder that Jiang Bei talks about this brother all day long, and he can't stop talking about it when he mentions it. Thinking of it this way, she immediately felt a little apprehensive in her heart, and said coquettishly to Jiangbei directly, "No problem." Jiangbei nodded. At this time, the movements in his hands couldn't help but become faster. After the meal, it was already dark. Qin Yang suggested that everyone go to the beach for a walk. Jiang Bei and Zhang Menjian obviously ate too much. They touched their round bellies and nodded. Sophie hasn't spoken yet, but at this moment she can clearly feel that Qin Yang's eyes have been looking at her all the time, as if he is looking forward to her reply. Okay, I think that's pretty good. In the end, Sophie agreed decisively. Soon, everyone walked a distance from the restaurant door. The seaside sky is full of stars. It is different from the crowded high-rise buildings and red lights in Shanghai. It is quiet and peaceful here, without the kind of overcrowded bustle. Pedestrians on the road, even if you meet them, are all couples. Qin Yang and Sophie were walking side by side on the road, when a gust of wind blew in front of them, hitting Sophie's hair to the corner of Qin Yang's mouth. To be honest, Qin Yang enjoyed the moment very much. The corners of his mouth raised slightly, revealing a vague smile. Next second, Qin Yang took Sophie's tender little hand directly. Sophie was startled. She didn't expect Qin Yang to be so bold. Subconsciously, I wanted to take my hand back. However, he discovered that Qin Yang's strength was astonishing. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't break free from Qin Yang's palm. Bad guy, hooligan, You know how to take advantage of me." Sophie couldn't help cursing in a low voice. Qin Yang naturally heard it, but he acted like nothing happened. With a nonchalant expression on his face, he continued to pretend to be stupid. And this moment, Jiang Bei and Zhang Minjian followed behind Qin Yang and Sophie, about 2 or 3 meters away. Although the sky was dim, they could still see the whole process clearly. The two of them had a feeling of eating melons on the spot, and they were very excited. "Jiang Bei, what charm do you think Brother Qin has that makes the famous and glamorous CEO Sophie fall in love with him so much?" Looking at the current state of these two people, it is really unimaginable. They have only known each other for a few days. Those who don't know think they have been in love for many years. Zhang Menjian felt extremely curious about this. "You don't know that, do you? First of all, Brother Qin is handsome. This face alone can make countless beauties jealous of him. This is also the easiest way to get out of the circle among men. Secondly, Brother Qin is a very talented person. He is a rare top student in the finance department of Shanghai Metropolitan University, and the teachers who have taught him are full of praise. It is also because of him that I will be in the stock market profit, making such a large amount of money. Third, Brother Qin's attitude towards relationships is really serious. If he doesn't talk about it once he falls in love, there is nothing more important in his mind than his girlfriend. A man who has such an excellent combination of appearance, talent, and personality, any woman can't refuse. Even though Sophie is called the high-cold president, in the final analysis, she is also a woman. When she meets a high-quality man like Brother Qin, she knows very well that if she misses it, it may become the biggest regret in her life. That's why I'm so eager to establish a relationship with Brother Qin and swear my own initiative. Otherwise, if she gets poached by other women, she won't have a place to cry." On this point, Jianbei has a full say. Sophie's careful thinking made the Qin Yang authorities confused, but as a bystander, he naturally saw it very clearly. The so-called love at first sight is just for sex. What can finally bring the two together is the heart-pounding feeling after getting along. And this kind of heartbeat is the most important factor that gradually brings the relationship between the two closer, and even develops to confirm the relationship between boyfriend and girlfriend. You can see clearly. Then why don't you see your feelings for me? Can you be like them? Jianbei, what do you mean? Do you think I'm not good enough? Zhang Minjian was shocked by Jiang Bei's analysis. It's been a few months since they fell in love. If it weren't for today's opportunity, she wouldn't know that Jiang Bei's mind is so clear. But he just treats himself, and he has never been so caring. "No, Minjian, you listen to my explanation." Seeing Zhang Minjian get angry immediately after turning her face, Jiang Bei became anxious immediately. "I don't listen." After speaking, Zhang Minjian turned her head and left. Jiang Bei couldn't stay still, so he immediately chased after him. But Qin Yang didn't know that the couple Jiang Bei and Zhang Minjian staged such a farce because of him. Now, Qin Yang took Sophie's tender palm, and his heart was full of joy. Beautiful scenery, warm wind, and beautiful people around. How he wished that this kind of life could continue forever. "Qin Yang, This is the real purpose of your careful planning to invite me here, right? Seeing that the corner of Qin Yang's mouth was always happy, he didn't know how to write the word restraint. Sophie felt a little shy in her heart, but she couldn't see that this guy was so proud, so she asked him directly. I don't have any purpose. If you have to, then I hope you can relax and don't have too much pressure. On weekends, of course, we have to spend them happily, so we can't stay at home and work all the time, right? Money can't be earned in this life, but the good times are very short. I hope that after you meet me, you will be so happy every day, so that when you look back later, the memories in your mind will become scenes of movies. Treat. Qin Yang chuckled and looked at Sophie affectionately. Express your innermost thoughts with an extremely gentle voice. HMPH, don't think that speaking so beautifully can cover up your little thoughts. Qin Yang, I won't be fooled by you again. Sophie felt like a deer bumping in her heart and was moved by Qin Yang's words. She looked at Qin Yang in shock and found that this man was completely different from the men she had met. Although the mouth is full of sweetness, it is good for her nothing to say. Even though she has the persona of a glamorous CEO, who wouldn't want to have such a handsome, talented, humorous, and good-looking boyfriend who treats her wholeheartedly. She felt extremely happy in her heart. Fortunately, I didn't agree to those suitors directly before and interacted with them. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to wait for a treasured boy like Qin Yang. Chapter 60. The goddess of Hai Ling's creation collapsed. Fair, how can you think so badly of me? Seeing Sophie looking at him vigilantly, Qin Yang immediately felt dumbfounded. He didn't expect Sophie to think of himself in this way. It's not that I want to think so on purpose, but every action you take is confirming my thoughts. Sophie couldn't help giving Qin Yang a blank look. The facts told her time and time again that this guy is full of bad things, one routine after another. When staying with Qin Yang, she had to be careful. Otherwise, it may be more expensive to be taken advantage of. We are boyfriend and girlfriend now, and some intimate actions can help to enhance our relationship. I don't want to be eliminated by you in less than 2 months. Of course, this was Qin Yang's joke. He himself has absolute confidence that he can make Sophie feel his own charm, so he is completely devoted to him. All of this is done to realize my lofty pursuit. HMPH, don't forget the decision is in my hands. If you go too far, don't blame me for not being sympathetic. Seeing Qin Yang's complacent look, Sophie immediately felt a little displeased. In an instant, he immediately revealed his trump card. Don't. It would be a pity if you missed such an excellent boyfriend like me. Maybe in the future, I will never find a second one. What Qin Yang said was not an exaggeration at all. Although he is not the best, he is definitely the most sincere towards Sophie. Besides, Qin Yang hopes to complete this task and make himself a billionaire. Both love and career will have a good harvest, and you will become a winner in life. It's not possible to let yourself be at a disadvantage now. Who said it couldn't be found? There are so many good men in the world. Who said there is no one better than you? It's just that I'm busy and don't have the spare time to find out. Seeing Qin Yang put gold on her face, Sophie immediately exposed it mercilessly. although she subconsciously felt that what Qin Yang said might be right. But how could she admit it directly? Women are often arrogant creatures. In the game of love, she always likes to take the initiative, especially with a character like Sophie. She hopes to be able to hold Qin Yang, instead of letting myself be at the mercy of Qin Yang. Yes, yes, you are right. But I just held hands, and I didn't do anything excessive to you. Fair, you don't have to be so serious with me, do you? Qin Yang smiled, and then said to Sophie, "Of course I know. But if you do something wrong to me, how can I communicate with you so calmly now? I'm just giving you a warning in advance, so that you can get rid of all the thoughts in your mind." Sophie looked smug. She found that she liked seeing Qin Yang with a headache more and more now, because this represents the competition between himself and Qin Yang, occupying an advantageous position. Let's go out for a walk, enjoy the sea breeze, and look at the night scene. Why do we have to worry about these things? It was agreed to come out to relax. Why make the atmosphere so heavy again? Qin Yang also realized that the current situation is a little off. With an embarrassed smile on his face, he quickly changed the subject. "It's not your fault." At this moment, Sophie's hand was being firmly held by Qin Yang. She immediately looked here and gestured to Qin Yang. "Okay, it's all my fault. I'm here to apologize to you." Qin Yang took the initiative to give in. As long as he could put a smile on Sophie's face, he was willing to show weakness all the time. "Hey, where are Jiangbei and Menjian? Why does it only take a while, and people don't know where they went?" At this time, when Qin Yang came back to his senses, he realized that there was no one behind him. Regarding this, he couldn't help but speak out curiously. "They should be around here, let's find them." Sophie guessed in her heart that it was very likely that Jiang Bei took his girlfriend away on purpose. The purpose is to let Qin Yang and her have a chance to be alone. Although Sophie and Jiang Bei had only met twice, Jiang Bei gave her the impression that she was wise and very righteous. He can definitely do this. Unfortunately, Sophie was too confident. As everyone knows, it was because Zhang Minjian ran away in anger that Jiang Bei chased after her, trying her best to make her happy. The two searched for a while. In the end, Jiang Bei and Zhang Minjian were seen at the beach. They were sitting on the beach, shoulder to shoulder, leaning intimately. Seeing this, Qin Yang and Sophie didn't bother. Night. After the two returned to the homestay, Sophie went straight to the room on the second floor and took out a black briefcase from the suitcase. "What's in it?" Qin Yang followed up curiously, and after seeing Sophie's actions, he couldn't help asking. "Laptop." Sophie didn't look at Qin Yang, but put the computer on the table by herself. After a while, press the power button. "Mayor, is it possible that you still plan to work now?" Qin Yang was taken aback for a moment, and then couldn't help asking. "No, I just checked to see if there is any message in the mailbox that needs to be replied." This is a habit that Sophie has developed over the years. No matter how late it is, as long as she is free, she always checks her mailbox to receive new messages. "Okay, then I won't bother you." Seeing that Sophie had already said that, Qin Yang didn't speak again. He walked out of the room and went downstairs. There is a kitchen and refrigerator in the homestay. Even inside, there are a lot of fresh fruits, eggs, vegetables, and fresh meat. Obviously, these were all arranged by Qin Yang's staff in advance. Qin Yang took out some strawberries and cherries from the refrigerator. He wasn't sure which kind Sophie liked. Simply, I washed them all a little bit. Then he took a fruit plate and packed it, and walked directly upstairs. Mayor, I washed some fruit for you. When Qin Yang came to the room, he saw Sophie sitting in front of the computer typing, seeming to be replying to emails. Put this here first, I'll eat it later. Sophie turned her head, glanced at Qin Yang, and said with a smile, "It's okay, I'll just feed you. Do you want strawberries or cherries?" Qin Yang didn't think too much. With a smile on the corner of his mouth, he spoke directly to Sophie. I'll do it myself." Sophie was startled, and the movements in her hand stopped immediately. He took the initiative to pick up a strawberry from the fruit plate and put it in his mouth. "Okay, then you eat slowly, I'll take a shower first." Qin Yang checked the time, and it was indeed getting late. After finishing speaking, he went straight back to his room, packed out a change of clothes, and walked towards the bathroom downstairs. In the blink of an eye, nearly 10 minutes passed. Sophie is already busy here. She turned off the computer and walked out of the room. The figure just appeared in the hall. Clicking. The bathroom door was pushed open. Qin Yang walked out straight away. Looking at the scene in front of her, Sophie immediately screamed. The image of the aloof president was completely forgotten at this moment. She subconsciously covered her eyes with her hands. But less than half a second later, a gap appeared between the fingers. He stared intently at the scene in front of him. It seems that if you look at it for a second, it is all earned by yourself. You've reached the end of the book.